Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
My name's Edge, and I like guns.
So what's your favorite gun?
The kind that don't cost me nothing.
Well, yeah, kind of like that.
I'm a 1911 guy, man. Come on now. Not.
I've been wanting to get one of those for a while, but I never see myself carrying one. So
I carry one. I mean, I don't carry one every day, but you know, it's one of those things like, okay. I feel guilty, you know. I'm like, I don't hold you. I don't take you for a walk or nothing. So I'm gonna put you in my holster today, and we're going out for a little walk, a little excursion. So even though my mainstay is a Glock 19, and then now I got that. I have that 511 push bag, and I got that Maxpedition Velcro holster for that one pouch it has. I have a Glock 26 in that with another mag. I'm working on that bag, and so they're interchangeable, but I mainly carry Glock 19. I really dig that Maxpedition bag, or not Maxpedition, sorry, 511 push bag.
I don't know what is it?
It's like a messenger style bag, you know, messenger style. The kind that goes like a one strap around, you know, across one shoulder, you know, around your.
You mean a Merce?
Say again?
Said you mean a Merce?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I got a little flashlight. I got a little. I have some Molly on it, so I put some flashlight on one. The second one, I put a mag carrier or like a pistol mag. I got a multiplier in there. I put together because I started getting into getting all those batteries from the laptop batteries for my rechargeable flashlights. So I put a rechargeable battery source in there for like anything that connects to USB kit that I bought, and I assembled it. So I have that in there. Some extra batteries for my flashlights as well in a pouch, and some cable connectors for electronics, as well as depending on where I'm going, I'll put some extra stuff in there. I need to put a little basic med kit in there as well.
Sounds like a lot to carry around.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, I like it though. We got options. No, dumbass. Behave.
Yeah, I just, for carry guns for me, I just try to stick with the same type of platform. I don't switch between, hammer and striker fired. I don't switch between guns that have safeties and those that don't. I just want to stick with the same thing all the time. I'm just too paranoid that I would, if I would have to pull the thing out, I'd forget to take the safety off or whatnot.
I agree. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah. I just have a shitload of holsters and guns that go with them. Well, not a shitload of guns, but I have a few. Okay. So,
Never really been a huge Glock fan, but I'll give them credit for interchangeability between the different models. I mean, pretty much if you pick one up, you've handled them all. I mean, they're all the same. Just chambered a little bit different, a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, or whatnot. That's about it.
that's what I like about them. I mean, is the modularity. That's why when I went with that new single stack 9mm, I'm like, well, they appeased a lot of people, but you basically got rid of one of Glock's biggest.
Yeah, I know. Right now, you can take a 17 mag, put it in that 26, and you're good to go.
Yep.
But that single stack, you're not gonna fit it into anything else.
Exactly. I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
Sign up. You keep wanting to copy to the side.
Pull the trigger one more time. Keep going. All right, there you go. Put on safe and stay.
Oh, sorry.
Fuck. And pull it up. Here we go. Oh, you all right? Shoot! What's wrong, Autumn? Nathan there. Did you hit your...
Shelby!
Alright.
Flash my guns around a little bit. I go, my mom's killed me. Oh my
It's not that big. I just jumped up. Yeah. Holy crap, so overfish. Live round. Are you willing to do this? Yes. That's it. Take that off, dude. That was so good. Holy shit. Whoa, dude! Is that in you, man? No, it ain't in it. Oh my fucking god. That's good. Oh shit. Did it get through or not? Oh my fucking god, dude. Are you have a bullet in? Oh, but it takes shit out of him. Shit. Come on, go. Put the paint on. God damn. Yeah, it's not bad.
Why are you using a knife?
Wendy, Bob. Stop. Wendy, Bob.
All right. What's going on? Anybody thinking about seeing that new James Bond movie? I will tell you, save your money. Sucks balls. Boring fucking movie. Even for a James Bond movie, it's boring. No, I can't hear you. No. Thinking about checking that Creed movie out tomorrow. It comes out tomorrow, I believe. Now I can hear you.
Awesome.
No, it's horrible.
Jackass.
I was like, I like the new fellows. He's a quiet guy. He just lets me.
Well, I don't know. I've been drinking today, so maybe better if I was quiet.
So you may not be religious, but you're a spiritual man.
Well, I grew up as a German Catholic, so drinking's my second nature.
There you go.
Like, you know, like well, 1 year ago, it was Christmas morning, and I cracked my first beer open at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I was drunk by noon.
Gotta be 12 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, fuck. Who gives a shit? If you're awake, it's time to drink.
You're drunk. Oh, I'm not slurring my speech. I'm speaking cursive.
I might have to use that.
It's cursive, baby. It's a lost art.
Damn straight.
I was surprised to find out my daughter's telling me they don't teach him cursive anymore.
Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. Because, I mean, people type. But,
Yeah.
you know, still, you know, whenever you're writing notes or anything like that, you got to do anything, it's so much quicker to write in cursive, even though I could barely read my own damn cursive anymore. I don't do it that enough.
I just remember all those teachers always giving you shit on your penmanship. Your penmanship must be proper.
Yeah, no. Mine sucks ass.
Well, I got one of those John Hancock signatures.
Well, let's just say I could be a doctor today.
What's going on in Arkansas?
Not much. The reason I've been drinking so much this week is my parents are going to show up tomorrow for Thanksgiving, so yes. I'm starting early.
There you go.
I got a half gallon of whiskey in the fridge or in the freezer, and I think I'm going to go out and get some more tomorrow. Don't have enough for a few days that they're going to be in town.
I heard a good statement from Monica Lewinsky. Says that she doesn't endorse another Clinton in the White House. The last one left a bad taste in her mouth.
Well, hell, she did what this Clinton can't do.
All right.
But actually, I'm thinking about getting going shooting tomorrow morning before the parents get here.
Going banging in Little Rock.
Nah, Little Rock's about 2.5, 3 hours from me. But the only thing that sucks is I was loading this and loading some ammo, and I just got a bullet feeder. And I was getting all that squared away, and because the bullet feeder, I needed to go ahead and change out a couple things on my powder drop. And all of a sudden I looked down at my cases, and there was no powder in it, so I don't know how many of them don't have primer and no powder. So instead of pulling a couple hundred bullets, I'm just going to use them as group, you know, just a real slow fire, and I'll be able to figure out which ones don't have powder.
All right.
So, yeah, I just got to make sure that I'm nice and slow and meticulous on these couple hundred rounds.
I remember I was looking into buying a Murphy's, 8mm Mauser.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking it up, and the ammo, it's hard to find. They're saying they still got a lot of that Indian ammo out of India. It's just very, very unreliable. But people were saying, like, what you do is you buy it in bulk, you know, and break it down, and you know, that's how you save some money on that. But you still save some money compared to buying.
Yeah, you could pull it, redo the powder. You could do that with the Iranian ammo as well.
Hmm.
And Robbie just said, you know, weigh them. And with only 5 grains of powder in it, the cases, they differ more than 5 grains, so that won't do anything. So I mean, if you have a light, well, let's say you have a really, you know, like a 61 grain case, could be full of ammo, and the next case could be a 66 grain case empty, and they'll weigh exactly the same. That's one bad thing about pistol powder and only putting 5 grains, 5.5 grains of powder into them. You really can't weigh them because the difference in cases, difference in bullets. So the only way to know for sure is pull the 200-300 bullets, or just slow fire and have a brass rod with me and expect to have expect to have a good, squib every now and again.
Yep. Or some dowels.
Yep, I got a brass rod to bang them out. So I'll just be nice and slow, meticulous, and shoot. And then whenever I don't feel a recoil, I'll pull out the barrel and check it. I need to do some group shooting anyway.
And I call out gun channels tonight. I need 5 more subs, people. Get me 5 subs here.
For what? YouTube?
Get 2,000. Yeah. So I'll pull in all my strings and all my favorites and gun channels. I'm just kidding. Last time I did that one when I hit 1,000, I'm like, yeah, I did a video or I didn't do the video. I did an announcement. I hit 1,000, and then I look at it and went down 6. Like in the next 20 minutes, I'm like motherfuckers.
Hell, I'll unsubscribe you, so you need another one.
There you go. Slow and arduous journey, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit.
So is G-Webs having a chat or something?
He's supposed to.
What was the word?
Yeah, I thought he was talking about his selling guns, when to do it, how to do it.
Yeah. I've always used a local. My experience is the best here is doing a local. I know it's a pain in the ass because, it's not like something.
Well,
I do the Texas Gun Trader, and you just shoot every gun I've sold through the 2 times I sold guns. 2 times I sold the guns on there. Initially, I thought the first one it's kind of slow, but then one guy's like, "Bam, yeah, I want it." And the next one, yeah, within 2 to 3 days, I sold them.
Yeah, you could definitely sell them like that. I've sold some like that as well, but I've noticed that if you want a certain dollar amount, you might just go to an auction because you'll most likely get it, but it's a bigger hassle to do it.
I've been fortunate so far with the pistols, but these weren't junk pistols either, or I'm sorry, or not junk, but these weren't undesirable.
Okay. So the last time I sold guns was during the scare. Hell, I sold a Remington 1911 with about 4,000 to 5,000 rounds down it for more than what I bought it for. So, well, and I also had 6 or 7 mags, but still, I mean, well, even with all that, I sold it for more than what I bought it for, just because you couldn't find anything. And then I sold an LCR, a Ruger LCR 9. I sold that I put $600 on it on a local forum here, just seeing, someone bid me down to 5, and someone said, I'll take it. And I was like, all right.
Well, I remember that in March of 2013, right around when everybody gets their income tax returns, roughly, a little before then, a little kind of right at the sweet spot. And I went to Academy, and man, it was slim pickings.
Well, right after 13. Oh, no, this was 2012 when I sold this. Early 2012, maybe 3-4 months after Sandy Hook.
Well, that was the end of 2012 is when it happened. It was December. And
see, was it 12 or
2012 December, or was it January? One or the other. It was December or January.
It was definitely December, but I thought it happened in.
It was 2012, and then because I remember 2013 it was it was quest to find an AR lower, a strip lower. I remember I waited 8 months to get mine from. I got on the list still to buy one where they accepted my purchase from Brownells, and I waited 8 months to get that son bitch.
Yeah, it was December of 12. So I sold mine early 13.
Yeah, that March, I remember I went to Academy several times. Everybody gets tax return money, man. They go buy guns, or a lot of people do. And Yeah, it was like slim pickings, dude. It's like whatever, and people are buying whatever they get their hands on.
Yeah. Like I'm a, if a buddy of mine takes me up on it, I'm going to sell my a Remington 700 to him, and I think I want to go ahead and get like an Adams Arms or something like that, a gas gun, you know, $1,500, $2,000 gas gun,
Yeah.
308.
See, the only thing about that Remington 1911 you're talking about, I didn't like, is its price point. It only had a 2-year warranty.
Well, mine I didn't care because I was going to have enough rounds through it that it wouldn't matter.
Well, I mean, you can do the maintenance on yourself, but if you have a bad gun out of the box, of course you're going to send it to them and fix it. But I just don't like the idea. Like, if you're man, what's the point of having a 2-year warranty on a very famous gun company?
Well, I mean, for me with a gun, you buy it, you shoot the shit out of it. If something's wrong with it, send it back. I mean, they don't know when you bought it.
Is that the same warranty? Well, they do a shelf life warranty. Like when they presume the latest it could have been sold off the shelf. That's the way they kind of do it to tell you, well, and you have to then if you're outside of that, then they make you produce a receipt to get.
I'm not sure what their warranty was. It was the A1 model, and
Have you ever had to service a rifle?
yeah, I had a Century Arms underfolder, one of the Yugo underfolders, and the barrel was pressed in crooked. Like I would have the front sight pushed all the way over, and it was still shooting where the front sight needed to go over more. So I sent it back, and they sent me an entirely different rifle.
Yeah. And that was Century Arms or Remington?
That was Century.
Okay, I'm talking about Remington.
Remington, I did send my 700 back for the trigger.
And that was within, you immediately buying it?
No, it was a year and a half after I bought it, but it was that recall on their triggers for their Remington 700s.
Yeah, well, after that expose came out on them.
Yeah. But yeah, a buddy of mine was thinking about. He was looking into one, and he was asking me prices, and I was like, well, started telling what prices are, and how I have a 10-power scope. I'm thinking about if he wants that, I may toss that in with him. Of course, go up in price, but I told him a Remington 700 with the Weaver Picatinny rail on it, I'd sell it to him for $700. So.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine who's a pawn shop hound like me, and he picks them up, and he says he gets them every now and then. When they're sitting there too long, he'll pick one up for like $300 or $250 sometimes.
Not well, depending on which 700. If it's an ADL or a weird caliber, yeah, you can pick them up for that. But a BDL with in a 308 with a 20-inch bull barrel, yeah, it's not gonna go for that price.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I need to either do that and spend sell that and then spend another $700, $800, $900 and get a good gas gun, or I need to spend $700, $800 on a chassis for this gun. So I'm like, shit, why not just sell it and get a gas gun? So.
Give me a second, bear back. Hold on.
All right.
What's up?
How much are you?
Same old, same old.
How's your video games going?
My video game.
Oh, I thought you were playing a video game or something. I heard some stuff in the background. Your image is up, so.
Oh, I'm messing with a tool.
Oh. I don't want to know about you messing with your tool. But
Yeah, all my tools need attention. So I got my SRT kit in the SIG yesterday. I'm waiting to get out to the range now.
the SRT kit.
Yeah, short reset trigger.
Oh, okay.
Been wanting that almost as long as I've had the gun.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to get a SIG again one of these days. I want to get a 228 just to have one as a collector's piece.
The only SIG I think I'd ever want is a 1911.
Well,
I
I definitely want 1911 for sure. The STX was that one I want, but I'd like to get a SIG 220 just to have one in the inventory, as well as a 226.
Wow. Oh, sorry.
Every SIG they make, or a good deal of them. A 226, 226 would be good with me. Hey, I was asking my buddy Murphy about it. He's like, what's the difference between a 226 and the one that that has the anchor on it? That's the Navy SEAL 226. He's like, it says Mark 20 or whatever it is, Mark 22 or Mark 23, whatever it is. That's the difference. That's it.
Yeah, they stenciled an anchor on it and called it the Mark 25. There you go.
Mark 25. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm looking through gun ads locally here, and someone is selling a Lionheart 9mm for $650. You could buy them new for $3.5.
I've never even heard of that.
I've heard of it.
The Lionheart. It's
I thought they were
Korean. It's Korean.
Okay, I thought they were.
Korean.
I mean, shit, Daewoo makes guns,
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a Daewoo. That's the company. They just call it Lionheart. It's the service pistol of the South Korean military.
Oh, actually, I hear Daewoo makes pretty decent guns.
No, it's not a bad gun, but it's just that he has it for $650 and you can buy them brand new for $3.5.
Well, it's like some asshole I used to work that he's like, yeah, I got this Glock 40. There's no Glock 40. It's a Glock 22. Well, my son says it's a Glock 40. He has a Glock 40. It's the kind of cops use. It's Glock 22. And he's like, yeah, but I'm going to throw in some ammo. I go, how much? About, 500,000 rounds? No, I got 2 boxes. What do you want for it? Because I really already got 122, so Glock 22, so I don't need another one. But, if you're going to dump it, what do you want? Oh, I at least want 700. Go, you're fucking out of your mind, dude.
Pretty much.
This one's special. It's one of the cops use. And I go, no, it's the same fucking gun. And we go, no, you need to. Your son's bullshitting you. If he sold it to you or whatever, or trade you for something, you go, that gun's not worth more than about top $400. Brand new. If it's in its use. So, because we're not in the brand new, sorry, trade-in, but still, nevertheless, I'm like, no, I bought mine for $350. So there's no way I'm going to give you double that for a fucking used Glock 22 with 100 rounds.
But dude, it's a 40.
Yeah, it's a Glock 40. You understand? This is special. Yeah, I go, I don't think we're talking about the same gun. I go, I know exactly which gun you're talking about, dude. Fuck that. I'm like, good luck selling that gun.
Oh, they'd probably find somebody dumb enough to buy it.
Oh, hell yeah, you will.
Yeah, I like the Glock, 22. I have it there. It's has a TL8 Streamline TLR2 with the laser on it and a red laser. It's a fine pistol, but a little snappy. Not my favorite gun, but it's there. I got a good deal on it.
Yeah, I'm just joking around saying there's somebody dumb enough to.
There is. You're not talking shit in this given day. There's always some guy who talks somebody in with too much money to buy their first gun, and they'll do something stupid like that. And then they find out, really, I could have bought them for $350 on classic firearms when they get a bunch of trade-ins. There's a great deal of police officers outfits that are switching to MP40s, so there's an abundance of Glock 22s on the market right now, or there have been for quite a while.
Yeah, so you can find a Glock 22 that's been like completely used and abused.
No, even then, I mean, they're at least they're maintained by Armorer, and even but there's some that are unissued too. They had some from San Antonio PD that hit the market that were never issued. They were just sitting in the box.
Okay.
I was at a range one day, and some guy handed me his Glock, and I swear that recoil spring was made of rubber bands at that point.
All right, I'm sharing my screen right now. Lionheart Industries LH9, $399, Black Friday sale from their website. Lionheart Industries. If you're
Not bad, but you're gonna have fun. I mean, hopefully they're throwing the holster because you're gonna have fun, trying to get a holster for that.
you could definitely find holsters for them. An LH9N for 500. I don't know what the difference between them, but heck, it's a Lionheart, so it's double action, single out action all metal gun. So if you're wondering,
I just had to go get a custom holster molded for my SIG 220. This company I've never heard of, so I can just imagine how hard it would be to find a decent holster.
Well, I mean, it depends when you get into I mean, I've been doing holsters for a while now, messing with them, and I mean, there's all kinds. One of my favorites is from a company called Keyhole Holsters. I believe the guy was a former Marine veteran who owns all USA made stuff, really rare stuff, and he uses a leather kind of hybrid where it's becoming a little more popular with other designers, but I think he was one of the first people to do it, not the first, but one of them, where it's a piece of bridle leather with a piece of Kydex. It's called a nano holster and concealment holster, and it has just one like that one clip that you see like a lot of people do with those taco shell style inside the waistband holsters. Use that same kind of clip, but all with a piece of leather on the inside, and they're really neat. I've done a couple of videos on his. I'm getting one in for my Glock 19 with the TLR2 to start carrying that, because I have the TLR2 green light, HL green G or whatever, that I want to start carrying on if I can.
Yeah, I would have loved to have gotten a hybrid, but the only place locally that actually would do custom moldings was just a full Kydex holster. I mean, it's a good holster. I'm not going to bash it, but it isn't 100% what I was looking for.
Check out that dude. I don't know if he's going to have what you're looking at, but he's worth checking out. Key holsters.
There also is someone called Nathan's Armory.
Yeah, well, but he's not doing.
Yeah, well, the problem that I ran into is I have a German-made SIG, and 2007 they switched the manufacturing to New Hampshire, at least for some of the models or most of the models.
Exeter.
And when they did that, they squared off the trigger guard just a little bit more. So the bottom of my trigger guard is about 2 millimeters back from the current SIGs, and it's just enough to screw up every Kydex holster I could ever get for the thing. So I actually had to take my gun and hand it to that guy so he could actually mold it to my gun.
Well, yeah, but check that dude out. I mean, he might be able to help you out. I'm very impressed with his holsters. And the Nano in particular, he sent me one to test. The first one was the inside the waistband, kind of like the hybrid that Crossbreed makes, but he does his own deal with it, and he makes a much better holster than them.
Want to pop a link in the sidebar?
Yeah, here's some.
Of course, the holster I just got cost me $150. I'm probably gonna have to wait a little bit before I buy another one.
His are like in the $50, $60 range. Most are $70.
One thing I actually really love about the one that I got is I can it's modular in the way it's set up, so I can set it up for inside or outside the waistband. I can throw on level 2 retention. I can take it off. It's just there's a lot of options for it.
Mm-hmm.
course, I set it up for inside the waistband and left the level 2 retention on there, and it was like a torture device.
I'm gonna put this link in here directly to it, but he's doing a Black Friday special. Just one link, and
It sure as hell looks nice.
oh yeah. I mean, it's just, this dude makes really nice stuff, man. English bridal leather. The stitching doesn't cost you any more money. That's just the way he makes them. If you want stitching, you can get it for free. If you don't want it, you don't ask for it. I like it because it makes it look cool on offset. He goes like black stitching, white stitching, and the red.
Already, right off the back, just looking at the SIGs and the model in there, I'm not seeing 220 at all.
Yeah, that might be too big a gun for that. But go to that second link, and you can see the other stuff he has to offer.
But he's got a 226 in there, which is pretty much the same size gun.
Yeah, the first holster I got was a complete concealment hybrid holster. That's the one I got for my Glock 26. But it's an open mount design, so I can fit my 26, my 19. I can fit my 22 in there. So I don't know with SIGs if it'd be the same experience.
Yeah, one thing I give Glocks credit for, they definitely have gotten that down. I mean, you can grab one holster, open-ended, and just throw any Glock in there. Pretty much, it's pretty crazy the way they've got that set up. But SIGs, a lot of the SIGs are fairly similar. If you switch, if you go like 220, 226. They're very, very close in size. I don't know if you can just swap between the holsters, but they're pretty close. And 229 is basically a 226 with just a slightly shorter barrel. So I don't know how that would work out.
A friend of mine has a 229, and she only has 2 mags for it. And every time I go to a gun show, I always forget if she has a 226 or 229. I have to ask her every goddamn time.
Well, the 226 and the 229 actually hold the same amount of rounds, so I would not be surprised if they actually took the same mag.
All right.
I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised because they do have the same capacity.
Yeah. And I always have to ask her, and by the time she responds to me, I'm usually gone because she doesn't respond to texts anytime, in a timely manner. I send her a text, and like 3 or 4 hours later, she'll send me something back, and I'm usually gone from the gun show. Oh well. Oh. So is anybody going to the range over the holiday week?
I would love to. I plan on it to actually give the SRT trigger a test.
Brown. Yeah, if I can, I'm gonna break away tomorrow morning before the parents get here and shoot these damn rounds and hopefully not blow my gun up.
Trying some experimenting with the reloading?
No, I got a new bullet feeder, and so that takes an extra slot in my press. So I was going to do a case mount, neck expander, and powder drop in different spots. But I also had to change how my powder drop was because it was getting caught on something. So basically what ended up happening, I looked down and some cases didn't have any powder in them. So as soon as I saw it, I caught, I went and I stripped everything out and figured out what the issue was. But then I was like, I have cases here, a bunch of cases that I don't know if there's powder in them. So,
Ouch.
yeah. Well, I mean,
do
well,
you really want to risk it? Why not just pop them out and start over?
there's about 300-400.
Okay, that's a lot.
Well, the thing is, I when I was loading for a while before I got this the bullet feeder, like over the weekend, and I didn't clear it out. I just saw I was going to put more in there, and I thought I had it running right, but then my powder measure got stuck in the up position, and I didn't have a powder check, and so that's how it got past me. And now I went ahead and put my powder check back on, which causes me to need 6 dies, but my press only has 5, so I'm having to combine my powder measure and my neck expander in the same die, which is not a problem. It's just jacked up a little bit. I gotta fiddle with it a little bit more to get it working. But so I have rounds that maybe at most 4 or 5 don't have powder in it. So, but there's like 400 there, 300 there. So I'm gonna take those out one time and shoot them all, real slow fire, and of course the damn thing won't cycle if it's just a primer in it. So, but still, I don't want to deal with that. So I'll just so basically what I'll do is I'll just go for group shooting that day. See where the damn thing hits.
I'm curious because my lack of any reloading experience. Is it possible to weigh them and tell the difference, or
pistol? No, because
just not enough powder in there to tell the difference?
Yeah, I'm loading 5.5, 5.6 grains of powder, and your cases could be 5 or 6 grains difference in the makeup. And the make of it, and then your bullet, since these are my own cast, they could be 3 to 4 grains off. So you could have one bullet that weighs, 100, or one completed round that will weigh 185 grains, and that's totally fine with powder and everything. The next one may weigh 192 and be empty. So you really can't weigh them.
Yeah, it's pretty crappy.
Now if it's rifle, you can, because like even 223, you're putting 26, 27 grains of powder in it. There you'd be able to, because it's enough variation. Then you could shake it and actually hear the powder. And 9mm, you don't have enough in there. 357, 38, you'd probably be able to do it. 40, yeah, you should be able to go ahead and hear the powder in it. 45 definitely, but 9mm, nah, not really.
Well, I hope you don't end up having to pound a round out of that barrel.
I have a brass rod. It's no big deal. I've done it before. Not out of this barrel, not out of this gun, but out of another gun. So.
Still, it's no fun. It just kind of ends your range time unless you got it with you.
Oh yeah, it's in my range bag all the time.
I know one time I went out there and I was firing wolf steel cased ammo out of the AR, and I had one casing just fire form itself into the chamber, and it just would not come out.
Yeah.
Jacked up a cleaning rod getting it out.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about Wolf's 223. If it was any other, it'd be fine. But just that 223, just because it's a straight walled case, or it's still a net case, but it's not a tapered case, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I'll never touch it again because of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have no problem putting steel through my guns. My AR, all my ARs, if they won't feed steel, I don't want them. But I don't give them a full diet of steel.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything other than the Wolf, so I mean, I don't have a whole lot of experience with steel cased ammo, but that brand I won't touch again because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, now, if I had an AK, I probably wouldn't care.
Well, AK is made for it.
I've shot mine through mine, and any steel ammo I put through it, it eats it up. My first build, And also,
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you still want a cheaper, cheaper steel case round, but you don't want to deal with that lacquer, there is Silver Bear. It's still a steel case. It's still a cheaper round, but it's on the high end of the steel case. It's a steel case just like everything else, but instead of coating it with lacquer or coating it with polymer to keep it from rusting, they actually take and nickel plate it like nickel plated brass, and that is your lacquer or whatever. So
I know I've seen
know,
Silver Bear before, and I think I may have shot it out of something. I just don't remember what.
Silver Bear does a lot of 308s and stuff like that. Like I have on my HK or sent me clone. I did buy like 500 rounds of Tula, but I got to thinking, well, because that chamber's gonna get real hot because it's that roller delayed blowback. I'm thinking about go ahead and ponying up and getting Silver Bear for it, so I don't have to deal with that if I'm going high round count and then sit and let it cool, because that means that polymer or lacquer coating will cook inside that chamber, and I don't want that. So that's just a thought.
Yeah, I think that may have been, if it's coated in something polymer or lacquered or whatnot, that may have been the cause, because I ran it pretty hot.
Yeah. If you run hot, then you let it sit. Definitely that polymer coating or lacquer coating will cook and stick, and then all of a sudden you'll pull a trigger, it'll fire, and then that case is stuck in your chamber, and your extractor won't rip it out, or may just rip the head out, the base out.
Oh, it actually took a chunk off of the casing.
Okay. Yep. Definitely. Now, what's worse is if you would rip the base off and like the entire neck and half the steel case would have been in there, because you would have had to get a 223 case extractor.
Oh, I probably would have just taken it to a gunsmith at that point. If there wasn't a way to knock it out myself, just take it to somebody else here, fix this.
Yeah.
I got too many tools for working on engines. I mean, I may at some point in time start working on tools for guns, but yeah. Welding tools, engine tools. I've got more tools than.
Gotcha.
It was pretty bad because I had rebuilt my third engine in the garage before I actually decided to buy a real toolbox. I had like one of those little 3-drawer, little carry-around Craftsman boxes.
Oh, wow, that's it?
There were tools scattered everywhere. It was ridiculous. And that was the other big joke, because when I moved to Germany, the moving company was like unloading all the boxes and everything like that, and it became a big joke with the movers because they kept pulling off boxes saying tools on them. So they're like, more tools, more tools.
Yeah. Also, Black Friday sales, if you're wanting a Polish Rodham, P46, which is basically like a Makarov.
Is that a Hillary Rodham?
No.
Oh, no.
But $1.99 for a surplus pistol. She was a 9x18 Makarov.
Does anybody know DB's last name?
Cooper.
No, his last name is not Cooper. If it's what I think it is, and he lives in Peachtree, Atlanta, I got his patches back in the mail today.
Wasn't he on a little bit ago?
And I was hoping to catch him so I could be like, give me your right address, bitch, because the one you gave me came back not deliverable, not forwardable.
Probably just transpose numbers or something.
Well, he typed it in himself.
Well, that doesn't mean you can't transpose numbers. I fat finger shit all the damn time.
Oh yeah, constantly.
The Steyr HS50 BMG 50 BMG 4250 on Classic Firearms.
Hey Yankee, I got a question for you.
What?
Now that you've had that gun box for a little bit, you still like it? Because I'm looking at them pretty hard.
The silver one?
Yeah.
I like it for like right next to the bed or something. I would never use it for like primary security, like trying to keep a thief from stealing something. I just use it for like sitting something, you know, in a place where I can get into it easily, kind of a thing. But it's still like the kids won't bother it.
That's exactly why I'm looking at it, because I got my first kid on the way.
Yeah, see, I like it for that because I just keep the little RFD thing or whatever you call it. I have it like in the back of my cell phone case, so all I got to do is wave my cell phone over it and it opens.
RFID.
Yeah.
My problem is I forget my cell phone all the time.
Yeah, I always
So
have.
I'd have to figure something else out.
They have a ring too. It comes with a ring or a bracelet.
Yeah, I was looking at the ring.
Yeah. The ring's kind of a big ring to wear. The bracelet's probably better. They'll be willing to bet you could take the bracelet and put it in a paracord bracelet or something and wear it. Or you'd probably take the chip out of the ring and put it in a paracord bracelet.
Holy shit, Bob's going to be in the U.S. tomorrow.
Yeah, I doubt he'll make it across the border.
Well, he's saying he's coming to see you, Yankee.
Hey, going there first. You and Luke. And Haas. I told him he can come down to Texas as long as he brings no beer. Brings some Canadian beer. So Yankee, you see that new James Bond movie yet, Spectre?
Nope, I did not watch Daniel Craig James Bond movies.
Well, you have good reason to say it because this movie sucks, man. I didn't go to the theater to see it, but I checked it out, and it's boring. It's like long-winded.
I made the mistake of watching half of the first one. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's the best James Bond movie ever." About halfway through it, I was like, "I got better things I could be doing."
Casino Royale was, I mean, it was okay, but they had made that movie before, right? Didn't they?
Yeah, it was just like I was like, "This is not." I'd rather just go watch an old Sean Connery James Bond than I would watch this again. To me, Sean Connery will always be James Bond.
Roger Moore for me.
Roger Moore is the Saint to me.
He was always the one I grew up watching. So
I remember Roger Moore mostly from The Saint and from Cannonball Run.
If we're going to converse on this device, can you please do me a favor speaking to the Queen's English? Thank you. I still remember the end of that movie. It's not a very sporting way to win. It's a shitty way to win.
I loved Cannonball Run. That was a funny movie.
Yeah, it was funny. I think he was like the only person to ever go away from Omega watches. I think he like had like a Seiko or a Casio video watch and Octopussy. Roger Moore. So who do you think is going to be next? Who do you think is going to be the next James Bond?
They need to kill them all.
I want it to be Ewan McGregor.
He's too short.
So is Tom Cruise, but they work around it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of people. I mean, Tom Cruise, you know, they zoom that camera in on him.
Yeah, but I get tired of seeing camera angles where Tom Cruise is talking face to face with people, and you're like, why is his waist right below their ribs?
Yeah.
I'm voting for Simon Pegg.
That would be more of a Get Smart than a James Bond.
I can't think of any Englishman. Pierce Bronson? Not Pierce Bronson, Pierce Morgan. I don't carry a gun.
If all the English people can come over here and play all of our American actors, why's it got to be an English actor? They can do English accent.
I was going to say, it always did freak me out how those guys can do that. Because it's horrible hearing American actors try to do an English accent and they just tear it up, like Kevin Costner in Robin Hood, where he tries to do like a light, like shitty accent, but they got Colin Farrell, or what's his name? Well, not Farrell. What's the guy? From True Detective, the Irish guy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But that dude can do
remember, Colin. It's not fair. Oh shit.
He can do like a hillbilly, West, kind of like a Southern accent. He can do like a New York style accent, all kinds of shit.
I hate Colin Farrell.
Yeah. Well, that's him. There you go. So, and but yet, he's Irish.
Moonfood just put his vote out there. If you click on that link.
I've seen that guy.
He's been. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's been in several movies.
Okay. Now this is giving me a thought here. Who's that dude? That guy Vinny, the guy who plays a hard ass in all those movies. The ex-soccer player, the soccer hooligan guy.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, that dude would be a badass James Bond. He played Juggernaut in the X-Men.
Oh, okay.
He picked the wrong guy to play hide and seek with.
Going through the walls.
That's the only guy.
I didn't know you were talking about the guy who played Juggernaut. I thought you were talking about the guy that played Mad Max.
No, that guy Tom Hardy, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I thought that's who you were talking about there for a minute.
No. I think that dude's bi too, so. But then again, they say Daniel Craig's supposed to be is lighting the loafers.
Why would I give a fuck who an actor sleeps with? I don't care about their character they're playing.
It's just the history of James Bond.
Well, the thing with James Bond isn't that he's a guy from 2015, so.
It's like saying a guy playing John Wayne. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, I can't think of too many English actors that go out there right now. Shit. I'm surprised. Is there any storyline? Do you know, Yankee, why Anthony Hopkins was never, or did he pass on any roles, or being such a famous actor out of England?
What role?
Anthony Hopkins.
What role?
In his prime, or not in his prime, when he was younger, not playing James Bond or not getting offered James Bond.
I've never thought Anthony Hopkins would be suitable for James Bond.
I never thought he'd be as agile as they claim he was in Hannibal. It's this fucking, crazy guy that had all kinds of fucking killing skills. I was never a big Pierce Brosnan fan. I thought he was alright. Timothy Dalton was horrible. But that would be cool, huh? If the first black James Bond.
So you have a problem with if the actor is bisexual because you don't think that follows the character of James Bond or the history of James Bond, but you're okay with it being a black guy.
No, I was being a smartass, but I just see the way the media or people push things to happen. It's like Ben Affleck playing Batman. No, it's like, whatever. He's a decent actor, but Batman, nah. You going to keep the Batman series going with different actors popping
Yeah,
in?
probably.
Yeah.
That's just another one of those series that they have to completely reinvent just to keep it going.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, same with 007. I mean, I think 007 just needs to end. At least with Batman, you have, the suit and stuff that, John Wayne or whoever plays that, or John Wayne, jeez, whoever plays that, Bruce Wayne really shouldn't be a big part of the movie.
Well, I think I can kind of. This is a whole different genre of movies, but I remember when Jared Leto did that role in what was that movie? Dallas, the Dallas Buyers Clubs or whatever it was. That one about the people getting AIDS and selling all those pills to people to help them get better. And a lot of the gay community was pissed off they didn't have a real gay person, a real transgender person playing Jared Leto's role. And it was an insult to them. Well, he's an actor. He acts.
Pretty much. It doesn't matter. They act. Who cares? They're there for entertainment. That's it. They're not there to, be the end-all, be-all for that. They're doing a job. Don't blame the actor for it. If you're going to do anything, blame the people and the person who casted him.
Yeah, finally found speed loaders that work with my Chiappa.
Really?
Yeah, it's the ones for the single six. The ones that fit the Colts and the Ruger single six and speed six fit the Chiappa.
Are those 6-shooters or 5?
6. 6. Because all the other speed loaders I have are all 5 shots, and the one 6-shot one I have is for a Smith & Wesson and does not fit my Chiappa.
I like to shoot one of those. Check them out. Never gotten to shoot one. And the reports have been pretty good on them.
Hey, what caliber was that for the Chiappa?
Was that 357?
They make it. Don't they make it in 40s Smith & Wesson too?
I'll tell you what brand speed loader I got for the J-frame, and they actually make one for specifically for the Chiappa Rhino.
I think Yankee left in his chair is just sitting there.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't remember the old chats where there's this guy, the Yankees chair?
Oh, yeah, and someone actually put their picture of that and signed in and just was, dead in the entire chat. That's funny.
Like,
that was actually great.
It's like, you guys are going to start complaining. At least you're not me. You know what this fucking old man does to this chair?
Yeah. And he signed in as Yankees chair.
Yeah, watermelon farts all day.
And I got me some fresh ammo too, so I get a some fresh ammo.
Have you looked at Yankee into those low grips?
What?
Loke grips are like a competitor now for VZ, but they're about half the price for 1911s and CZs.
Who are you talking about? I couldn't hear what you said.
Loke grips, L-O-K.
Never heard of them.
They're a competitor for VZ. I mean, if you look at them, man, they're pretty much dead on with what VZ makes.
Yeah.
But they're half the price for like $40 or instead of 70 something. And he makes them for CZ and for 1911s.
I have never tried them, but I've always been of the mindset that you often get what you pay for with stuff like that. So.
I agree. I think BZ just had the market cornered when they came out, and I don't think anybody dared to, or could compete with them at their level. But I guess somebody stepped up, and there's a lot of good reports about them on videos that, and that's people saying like this is good enough. They're just saying it's pretty dead on. I'm be interested to get a pair down the road. I don't have a CZ, but for 1911.
There we go, all loaded up with my new command, so ready to go.
So Yankee, do you even have a 1911?
Yeah, got a few of them.
I just never seen you bring one out.
Oops, shit.
You still got that Raptor?
Huh?
You still have that Raptor?
No, I don't actually. Wait, Raptor. Oh, you mean my Kimber? Yeah, the Pro Raptor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to pick up that Titanics off you when you got rid of it. I had the cash, man. That was an awesome pistol you had.
See, fits perfectly.
Oh, okay. That's what I meant by speed loader, because I usually use strips.
I usually use strips too, but I'm thinking of switching to the... Only because it's just a little bit faster. I like strips though, because with strips you can top off easier.
Right, that's what I like about it.
If you're firing 2 rounds to get the cover, and then you get the cover, you can just remove those those spent rounds and just top up with a strip. You can always just eject all 6 into your hand, keep the good ones, and reload completely again with a speed loader too.
Have you seen those Kydex strip wallets for that these little wallets go around the strip, and you put them in there, it just kind of gives a hard shell around them. You pop them out. I forget Hellbent Holsters makes them.
That's what I usually use right there. I just ordered 2 more of them, so I'd have a couple extra sitting around.
Yeah, that's what I use for my LCR. And something that's cool is whenever they're loaded, get my video going here. When they're loaded, they're kind of bowed because of the rim, so it makes it real easy to load into your cylinders.
Yeah, I just load them 2 at a time. They load 2 at a time, just like slap, slap, slap.
Yep.
You can get pretty quick with them if you want to practice with them. It doesn't take much practice to get fast with them. I always carry, even when I carry a 5-shot revolver, though, I still carry the 6-shot strip because it never hurts to have an extra round.
True. Yeah, I just got 5 because that's the gun I carry.
Yeah. And plus, I don't want to go around and buy 5 ones, and I already have a bunch of 6s. So.
Very true. Well, this was with my first revolver, so
I carry them in a little. I've got this little pouch right here that goes over the belt. You just slide this back up under your belt, and then it hops around over them. And you keep
that's
2 speed strips in there.
all right. Yeah, I just usually keep one of these or a couple of these in my pocket.
Yeah, they can go in a pocket easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of switching to 2 of these. It's still much smaller than a magazine.
Mm-hmm.
Carrying 2 little pouch is much smaller than a magazine.
The only bad thing about having these in your pocket is I've had in my key ring get around one of these rounds, and I pull out my keys, and whoop, out goes a speed strip. But, oh well. These are made by Quick Strip. They're called Quick Strip. Toughproducts.com. They're pretty good. I like them.
Knocked it off there, dude.
Yeah, when I bought my J-frame, I had a real big problem with the HKS speed loader getting caught up on the grip. So I went and found a smaller diameter speed loader that worked out better for me.
Yeah, these ones work perfect with this. I had to research it online to find one that worked with them because my ones for Smith & Wesson don't work with the Chiappa, but this one does. Now they make one specifically for the Chiappa, but it's a heavier one because it's all aluminum and it's like $40. Well, I think it was $25. These are like $7.
Damn.
Now I didn't want to spend $25 a piece for 2 speed loaders. I can get 2 of them for $14. I don't care if the speed loaders are pretty. No one ever sees them. Where's my fucking? I just ordered a little pouch for them, and I think my cat got it.
Yeah, I went out and got those $22 ones.
My cat got the damn speed loader pouch.
About that new Walther 45 BPX. It's very on par with the 9mm, same trigger, really good trigger, but 13 round, 45 ACP.
Oh, 45 ACP is still around?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Just messing with you.
Automatic Colt pistol. Auto Colt pistol.
I got a couple of these ones. These are cool speed loaders. I paid more for those. They're cool, but they're the zombie speed loaders. Zombie Max.
I use those old, what are they called, KLM or speed loaders I have for my 19-3.
I need a different speed load. I need another pouch from the speed loaders because I don't like this pouch. It slides over your belt. I like the ones where they have the little back straps come up over, and you don't have to have your belt off to put it on. You can just pull it over your belt.
I would like to find something like that.
See, this one you got to slide. You got to put this one on your belt while you got your belt off. It's just got the little flap back here. I like the ones where this part is attached down here, and you just stick it up behind your belt and flap it over. This is not a very thick material, though, so it should be easy to carry it. That's still way smaller than carrying an extra magazine. Because I can't ever bring myself to carry an extra magazine. It's just a pain in the ass.
Is that a kitty got in the background? Running around there? What is that?
Where?
Up there on the left there?
Where I'm at?
Yeah, there's something in the background there, it's like moving.
Right there?
Yeah.
It's a cat.
Ah, I think it's a kitty, yeah.
Yeah, she likes to lay on my table for my tabletop reviews.
That new cat?
So I can't leave anything out there because she gets up there and randomly decides which things need to be in the floor.
Isn't that all cats do that?
Say all those cat videos on YouTube or Facebook, cats are assholes. They're just fucking knocking shit off the top of tables.
She'll get up there and stare right at me, and I'll be like, "Don't knock that off," and she'll stare at me, not take her eyes off me as she reaches over with her paw and shoves something into the floor.
Yep. Cats are assholes.
I found out the other day that my magazines for the P220 fit perfectly into my old Benchmade case.
Are they not supposed to?
No, I just did a folding knife. I just picked up the case. I'm like, hey, I wonder if it fits, and it seems to fit just perfectly. Doesn't quite fit into a Leatherman case, though. I can't get the flap closed.
Hey, my wife wants to show off her new pumpkins. Anyone want to see?
Oh, yes.
Not your wife pumpkin.
She grew them herself at the school.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking.
That's not what I was thinking you were going to show us.
Yeah.
Of course, your wife's Asian, so they wouldn't be pumpkins. They would be like plums.
Oh, now she's listening.
Now he's getting scolded. There you go, Yankees.
I'm surprised that they would even be the size of plums.
There are some Asian women gifted with breast.
I think they're not all Asian then.
It's rarity. It's rare, but I was like, damn, I don't see some pumpkins. Hell yeah, pumpkin patch.
Yep, he got drug off camera. He's probably being beaten right now.
It's not the face, baby, not the face. You come back. Yeah, I gotta go.
No, she won't get him in the face. Little Asian ladies are like chimpanzees. They go for your groin.
I'm not the one who said bad things. Y'all were. Be quiet. I don't mute y'all.
No, we weren't saying bad things. We were just having high expectations of your comments. There you go.
And we were having fun at your wife's expense.
There you go.
Which is all good because, you know, she doesn't know us, so she can't hit us.
Put a curse on you.
Only if I believe in it. Which I don't, so. In Miss Nathan's Armory, we don't mean any trouble. We're just messing around.
Around that time I started this, moved back to San Antonio in '98, late '98, and like my third day on the job, I was a manager for this company, and this Sprint representative comes by, Sprint Wireless, and man, she's like a 9. I'm like, whoa. And hey, I have something I need to give you, but I can't show. I have to give it to you out in the office in the back. I'm like, okay, sure, let's do this. Let's go in the back. And I'm thinking like, damn man, my employers are fucking awesome, you know. Got me a stripper and the third day on the job. Hell yeah, let's go out back. And then we get in the back. She's like, okay, well let me show you what I'm talking about. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I relax, and she pulls like a pin, these stupid little cheesy fucking Sprint pins and shit out of the backpack. I'm like, oh, I didn't want them to see it because I don't want them to get upset if I just gave this to you. I'm like, are you supposed to get naked? What kind of shit is this?
That would have been your third and last day on the job.
They're all getting write-ups right now, I'll tell you. Yeah. And then that was the most worthless person I had to work with as far as on her part of helping us out with our needs. She was completely worthless, thinking that we were just going to all sit there and do whatever the hell she wanted because she was fucking hot as shit.
Well, she probably didn't have to work that much in her life before that job.
Yeah, they ended up firing her because supposedly they caught her tanning on the job. You hear people sleeping on the job, not tanning on the job. On the tanning beds and getting done up on the clock. And you guys got any movies you're gonna see during the vacation time?
No, I very seldom watch movies at movie theaters anymore.
Well, the only movie I'm thinking about checking out is that Creed movie, which I know I'll probably be disappointed when I watch it. The new Rocky, extension, if you will.
Rocky 17.
Or spin-off. It's Creed, Apollo Creed's illegitimate kid or whatever.
His son, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the only movie. It comes out tomorrow. I can't think.
Then of course the third episode or fourth or whatever of the Mockingjay or whatever it's called is out.
Hunger Games, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen I caught up with the videos, and they're not bad, but they're not at all like, wow, what did I do before I saw this movie kind of shit, you know, or was I?
I never watch a movie and go, oh my god, that just changed my life.
I checked them out of boredom because they're so popular to see if they had any value whatsoever. I mean, I've heard of people say how they never watch a Star Wars movie, never will, because it's stupid and childish. But I was like, yeah, man, those are classics,
Pretty much.
All right, I got to take these to the range to see if I like them. They were out of my 158 grain Hornady, so I had to get the Hornady Critical Defense 125 grain.
For my, was it 357 or 38?
357.
Because of my defense, I use that Critical Duty, I think it is, 110 grain for my 38.
For longer distances, but for closer up, I prefer the Critical Defense.
Yeah, I got those, and then I also have some Remington 158 Hydra shocks.
See,
go ahead.
That's what I usually shoot. It's the 158 grain, but they didn't have any 158 grain at all. No double tap, no buffalo bore, no Hornady, no Corbon, no nothing. I had to get Hornady 125 grain.
Yeah, it's going to be shooting those 158 grains out of a LCR. After a couple cylinders, your hand starts to realize it.
Oh yeah.
I tried the Critical Defense and the Hydra Shocks out of the 642, and with the Hydra Shocks, I was all over the map. The Critical Defense, I chewed out the bullseye, no problem. So,
was that 125 grain or 158 grain?
I want to say the Critical Defense was...
If it's Critical Defense, it's 125. I think they call it something else when it's 158 grain.
I thought it was 115. It was 38 special, not 357.
Oh, yeah.
They make 110.
It might be 110. It was around 110, 115, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so that's the 38 special I use over here. I have the 100.
That's what this is.
Over here, 38 special.
Yeah, I would say the Hydra Shocks were a bit heavier, but yeah, I was just all over the map with those rounds. I wouldn't put them back in.
Yeah, these are my Hydra Shocks. It's 357, and that's 38s.
That's the way I am with buffalo bore and 10 millimeter. I can't shoot it straight to save my fucking life.
Although Hydra Shocks in the 45, I love them. They work great.
Buffalo bore and 10 millimeter and a lightweight gun is not. It's just I can't shoot the damn thing straight to save my life.
That just sounds painful.
I'll stick to my 357 Magnum.
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight? I guess you're all dead, so that'd be bad.
So when I said I had a couple hundred, I think I might have been off. Got this many I got to slow fire through, because probably like 4 or 5 in here don't have powder.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'll take it out and nice slow fire. No, because the between the cases and the bullet, it could be 5, 6, 7 grains difference, and I only put 5.5 grains into each one of powder. So, oh well, that just means I'll be shooting for groups tomorrow. I need to practice at doing that anyway.
I almost never shoot for groups. I mean, only when I'm testing a firearm, like for 5 minutes, I'll shoot for a group just to show an example of what group I can get with it. But I very seldomly ever shoot for groups.
Same here, but I don't feel like pulling all of these bullets to look for a couple, so I'm just going to shoot them. Might as well have fun with them instead of pulling them all and then ruining and then wasting the powder, because you know, once you pull the bullets, I don't reuse the powder.
Why not?
Because the kinetic hammer I have I use it for whatever powder, and I don't want to get some cross contamination. It probably won't matter, but I just don't like to do it.
Okay, that makes sense. I was curious.
Yeah. I mean, I know people who do. I just don't.
Yeah, I probably would, but I don't reload at the moment, so it doesn't really matter.
Which, I mean, if you think about it, the amount of powder in this is probably less than $5. So, because the powder I get is about $20 a pound, and I'll do 1,200 rounds. So, there's, I mean, you know, this may be 300 rounds. So, oh well.
So I kind of missed it earlier. How do you know that you're missing powder out of some of them?
Well, I was loading over the weekend, and I went ahead and I ordered a bullet feeder for my press. And I was loading over the weekend, and you know, just by hand, and all those are good. And I should have taken them off the press, I know, out of the container that all my rounds fall into, and so, you know, make sure they're all good. But as I set up my press with the powder or with bullet feeder, it uses an extra spot on my press, so I had to combine my powder measure and my neck expander into one. And whenever you do that, you have to swap out some parts on my powder drop. So I went ahead and I did that, and as everything was coming through, I was so worried about getting the bullet on there, I wasn't looking at my powder, and my powder measure got stuck in the up position, so it wasn't feeding powder into some of them. And by the time I noticed it, I mean, as soon as I noticed it, I stopped loading. But then I don't know how many I did like that. And I did grab a handful, and I pulled a couple of them. And I did pull one that didn't have any powder in it. So I'm just gonna fire those slowly. And knowing that, hey, there's gonna be a couple duds in there, so I'll take my brass rod, which is always in my bag, and I'll just bang it out if I need it. I mean, it won't cycle or anything, so. And I could shoot them fast, and whenever I get a squib, it just won't cycle. There's not going to be enough pressure for the thing to cycle, so. But I'm not going to take that chance of shooting fast and then maybe have a half a charge in it and have enough to cycle, and then put another round down and blow my gun up. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Nope. So I'll go ahead and shoot them nice and slow. Shoot for groups. Shoot distance. Where I go, they have a plate rack, and I can get out about 35, 40 yards for an 8-inch plate rack. So I'll go out and do that for a little bit. I'll have to take some more rope with me. So
That's I was shooting my buddy's 22. It was like a bolt action rifle, and I had one that it didn't quite sound right, didn't quite feel right, and I actually I shot and it was kind of delayed. I actually heard the bullet hit the log, I heard the thud. I'm like, that was a little too slow. So that's the closest I've come to a squib load. So I stopped and checked everything, and nothing was in the barrel. It was all good, but
I had
all the difference between the two. I don't know. It must have just been a bad round or whatever.
There was one time before I took my primer tube, the primer system off this press. There's one time I had a case that didn't have a primer in it, and went through my gun, and of course it didn't go off because there's no primer. So I did the whole tap rack, and whenever I did that, the bullet was a little long and caught the grooves of the rifling. So whenever I racked the slide, it pulled the case off of the projectile, and it went to feed another one, and the slide wouldn't go because it was bullet on bullet. So I tapped the rack 2 or 3 times. I was like, what the hell? And I looked down there, and I saw a whole bunch of, a lot of loose powder there, and I was like, what the hell? And then I saw that bullet sitting right there at the end of the chamber. So I knocked that out and just kept going. But it's the only issue I've had. I have seen 2 guns blow up because of squibs. This one guy, he had a 40, and he had a squib or half charge or whatever, and it went down about 2/3 his barrel, and then he put another 40 behind it, and the second one pushed the first one out of the barrel, but it also opened his barrel up in a nice 4 even positions. It opened it up pretty nice. So
that's my big concern about getting into reloading.
Really, just when we first start, just be extremely cautious. I have a lockout die. I just didn't put it on there because I've never had issues with that powder measure. So I was trusting it, and then I shouldn't have trusted it because I just didn't make changes to it. So I shouldn't have done it. It was a mistake, a rookie mistake that shouldn't have happened. But we're all human. So I have my powder check die, my lockout die set up. Basically, what it does, if it has too much or too little powder, it will lock my press up, so I can't continue. So.
It looks like DB's out the chat again, so I want to ask him. See if I can cover this.
I think you can send them private chats now.
Let's see.
Links.
Does that look like your address, DB? I'm covering up the vast majority of it, so I'm not giving away any information. The one that came returned to sender because it's undeliverable. See if he saw that.
Let's see. He should be responding in about 30 more seconds.
Yeah. I'm not sure how long the delay is here.
G-Webs is saying no. Oh, pause play for Smeggy's AK chat.
Yeah, I think they were talking about the AK chat. Someone out there tell DB that the youth hostel address that he gave me for his patches came back in the mail today. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Well, that's probably because no one knows where DB went. He took that money and ran, man.
He's in the chat.
Pretty sure that's him. The initials are DB. Lives in Atlanta. He's probably not even watching the live chat.
Yeah, I say you can send him a message on gun channels.
I'm not that into it.
Oh.
I'm not that invested in the whole thing.
Then fuck him. Send it to me.
I threw a message out there in chat. He hasn't responded.
I like that. The crack house address didn't work.
Hey, Smeggy, you there?
Yep.
I'm working on your mag carrier now. Ain't much to look at the moment, but it's a work in progress.
Oh, awesome.
I already got your holster hanging and drying in the garage. It's got to dry before I can dye it.
Okay, cool, man.
Sewn, fitted, the dummy guns in it, the thumb brakes over the top. I still got to add the thumb brake snap, make it black, and then seal it. So it may be ready to ship Friday, but it might be Saturday. But it's going well. I mean, it's already done. Pretty much. I mean, once I get it all stitched together and the gun fits in it, then I'm like home free.
All right, cool. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't really a rush anyway, so I appreciate you jumping on it.
I wore the one you sent me in my Every Second Matters video about IKEA, and everyone said, that holster's making me hungry. It's the same color as a pancake.
Well, you're the one who wanted that color. See, Smeggy's, he knows what it's all about. He's ordering his black.
I got enough black holsters. The embossing shows up better on the lighter colored holster.
I know. Yeah.
But that video actually got seen, so a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I've had actually a couple of people hit me up. They haven't really purchased, but they were like, we want to, and we're all broke and stuff. So apparently, Yankee, you have a bunch of broke followers. So we'll just see how it works out.
Well, yeah, all of his followers are like 13 also. Remember all the ones that joined gun channels right after he made that video?
I don't know what it is with 17-year-olds that like my videos.
Maybe you're about on the same level as them. Maybe
You have the same maturity level.
No, they're more mature.
I'm taller than those 17-year-olds.
But yeah, I really appreciate the video, Yankee. Just
I don't know why I'm so popular with 17-year-olds, because my son is 17. He thinks I'm annoying.
I was about to say, yeah. I mean, you're not popular with your own 17-year-old. Only every other 17-year-old.
In fact, he told me tonight at the mall, "Why do you always have to be so annoying?"
Because that's your damn job.
Because I'm your father, and that's my job.
I was pinching his cheeks as we were going up the escalator. I was like, "Who's got pinchable cheeks? Who's got pinchable cheeks? Why do you got to be so annoying?"
That's not annoying. That's just plain mean and torturous. Which I agree with. I like that.
He's got pinchable cheeks. He's got the cutest little pinchable cheeks.
This is my son, little dimple face. Are you the girl he likes?
He won't tell me about his girlfriends.
I'm bigger than a plum.
Honey, I have it on talk. They can hear you. She took offense at the plum comment. You're all going to die. I forgot to tell you, she's actually a real ninja.
We're just glad that she exists.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I hope I don't die.
Oh, you have to spare Smeggy. He's a paying customer, and he wasn't there for the comment.
Okay.
He said she would spare these, Smiggy.
Hey, look at these cheeks and tell me you could not pinch those.
Actually,
Looks just like it.
actually, since he's 17, I would not do that.
These are pinchable cheeks. Those are cute little pinchable cheeks. That's his geek moment. He's wearing his Naruto headband. We were cleaning out the garage and he found his Naruto headband, so I made him put it on for a picture. Remember, he bothered the hell out of me for that headband when he was like 12 years old.
Catch has a pretty good comment out there in the chat talking about DB's address. Just saying, just send it to Hillary. She'll get it to him.
Yeah, that wasn't funny. Just messing. How it's made.
Yay, the gun I ordered will be here Friday. Would have been here fucking Thursday if it wasn't for that stupid holiday.
What'd you order?
I'm not telling. Secret.
Well, son of a bitch.
What I ordered with the money from the H&K P30 SK that I sold.
Yeah, every time I look into buying a new gun, it always turns into, between H&K and SIG, and it always seems to turn out that the SIG edges over the H&K for some odd reason.
Mainly because the SIGs aren't polymer. At least most of them aren't.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it. I know that when I bought my P220, It was because I ran across that article that they had put 10,000 rounds out of the P220 in one day. So
I've tried to get on the polymer bandwagon and tried to be okay with it for a while, tried to seem younger and hipper, but I just can't get on the polymer bandwagon.
you know, I've actually fired my SIG with just my thumb and index finger. I mean, all the other fingers were stretched out straight, and it still chambered the next round.
Just not a fan of polymer. I mean, I see why it's good for, but it's not for me.
That H&K does feel nice, though.
Oh yeah, it's extremely comfortable. Probably the best subcompact polymer gun I've ever shot in my life, but it's still a subcompact polymer gun.
I've never touched the SK, but the P30, I just really love the feel of it.
Wait, that's not. Don't go with that. This one.
I want an investment plan focused on my needs, not on fees. So what do I do with my money?
iShares core funds can help strengthen your portfolio. They are low cost, tax efficient, and diversified, so they can help you keep more of what you earn. iShares by BlackRock, trusted to manage more money than any other investment firm in the world. Call 1-800-iShares for a prospectus, which includes investment objectives, risk, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully.
What was that?
Commercial. Nathan, I drop a link to the side chat.
All right, I got to head to the grocery store. If anybody sees DB Cooper, tell him he's shit out of luck because his patches came back.
Cool. Thanks, Mika. I'll watch that video a little bit later. That's not the original video I saw him make because he made one for the Glock. That's a different style of holster.
Yes.
Dude, I get all sorts of crazy requests.
And the price range is about twice as much as you are.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, he's made a name for himself. He's been doing this his entire adult life. So if people, he's making enough to sell them all. So
Yes.
his price point is correct.
20 or 30 plus years.
Yeah.
Yes, but it was nice to see his factory is his garage.
Yeah.
And all those machines, they are modified tools for the job. So he have made or somebody has made those tools for him over the centuries, decades, maybe.
Well, actually, most of the tools I've seen him use when he shows how he makes holsters, I have all those now.
Mm.
I mean, I have, for instance, this right here. This is a special punch. Does extra big belt loop slots, and I mean, you can't see it, but I literally have about 100 tools at my disposal here.
Yes.
So, maybe not 100. Well, maybe. You count all the screwdrivers and other things.
Mm.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff.
One nice touch was he punched the name of the weapon or numbers or something like that. If it was a Glock, so he punched what Glock that was, or if it was SIG holster, so he stamped for what SIG that was. So and the point was
I'll have to watch and see what he does, because I mean, I can start doing that too on the back.
Yes,
I have number stamps and letter stamps.
Yes, the point was there that his holsters, they are, somebody bought his holsters maybe 20 years ago and sold it to somebody, and somebody sold that to another guy, and there are maybe plenty of different owners, and then they don't know what was the gun, which was what was the gun to which that holster was made. So he stamped something to the holster that the future owner won't know that it's right for his or her gun.
Thank you, Mika. I'll check it out. I appreciate you finding it for me. Because yeah, he's the main person on YouTube that I watch make holsters and that I have learned his techniques from. I've seen other people make holsters, but he by far does it in a very good way, like very skilled. The other people, they're pretty good, but he is a master.
Mm. And he's making that for a living, so he may be doing 30 holsters per day.
I don't know how many he can make per day. I wouldn't think it would be 30 because it is a time-intensive, laborious process. But if he's doing the same thing in days,
but all the tools which he have, like the look at video and you can see how fast.
I'll watch it.
Different.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Because he have invested tools.
I can't get over his voice. He's really skinny and super tall, and he's got like the deepest voice ever. I mean, he's not James Earl Jones, but
America.
Yeah, he's like, I like to. Herman Munster would be the best thing I could compare him to, like a deep voice. Like he's like, oh yes, I like to make these holsters. You know.
Mm. he is American man. And my holster is about half an hour ride from where I'm living. I know where my holster is, but I can't get it because that postal strike.
That sucks, man.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I mean, that. Hey, guess what? It's going to be a Christmas present. That's probably what's going to happen. You know the government has to cave before Christmas rush.
This Christmas or next Christmas?
Nah, they can't let Christmas presents not be delivered. They're going to cave.
Well, you guys celebrate metric Christmas, right? So you got another couple of months?
We have only 10 months per year.
Yeah, but there's 100 days in a month, so...
This is the last month of this year.
Mika, is that because you only do 10 months instead of 12 because you hibernate for 2 of them because it's too damn cold?
The whole country is shut down for 2 months. So we need only 10 months because those 2 months there is nothing happening. All the people go to sleep and
Well, it's got to be too cold to go out and work.
I'm working from home.
And you still take 2 months off?
Hmm?
And you still take 2 months off?
Yeah, because if you work at home, then you don't need to go out anyway, so you can keep working.
We talked with this same subject yesterday, and first when I started to work from home, I made 8 hours days, but after that I did some shorter days, but I switched to those hours to the evenings and for the weekends. So I still think that I'm doing maybe at least same amount of work which I will do at the office. And you have to understand, if you are at office 8 hours, you are not working 8 hours. You are making maybe maximum of 6.5 hours. So if I'm at home and I'm doing something like 30-something hours per week, I'm okay with myself, and my boss is okay. So maybe tomorrow I'm doing just maybe 4 or 5 hours work, but then next day I'm doing a little bit more, and at the weekend I'm doing something, maybe 1 or 2 hour. It's working. It's working okay for me and at my.
Wow, that sounds like
don't have to worry about you breaking a sweat.
that sounds like a grueling schedule, Mika.
Yeah, I worked 10.5 hours today, and I felt like I was leaving early. But that's just because it's a big project going on. So, once it gets up to full speed, I'll probably be working 12 hours easy.
Everyone else in the world except for, say, the Japanese think Americans are lunatics for working so much.
But are you really working that much, or just you are at office that long? But are you really doing something all the time, or are you just talking with?
I understand your point, Micah, and it is a good one. For some people, you are correct. For other people, it depends on the company or the person. Because there are people that will take advantage of it and do as little as possible.
Hell, there are people that will do more work getting out of work than if they just did whatever they were supposed to do to begin with.
And that too.
I know in a couple of the factories that I've been in, these guys play games with each other. The day shift tries to screw over night shift tries to screw over day shift, and they spend all of their energy and effort not doing anything and trying to make the other guys do it.
The job which I'm doing, the problem is that if I'm the last guy to do, if nobody is doing, then I have to do. So we have we have a team of people, and everybody has some special things to do, and if we are not doing something, then somebody has to do, and I'm one of those guys. The system doesn't work if somebody's not looking those, and I'm the last hope. And I just killed the chat.
No, it's not your fault. I think tonight everyone's just like distracted and doing other stuff.
No, I think it is his fault.
Well,
dang, Dana.
Sometimes you just got to blame somebody.
Dana, you have winter tires over there.
What tires?
Winter.
Winter.
Snow tires.
In the northern states, yes.
But you don't have those.
I don't have them anymore. I used to.
Okay. Are the people in the northern part of your state changing the summer tires to winter tires?
Yeah, they'll change them, or basically they'll change them either October or November, and then they'll change them again maybe March or April.
Yes, that same tire changing show is going on here at the moment. So all the shops which change your tires, they are overbooked. It's same thing every year.
Well, not everybody changes their tires, but you usually end up finding them in a ditch.
Hey, Smeggy, you there?
Yes, sir.
You remember that rectangular piece of leather I had a second ago?
Uh-huh. Oh, damn. That's sexy.
Yeah. So anyway, I gotta let it dry now. I may. It's tighter on one side than the other, so I may the spacer in the middle there between the two, the leather spacer. Once it dries, if it's still tighter on one side than the other, I'll make a new one and I'll adjust it over slightly and get it where they're about even.
Okay.
All right.
That's cool, man. You're really rocking this shit out.
Yeah. Oh, and I never showed you your belt. Your belt's not sealed yet, but it's colored. Okay, so here's your belt. Now here's the deal. I put 10 holes in it, and it's a little longer than the one you told me about because you said you liked extra room. So I just basically put enough holes in it that you'll be able to wear it.
All right, that's cool.
You know what I mean? You told me what your waist size was. You told me how long that belt was. I added 3 inches longer than the belt you told me, and just stuck an extra. Instead of 5 holes, I put 10 in it. So you got lots of room to grow.
Okay, I'll make it work.
Yeah, I just don't want to get another belt return for a paying customer. They're like, yeah, it didn't fit. I'll make it fit.
If it's still too big, then I'll just start eating like more cake and ice cream and stuff. It'll work.
Oh, trust me. How old are you?
31.
Oh, yeah. In 10 years, you're going to be thanking me for the extra 3 or 4 holes.
Yeah, my metabolism will catch up to me sooner or later, but I still eat like shit and drink a bunch of pop, and I'm fine. I used to be even skinnier until I discovered beer. And then I got just a tiny little beer gut when I was like 21, and then that's pretty much stayed the same this whole time for the last 10 years.
Hey, Nathan, you ever go to any craft fairs?
Well, I'm wearing my gun website shirt today.
Did somebody yell something at me while I was in the other room?
Yeah, do you ever go to any craft fairs?
No. Everything I've been done has pretty much been for advertisement to send to friends or for paying customers. So I'm not at the point where I'm actually having enough idle time to just produce holsters that I could take out and just sell it to random people.
Well, you ought to make some stuff up and bring it out to the Peach Festival next year.
Well, that's indeed a possibility. I'm hoping the online business gets to the point where it keeps me working hard and busy, and I don't got to go run around spending hours and days trying to convince people to buy my product. You know?
Right. Yeah. Well, and then it's tough too, because then you have to make, a handful of this type and a handful of that type, and yes.
Well, that's true.
Can you toss a link to your site?
Actually, hold on. Let me just let's see. Google. I keep forgetting to do this because I'm an idiot. Let's see. Okay, there it is at the bottom, sheepdogleather.com. And what's really cool is I got my website buddy to add more holster choices to it, and I also got him to add in a gallery page where I can go in and add more and more pictures as I make more holsters. Because some of the holsters I've made, I don't even offer, typically, because they're one-offs. People are like, well, I want an Alaskan holster. It's like, seriously? Okay, I'll figure it out. And I'm working on that one. I haven't even finished that one yet. But like this one's not offered, but this right here, it's basically just a holster with an extra thick piece of leather on the back, and it's an every second matter holster in maroon for a 3-inch commander size 19 or officer size 1911. It's a commander officer. I was getting confused. But anyway, it's got a thumb brake on it, so now I'm starting to do thumb brakes because so many people want thumb brakes. I didn't realize everyone wanted a thumb brake in the world, but whatever. Smeggy wanted a thumb brake.
Yep, I sure did.
Obviously, someone's young and in shape and thinks they're going to run after someone with their gun on. Fool.
Running away from someone too.
There's a shirt I saw where it's like got a guy jumping in the air like with a karate kick, and there's a fat hillbilly with a 44 Magnum cocked, and it's like, my gun foo is strong.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought about getting it, but I decided not to.
I like it. I saw this picture. It's actually one of my background slideshow pictures, but it's got like the evolution thing, like the monkey and the person, and the last one's a dude with a gun turning around, pointing it at, like the Homo sapien, going, "Stop following me." I just thought it was funny.
No, that's a good point. So, your holster, Smeggy, that I'm making you, I did it because I looked at the gun and everything, and it was actually better to do it in my 1911 style thumb brake design. This is not the particular holster, but yours is just like this one. But yeah, it's a much sleeker look that I developed for the 1911. The other holsters that I typically make for Glocks and things like that aren't quite as sleek as that, but I may change those over because that looks a whole lot better, I think.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
Got good curves. I kind of want to go and take it out of the garage and show it to you, but it's not done yet, so whatever.
Oh, that's okay. I can wait. I'm sure I'll see you around in other chats once it's done.
Well, maybe not, because I'm going out of town tomorrow night and then finishing it up Thursday or Friday. So it may be shipped to you before I'm on a chat Friday night. But we'll see. Who knows? I could get lazy and forgetful. Whatever.
Yeah, and that's fine, because I'm not home to pick it up at the moment anyway, so...
I'm going to take pictures of it when I'm done anyway. Just put them on my gallery page so you'll be able to see it. because it's all black, belt, full rig setup. I wish I'd gotten better pictures of Mika's holster, which was a full rig setup that was maroon, but I didn't. I put it in the box.
Yes, I watched that hashtag sheepdog letter. There is no hits. There is nobody yet posting any pictures or telling anything about sheepdog letter. And I look at hashtag Clocktober, and at hashtag Clocktober there is one of mine pictures who has over 600 likes. So I think.
Do I need to hashtag my website and tweet it or something? I don't know how to do any of that crap. I'm not a 13-year-old girl. What do I do?
Yes, but I mean that when I'm getting that rig, and if it is as good as it seems to be, I hope that I will post, and then there will be at hashtag sheepdog letter. There will be at least one photo, and maybe hope so, maybe hundreds or thousands.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of mine and hashtag it.
So what do your ball gags go for?
What?
What do your ball gags go for?
Oh, Dano, if you come down to get it in person, it's free.
You know, I'm just 30 minutes from there.
I know it's leather, it's not rubber, but I couldn't resist.
Try it on, Dano. Don't know. It doesn't smell like chloroform. It's just clean.
Uh-huh.
I'll be right back.
Man, this is kind of a slow night. I can't think of anything to talk about.
Well, I had pizza earlier, so I'm still sort of in a coma.
Yeah, I went out to dinner with work people, man. We try and go out like to one nice restaurant a week, and then all the other days we're all kind of like on our own, just eating crap or whatever, going to a bar, get a nasty greasy burger or something. But tonight we went to this steak place that was freaking amazing. It was really good.
You are kind of new with handguns, so the practicing at home without any ammo is good. And when I'm watching the Walkers, that TV series but it's Walking Dead. At Walking Dead, I have always my GG at my hand, and I'm
So you're sitting at home shooting zombies, huh?
yes, yes, and
just be sure and clear it first.
yes, but it helps. You can leave your gun to the table, and when the zombies are coming, you are grabbing your weapon and shooting to TV, or you can put that gun anywhere and do different kind of things. But yesterday after the show, there was a pencil at the table, so I put that pencil to the barrel of the gun and cocked the hammer and pressed the I fired that pencil, and it flew at least.
Yeah,
3 meters.
there's a dry fire practice target that you can use with that. Have you seen that? There's like a line across the top, and a series of boxes, and then a zigzag shape, and you put it like on a wall or a door or something, and you stand back just far enough so when you fire, the pencil hits the target, and then you try to make a straight line of dots on the target.
Yeah, that was very funny, and then I tested with the clock, and that pencil won't leave the barrel with the clock. It has to be a hammer fired gun.
My M&P will launch it.
Really?
I guess there's enough inertia.
You have to test it, because
it
was really funny thing that the gun was at the table and there was pencil, and I stoked that and fired, and boom, it flew.
Yeah, mine only moves about maybe an inch, but it moves far enough you can do that pencil drill with it.
Next Walking Dead is coming at Mondays at here. Next time I have to get maybe 50 pencils and shoot those to the TV. But it's good practice to dry fire at home.
Yeah, I thought about getting one of those lasers, but they're a little pricey. But, and who knows how accurate they are. I guess it depends on how well the one I'm looking at, actually it's got a couple of O-rings in it, and you just insert it in your chamber, and then when you fire it paints a dot momentarily, so you can sort of see where you're aiming. But I'd really rather just go to the range, because it's just about 5 minutes from my house. But it's also $18 an hour unless I get there before noon.
What's the name of the range?
It's Lone Star in Weatherford on I-20.
Oh, Weatherford. Okay.
Yeah.
What's their longest distance range there?
I believe it's 65 yards. It's all indoors.
Okay, it's an indoor range. Okay. I know there's a Weatherford range that's outdoor that.
Yeah, that's the Sportsman's Club, and I think it's 25 and 100, I believe. I have to look. I thought about joining it, but it's a little pricey because you got to pay $100 initiation fee and plus first month and all that stuff. But
let me put it this way:
in the long,
I'm a member of a range up in Haltom City. It's after it's $300 to join, but then it's $100 a year, and I can take my kids for free.
Yeah.
That ain't bad. $100 a year, as much as I go.
Well, I'll have to see. I've heard the range out here is pretty crowded. I'm the outdoor range, and I'm just not into that. And plus, I don't know anybody anyway. But and it's outdoors, And I'm lazy, and the indoors like 5 minutes down the road, and sure, it's $11 to $18 depending on what time of day you get there. But no more than I go right now. It's a good start.
G-Webs is going live. His AK-47 Euro channel is going live, and the topic is selling guns. So
Well, he didn't send me an invite.
Just ask, or go to the gunchannels.com and you can send an email, send a private mail at gunchannels.com, or go this AK-47 Guru page and talk with him over there. I think that you know that gunchannels.com.
Or you can just stay here and hang out with us, people who like to talk about guns that are American.
Yeah.
American guns. Okay, AK-47 is Russian.
Nathan, is your range, is it indoor or outdoors?
It's outdoors, but it's a covered range.
Yeah.
So
is it a tactical type, or is it just backstops?
Is it what?
Is it a tactical / training type range, or is it just strictly backstops?
Steel backstops.
Steel back. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not tactical. No,
yeah.
Dude. The average age of a member at my range is like 60.
Oh, I'd fit right in.
It is definitely an old man's range, because I get out there, like some of us younger whippersnappers come out with our big, loud, high-end guns. But I mean, the average guy out there who lives out there is retired and freaking has his Swiss rifle with the Swiss ammo and lays down prone on the ground, and another guy's got 22 lever actions, and they do these turkey shoot competitions. And then you get the occasional fella out there that has some higher end equipment, nice stuff. I mean, trust me, nobody out there has crappy equipment, but you got everything from muzzle loaders to 22 sniper rifle type things for like up close competition stuff, to competition pistol guys that shoot a certain way. And it's just it's a good mix. But I'm not out of place. It's just the one thing I always try to do is I try to get away from them when I bring out one of my loud guns with the muzzle brakes. I back off to the far side of the range where the 200-yard mark is. We got a guy out there, shoots competition M1 Garand. He's been the national champ for 5 years now. At 200 plus yards with an M1 Garand, shooting open sights. He is a good open sight shooter.
I saw a guy on YouTube a couple of nights ago hit a milk jug at a mile with K31 open sights.
If you practice enough, that's possible, yeah.
Well, of course, it probably took him 20 rounds too, but
Yeah, this old boy we got down in our range, he can shoot. It's a timed event, certain number of shots per time, all open sight. He's a good shooter. He's actually middle aged. He's only probably about 45. He's not one of them old fogies like the rest of them. He's a whippersnapper.
I wish I was about 45.
Nathan, can you remember how long was that belt which you sent to me?
How long
Because
was
there was some problems to measure that belt length, and you made a video about problems with how the customers are maybe saying that they are very thin and
I tried your belt on. It fits me just fine with a couple extra notches, so you'll be fine.
Okay.
We're both big boys, so it fit me and still had, I think, 3 or 4 inches to go. So
okay. Okay, so I have to take off about 10 inches off the belt.
Yeah. Anyway, but if the belt is too small, I will send you another one at no charge, and I'll pay for the shipping. Okay? But I don't think it's going to be a problem. You gave me enough information for me to have it fit you on the high or the low end.
Okay. Yes, and I think that my son will need also belt. So if that's too small to me, then he can wear it. He can use it. The odd thing that I have original Glock safety holster, and it needs 2-inch wide belt. I think it's policy. Maybe policies are using very big belts. That holster won't work with belt which is under than 2 inches. And again I kill the chat.
I made one too many holes in the stitch, and I'm trying to stuff a tiny piece of leather into it to fill the hole up. So pardon me for a second. It's like if you try to put a cork in a wine bottle, except if the wine bottle was made for a Smurf or something. Woohoo! I'm the king. I got the plug-in. This hole's the diameter of a toothpick. And one of my punches will punch holes a little smaller than that, or a little bigger than that, and it'll kick out little chunks of round leather as you punch holes. So, yeah, that's nice. That'll work. Blemish correction. Yay! Holster saved.
Oh, dang. I was hoping I could get a deal on a blemish.
You see do you see down there at the bottom?
In the corner?
Yeah, in the little corner there where the little circle is?
Yeah.
That's a little piece of leather I stuffed in the hole. And then you can't see it. Oh, there's the light. Look at my spotting. This is a holster. Don't make me kick you into a pit. Did any of y'all ever see that really stupid movie they made, like a comic movie of it, where they're making fun of 300?
Meet the Spartans?
Yeah, that was so stupid, but it was funny. I like the guy. The guy who played it played the guy with the flaming sword after that in Comedy Central. Like Drool Drago and the Flaming Sword or something stupid.
Any Monty Python fans?
Oh, at one time I could remember Monty Python.
I'm sorry, what Monty Python are you referring to?
Holy Grail.
It's just a scratch.
Will you join me? No. Make me sad. I should leave you now. You shall not pass. What?
Remember the scene when they were walking up to that castle and then the Frenchman starts taunting them?
Considering the stage of my life when I watched Monty Python, I don't remember any of it.
What is your request? What is your favorite color? Blue. No, wait, green. Ah.
Anyways, I was in Scotland last year, and we went up to, I want to say, Stirling Castle in Edinburgh. And the guy at the ticket booth, he mentioned Dune Castle. And I was like, what's Dune Castle? I've never heard of it. He's like, well, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, that's where they filmed most of the movie. He said, you should go check it out. It's just a few miles down the road. So yeah, I've actually been to that castle.
Did you find any killer rabbits?
Nope, no killer rabbits.
Where is it? Is it behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit. What? You silly bugger! You almost had me wrapping my greaves.
We were out there running PT in backwoods in Georgia, and I was running with my supervisor, and some little bunny jumped out of the bushes and he shrieked like a little girl. And after that, of course, we plastered his whole desk with pictures of that bunny.
It seems that if you join the army, you can see the world.
Oh, you see all parts of the world. Some parts of the world you'd rather not remember.
Okay, Jeebus is alive right now.
That's terrific. So, yeah, one of the problems with joining the army and seeing the world is the fact that they, instead of back in the day, think about the progression here. World War II, you get to send to France or Japan. Lots of soldiers came back with hot wives. You get sent to Korea, some came back with Korean wives, right? Nice Korean wives. Then you get sent to Vietnam, plenty of prostitutes, nice Vietnamese wives, and then this current war that sucks so horribly, nothing but raghead women. I mean, you know, not raghead. What is it called? Where they wear the face coverings. Oh, what's it called? Burqa. Yeah, burqa women. Yeah, that's so sad. I feel so bad for our boys. They don't see any hot chicks.
Well, Germany is the gateway to Japan. The gateway to Afghanistan. So everybody goes.
I have talked to some soldiers though who have told me that nowadays there are American and other like women from other countries that they're stationed nearby are with. So it's not total loss. Yeah.
Well, I've spent plenty of time in Afghanistan, but I've also spent 4 years in Japan and 5 years in Germany. So. If you hang around long enough, you get to go to those nice places.
I feel so inadequate having hung out on the north side in Fort Worth.
Say what?
Said I feel so inadequate having hung out in the north side on Fort Worth. In Fort Worth. Yeah.
So where do you live?
Stockyards. Stockyards.
Oh, you live in Stockyards? Okay, cool. I'm up near Keller.
Yeah, I hadn't been there in years. I mean the Stockyards.
Huh. Yeah, Stockyards are nice.
That was my haunt.
They're going on right now, Stock Show and Rodeo, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
My manager was talking about taking her family from Kansas to the Stockyards on Friday. Not that I really keep up with it. I mean, I occasionally go to the Stock Show and Rodeo, but maybe once every 2 or 3 years, just to walk around, see the critters, all that stuff.
I hadn't done that in a long time either, but I wasn't really country. I had friends that were musicians, and they all played on the over in the Stockyards, so that's sort of where we hung out.
That's cool.
But that was a couple decades ago. Actually, more than a couple.
Well, we go down near the Stockyards to go to the Fort Worth Children's Museum a whole lot. We had season passes for a couple of years. Kids love it. Nothing like a little few dinosaurs to keep the kids entertained for an afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Good, affordable family fun.
Yeah, back in our, quote, recreational days, we used to go there frequently to the laser light show.
Laser light? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, one I went to, and trust me, I went well armed, Chinese Lantern Festival over in Dallas.
Oh, yeah?
Went to that a year or so ago, and man, they had a detour to get back to 35 that went through, I don't know what the correct term is. Oh, yeah, now I remember. The ghetto. I mean, we're talking about a place where you drive through, and there are people who have these old houses that have porches. And every 5th or 6th house, there's a group of men hanging out in the front lawn on the porch. And here's the other thing. The front
and on
lawn,
street corners.
And on street corners. Hold on. The front lawns, guess what they are? Dirt.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Dirt. Not even grass.
Now, we're just
dirt.
This in Dallas County, like Oak Cliff area?
Yeah. Oak Cliff area, yeah. So we're driving along, and I'm just sitting there the entire time driving the SUV as we're taking the detour because we couldn't get right back on there. Going like 3 miles down this run, And I'm just sitting there the entire time where everyone's in the car and they're all talking, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just looking at these people looking at me, and I'm just sitting there going, I'm glad I brought my Kimber with a laser sight. Because at night, that's the best one.
You know, I didn't know till the other day that Colleen's in Dallas.
What'd you say?
Colleen Noir is in
Colleen
Dallas.
Noir? Is he Dallas? Yeah, I guess he is.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, it doesn't surprise me.
So I stumbled across a video where he was showing his concealed carry in the car, and it's basically a holster.
The hat over it?
Yeah, holster tucked between the seats with a hat over it, yeah.
Dude, do you have a Every Second Matters holster yet, Al?
No, I do not. I don't even own well, I bought a cheap $9 one just to tuck in my back when I go to the door. But just so it wouldn't fall down my pants.
Okay, so are you a concealed carry holder?
Not yet. Probably sometime after the first of the year.
Well, if you get your concealed carry license, I'll see about making you holster and giving you a good discount. You can just drive up and pick it up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I was after listening to you, I'm also seriously considering a belt because we don't have a lot of resources over here for that kind of stuff.
Now, do you live in Weatherford?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you'd think they'd have saddle makers and holster and belt makers down in Weatherford. I mean, crap.
Well,
but I bet they charge
there's a couple around, yeah. But yeah.
Well, if there are available ones down where you're at, they're going to charge you 3 times what I do.
Oh, I know. Well, they're all whatever they can get wholesale that they sell for full retail.
Yeah.
But
you carry a MMP compact?
Yeah.
Okay, I got that in a blue gun, so I can make that easy. I've already actually, you know what? Humorously enough, I got a messed up one that I made for that gun. So if you don't want Every Second Matters on it, I probably just got one for you.
Yeah, I don't much care. I'll get with you when I start carrying.
Yep, MMP compact. This was the first one I made for my friend, and it just has a minor blemish or two on the back. See that black streak and mark on the back up at the top?
Yeah.
I just didn't like that, so I remade it for him and gave him it. But this one is perfectly functional and good and looks nice. Just I didn't like that one little aspect on it, but
yeah.
Hell, man, you ever up here around my neck of the woods? Got a holster for you.
I'll shoot you a message or something. I just decided I'd wait till after the first of the year for no particular reason, except that the license changes January 1st. That from they're no longer going to call it concealed carry; they're going to call it license to carry.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I know, but
because I just had to put in for my renewal because January 1st my birthday, so this is the first year that I've actually. I was kind of pissed about this. Okay, so in Texas they wrote it in the original law on your 3rd renewal, so you get the license, you renew, taking classes, and on the 3rd one you get to skip the class. Well, 2 years ago, guess what? They just said, you get to skip the class now, period, for everybody.
Yeah.
Everyone got to skate now. And I'm just like, dude.
I wish they'd skipped that friggin' $140 fee.
Say what?
I said I wish they'd skipped that friggin' $140 fee.
Oh, 140 ain't nothing, dude.
Yeah.
I'll see what they charge in Chicago, and they make you take a 16-hour class.
Jeez.
I mean, we're middle of the line on our cost versus class having to take stuff on it. So
Yeah, I didn't really realize how pricey it was going to be. I'm looking at close to the $300
yeah,
from start to finish.
Yeah, but now you don't have to take the class. See, I've renewed twice, which meant a $100 class each time and the fee on top of it. So you're getting in where you just have to eat the $300 up front, and then every time after that, it's just $140 every 4 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. But I mean, dude, I carry all the time, dude. I mean, that's the way I roll.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know, but everything is a matter of perspective. Okay, so I mean, with as much money I spend on reloading components and shooting and building holsters and stuff, every 4 years having to blow $140 to $300 to carry is nothing.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way: a double shoulder off a cow cost $100.
Yeah.
And then I turn that into holsters and then I try to sell them. But again, it's anyway. I'm building holsters to work off debt because I buy way too much crap. But I mean, what's $300? Okay, that gun you show on your picture, what's that? $500 gun?
Yeah, well, it retailed $569, which over here everybody sells retail. But I bought it at Sportsman Outdoors for like $419, and then $20 to the FFL.
Okay, so you spent $440 for that gun, and then you got to buy ammunition and go shoot it. And when it's all said and done, you know, it's more than $300 to carry.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I mean, just
I mean, yeah.
To carry it without having to worry about getting in any trouble with it.
What do you do? What do you do in your vehicle when you have to go, like in Walmart or the grocery store or something like that, where they sell alcohols? Do you have a?
I carry it in there. I carry it in there.
I didn't think we were supposed to carry in any.
The rule about alcohol is that you are not allowed to carry into a bar, which is designated as a establishment that makes 51% of its profits or more by selling drinks by the glass. You can carry your gun into liquor stores, grocery stores, any store, period.
Well, now see, when I read it the other day, it said any establishment that holds a TABC license.
No, that is not correct. Because the intent of the law written in Texas is that, let's say you go to a Chili's. Chili's does not make 51% of its profit by the glass of alcohol. They make it by selling food for the majority of it. They still make money on alcohol, but it's not the primary thing. They designed the law specifically so you would not go into a bar.
Yeah.
Or bar. You can actually go to Chili's carrying your gun. I wouldn't go drink in the bar because then you'd be in trouble because you're drinking and carrying. But again, they want to avoid places where everyone's drunk and fights break out. Do fights break out in Chili's? No.
So I guess what you're saying is the places that sell beer and wine don't have a liquor license, and so that doesn't apply.
You know, I'd have to reread the law, but as I was informed through 3 classes of CHL training, restaurants and liquor stores do not count. It is only actual bars that make their main profit from selling alcohol by the glass.
Okay.
By the glass. They don't care about alcohol. They care about drunk people being around you who would start fights and have to
Well, maybe I'm just ignorant to what a TABC license is.
I can go look it up real quick if y'all want to talk amongst yourselves. Well, there's only 3 of us now.
Yeah.
Panther's almost never here.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked it up the other day, but okay. Well, that makes me feel better.
No, dude, I've carried my gun, and everyone carries their gun in the damn grocery store. Everyone carries their damn gun into Walmart.
Yeah.
Been doing that since 2002.
And your Walmart sell beer and wine?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I carry my gun into a liquor store. In fact, the liquor store that I go to has a sign on it that says, "We appreciate your right to keep and bear and to carry arms, but we ask you to please not bring them into our store." Like, they actually put a sign up on a liquor store saying, "Please don't bring your guns in," because
Yeah. And
it's carry.
essentially
It's not illegal.
But they are revoking permission.
Well,
and you have to have permission.
Technically, hold on. Technically, in Texas, we're very gun friendly, and you have to put up the 30-06 or the 30-07 sign starting January 1st to deny entry. And instead of being a felony, it's now a Class C misdemeanor with a fine. It's not an actual like court thing.
Okay.
So if, let's say that the liquor store decided to put the 30-07 sign up, which means no open carry, and I walked in open carried, and they called the cops, and I was still stupid enough to be around by the time the cops got there, they would give me a ticket.
Yeah.
Where it used to be a felony with possible $10,000 fine or $5,000 fine, it now isn't. They've lessened the penalties for carrying into the wrong places.
And that starts January 1st?
January 1st.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the 30-06 and 30-07 sign, 30-06 says you cannot conceal or open carry. 30-07 says you cannot open carry. And you have to put these signs up, and they're about this big, and you're supposed to put each one that's a foot by a foot in there. It's supposed to be in English and Spanish, so now you've taken up this much room on your door or on a sign stuck in the ground that says you're not allowed to carry in here. And very few businesses actually do that. There are very few businesses that will put that big and gaudy of a sign up. They have to be very hippie-owned or very, I saw a mall once when I went to a mall where they had a little tiny sticker on the mall door. And I just looked at that, and I'm concealed carrying, and I just looked at it and I went, whatever, that's not the proper size for the actual loop, because it says 1-inch letters. I went, that's not the proper size. I have an argument, and I'm not gonna get caught anyway because I'm concealed carrying. So I'm just gonna walk right in because they are not following the rule of the sign to keep me out. And the thing is this is my point of view on concealed carry and not being able to carry into an establishment is this. If you have an active security force, meaning armed people patrolling, I feel fine walking in being unarmed. If you have a sign and no armed security force patrolling your parking lot and
target
establishment, I do not have any coolness with going in unarmed. If you are not going to provide me with protection and security, and you just have a sign up saying I can't bring this in here, I'm either not going to do business or I'm going to come in armed, and I don't give a F.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it, but like a giant mall that you go into that doesn't have any cops in it, has unarmed security mall cops with walkie-talkies, whose parking lot doesn't have any security in it except the occasional golf cart going by, and then they go, you can't carry in here? And I'm sitting here going, you're a mall. What? I mean, you're going to stop legal carriers? I mean, it's just crazy. It's ridiculous. Because they're not focused on the real problem. The real problem is the guy who goes into a mall to shoot it up, who goes into a mall and picks one with those signs.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay, I'll tell you a story. There was a guy up in Oregon, not the, I forgot the name of it, but okay, so there was a guy up in Oregon. This was not the Clackamas Mall shooting. This was a prior shooting. This guy was up in Oregon, goes in a trench coat into a mall, starts opening fire. This off-duty cop from another town has a .38 backup pistol in his ankle rig. Grabs that. And there's another cop in the mall. And when they both close in on the guy, they see each other, and he basically holds up his hand and says, blah, blah, blah. You know, another guy's watching, and he's like, he holds his gun down, his demeanor, his haircut, his clothing, doesn't set the cop off to shoot at him. He's like, blah, 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 blah. They throw a few things back and forth, and the guy, like, instantly knows he's a cop, you know, after a little interaction. And so they both close in, and the guy had fired on him. The shooter goes into a store and hides in a wardrobe, and they pin him down in the store until SWAT shows up and takes him out. And that's not a concealed carrier thing, but I view that as a concealed carrying off-duty cop.
Yeah.
Shot at the guy. He put 2 rounds out of his .38 at the guy and got him to hide in the store. And he saved so many lives. The guy was armed to the teeth. And he killed a few people, but not very many. And it's because that officer, off-duty, out of his jurisdiction, was concealed carrying on his person and did the right thing and got the guy to hunker down. And there's other examples of that. Colorado Springs, the church shooting many years ago. Guy shoots up a family in the parking lot, throws a smoke bomb down at the other end of the doors, and then enters on the other side of the doors. Female volunteer security person. She was an ex-cop. She had her 6-shooter 38 4-inch Smith & Wesson. And he came through the doors with an AR-15. She shot him, I think, 6 times. And he fired, and there were bullet holes all around her in the wall. And so she killed him, and was just like, it was an act of God that he had hit me, because there were bullet holes all around me. And she said, I was standing there protecting the nursery where the kids were, because he was walking right into the nursery area. And, you know, it's just stuff like that. I mean, it's, you know, you never hear about, they never make big news out of, like, the shooter that gets taken down and doesn't do damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aurora, Colorado. 2 months, I think it was, before the theater thing, this guy drives up to an African American Baptist church, wrecks into a car, and the pastor's old mom runs outside to see if he's okay, shoots her, kills her. Goes in, he's loaded down for bear, and as he comes through the door of the church, the pastor's brother-in-law, who's a cop off duty, plugs the guy full of holes. And the guy was decked out, you know, with extra mags and everything. He was going to shoot everyone in that damn church.
Yeah.
And he got the mom outside, but the off-duty cop inside killed him. So, I mean, it's just...
And you don't hear about it.
And you don't hear about that. Yeah. But where was that? When they were talking all about Aurora, not a single news anchor or reporter could have said... And you know what? There was an earlier shooting here where a guy tried to mass murder a black church, but was stopped by an off-duty police officer. They don't mention that. You know, this is the second incident in 2 months where a mass murder almost happened in Aurora, Colorado. The first one was foiled by a off-duty African-American police officer in blah, blah, blah Baptist church. You know, they don't want to report that. That would be an excellent lead-in. I mean, think about that from a reporting standpoint. We have this horrible thing that happened, but guess what? 2 months ago, the same thing almost happened, and it was actually stopped. But it's not in line with their narrative of all guns are bad. Even Fox News never mentioned it. who are pro-gun pretty much, because they just want to focus on death and destruction. They don't want to focus on...
The thing in Garland, I bet you if that had not been related to Hebdo, you'd have never heard it on the media.
What happened in Garland?
Well, I'm saying Garland. I heard somebody mention it. I'm not sure exactly what town it was. When they were doing the Mohammed caricature contest.
No.
Here a few months ago. You didn't hear about that?
Mohammed caricature contest?
It was in our friggin' neighborhood, man. I don't mean Weatherford, but I mean in the Metroplex somewhere, and I thought somebody said it was Garland.
That's hilarious. Sure. Hold on, I got to Google this. Mohammed caricature contest.
Yeah, and they had all, because of rumors and innuendos, they had all kinds of security, and there was a checkpoint at the entrance to the parking lot, and that's where the two aggressors got taken down. And they actually had a bomb in their car, which was later remotely detonated, or something to that effect. It was on the news live and everything.
I do remember something about some people being caught with some stuff in their cars. I didn't know it was over a Muhammad caricature contest. That's hilarious. And do you realize how many... Okay, so they had checkpoints and everything. Were people... And here's the fun thing about Texas, is people who might have been concealed carrying would walk up to the cops, show them their CHLs, they call it in and let them in with their guns, being like, all right, we got backup. You know what I mean? That's the great thing that I love about Texas. Did you know, you probably don't know this. So after my last concealed carry class, the guy mentioned, hey, you can actually conceal carry in the state capitol. You just have to go to a separate line and have them check you out, and then you get in. It's usually faster than the main line.
Yeah.
And like literally after taking my class, we'd actually had a plan for a vacation where we went to the state capitol, Brenham to Bluebell, and then to my brother's house in Houston. So we went to the state capitol, and because he told me that, otherwise I would have left the gun in the car, but he told me that, I went, I'm wearing my gun. So I went in there, and we walk up, and they got metal detectors to let you in the state capitol, and they got two state troopers over to the right that says line for CHL holders.
Yeah.
They have a sign that says CHL holders over here, concealed handgun license holders over here. So I walked over to them, showed my license. They called it in, verified that it was nothing out on me. And they're like, are you carrying? And I said, yeah, that's why I came to this line. Okay. They handed me a license and they go on in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's because Texas recognizes that people who have CHLs are not a risk to the general population.
Yeah.
We are just normal people who like to carry guns, who will protect people when we need to, but we're not going to go around causing a ruckus. We're the most behaved subclass of people statistically. If you look at us, we've never committed a crime. Typically, anything out of a speeding ticket or anything. We're very well behaved. We don't commit crimes, and we're good, upstanding citizens. And that's who you want to back up your police force. I mean, that literally you want people who, and I think, what do we have, like 1 million people? I'll have to look it up. It's probably increased with the current climate and the political system. How many CHL holders in Texas is the #1 search? Didn't even have to finish it. Fiscal year reports, calendar year reports, 2014, active licenses. Okay, so we have 825,000. Actually, 826,000 if you round up by 43.
In Texas?
Yeah, 826,000 Texans almost. So it's under a million.
But yeah, but that's licensed.
Who holds
In
license?
other words, we have lots of guns in Texas. Of course, you know, lots of states do. But I put a link, by the way, in the side chat. That was at the Colwell Center in Garland on May 3rd of this year. And they say they stopped him at the entrance. It was actually the entrance to the parking lot because they had security at the parking lot entrance. Now I said they had explosives. They blew up the trunk of the car. So I don't know if that was precautionary or whether they actually found something. But yeah, it was quite an ordeal on the news.
Yeah, I don't really
Well,
watch
live coverage and all that good stuff.
I don't watch much live TV.
Yeah.
Where the hell is my calculator? Crap. Thought I put a calculator on this desktop. Son of a bitch. You know what a pain Windows 8 is? Do you have Windows 8 or Windows 10 or 7 or what?
I have Windows 10, and that's only because it came with the laptop.
Well, I'm about to upgrade to it, but I'm got a feeling that's a bad choice.
I actually like it. It's been very responsive. It boots very quickly. Haven't had any problems at all with it. It's kind of different from what I'm used to. But,
oh, I found a subcategory. Awesome. Okay, so 25, 855 million divided by 825,000. Wow, 30. No, that's not right.
well, you want to know the percentage of
I did it backwards. Hold on. 825,000 divided by 26 million. That's a little over 3%.
Yeah, I wonder if that 26 million. I wonder if that's individuals or weapons.
No, that's the population of Texas versus the CHL holders.
Oh,
yeah, Texas has way more guns than there are people in this state. Good Lord. Yeah, but we have way more guns than there are human beings in this state.
So, are you going to open carry?
Yes.
Are you? I'm leaning toward not.
I've been concealed carrying since 2002, and I'm a holster maker, and there will be days that I open carry, and there'll be days that I conceal carry. It matters on where I'm going and what I'm doing. But if it's a day off, and I'm in blue jeans just running around, I'm going to put on a nice polo, I'm going to slap on a whole rig, and I'm going to strut it. I don't care. I'm going to put my rose handled kimber on and my nice maroon holster, and I'm going to go around town.
Well, I would think that the more people open carry, the more confusing it is for the bad guys because they don't know if they're cops or just some Joe with a gun.
that's one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to build a rig for my days off that I wear, where the rig is built up, and I have a concho, like, I don't know where it went, but anyway, I'm going to put a quarter-size concho right here underneath the trigger that has a star on it. And the reason I'm going to do that is because a lot of people out there have no idea when they see a person wearing a whole gun belt and rig. Because have you ever seen like a not state trooper, a Texas Ranger or any police detective who open carries?
Well, I know some plainclothesmen over here. I know some people on the task force who all, well, but you know, most of them conceal carry.
No, when up where I live, Texas Rangers open carry and detectives up in the city open carry. They just roll right in with a rig. They don't care, and they got their badge right there and all that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to imply I'm a police officer by wearing a quarter-size star. What I'm doing, though, is giving it a Texan look, and there are dumb people out there that will look at it and sit there and just assume. You know, and if they ask me, they go, "Are you a cop?" I'll be like, "No, I'm a banker. I make holsters. I'm a local banker here, and I like holsters. Would you like my card?" You know, I mean, ain't gonna be in trouble. But the thing about it is there are people out there that actually are like trying to do YouTube videos and shame people and stuff like that, and I don't want to run into anyone who's trying to like make an example of me. But on the flip side, you know, I got no problem open carrying. I mean, the thing is this is everyone always has these hypothetical things in their brain going, oh, well, the bad guy will see you and come and take your gun away. Guess what? They have open carry in like 22 plus states. Nobody ever does anything like that. It's open carry is just open carry. You know, it's nobody comes and takes your gun off you. Nobody sees your open carry and just shoots you outright. Don't hear any stories about that. And trust me, the media would make stories about that. The vast majority of bad guys are cowards, and they're not going to take on okay, so I'm a bad guy. I roll into a grocery store. I see a Keller or Fort Worth police detective open carrying his gun, and I'm going to go take that gun away from him.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm going to do? Or I'm going to pull my gun and shoot that cop? Or rob this place? No. Criminals don't do that
Not
way.
around here. I can see some parts of the country where that's a possibility, but not around here.
No. I'm just saying, if they visually see you carrying a weapon on your person, they visually see that, they're sitting there calculating in their head, what are my odds of taking him out and not getting my ass popped when I pop him?
Yeah, exactly.
And they literally don't want to fight. They're like, you know what? F this. There's a 7-Eleven a block away. I'll go down there and leave this guy here in the store. You know, they don't want a confrontation. They don't want to fight. They're not looking for a fight. Thieves and criminals don't want fights. Now, on the flip side of that, it's a totally different social dynamic and thought process when it's gang on gang or they see a cop. Here's the funny thing is, CHL holders are the worst nightmare of the criminal. And here's the reason why. When they do bad things and the cops arrive with flashing lights and guns, they know they can throw up their hands, throw the gun on the ground, give up, and get busted and go to jail for a couple months. Right? It's a game. The cops can't shoot them.
But we can.
But we can. And here's the thing.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I just read the deadly force statutes in Texas. You have the right to use deadly force to save life and property, not only of your own, but of others.
And there are certain aspects and rules to that, but Texas is very liberal with it.
It is.
Yeah. Meaning, if, for instance, you're breaking into my house at night, we have the castle doctrine, I can shoot you. If my car's parked on the curb and you're breaking into it and I don't know who you are, I can shoot you. If you commit any aggravated violent assault. So what that means is if I see you, Al, throw a Molotov cocktail at a school, and then you don't have anything else after you throw it and start the school on fire, I can still shoot your ass over that.
There's also a sentence in there that says something along to the effects that if you believe that you cannot recover your property by any other means, you can use deadly force.
Okay, now that is fair, Al. That is true. Here's the scenario I was given by a lawyer.
Of course, you got a court.
Hold on. Here's the scenario I was given by a lawyer in 2002. He said, let's say that you're walking down the street with your jam box rocking and rolling, okay? And somebody comes up and grabs the jam box out of your hand and runs away with it. Texas law says you technically can shoot them in the back because they just stole your property. But if you pull your gun out and say, freeze, I have a gun, and they drop the jam box, you can then not shoot them.
Right.
Okay, wait. There's more. So, if a person runs up and hits you in the back of the head with a brick and then steals your wallet and runs away, well, they just committed aggravated robbery because they hit you with a brick, a weapon. And then you can get up and shoot them in the back. And even if they throw your wallet on the ground, you can still shoot them because they hit you with the brick.
It's aggravated. Yeah.
And then he says, but just because all this is legal doesn't mean you won't go in front of the grand jury. It doesn't mean you won't be calling me to represent you. And you will be paying me $10,000 to make sure for that $10,000 that you pay me that you do not go to court.
Right.
So, again.
I follow you.
The question is this bullet I'm sending downrange worth $10,000? That's the number one question that I took away from that is if it ain't a $10,000 bullet, I ain't gonna let it go.
Well, look, I didn't mean to give the wrong impression.
No.
I don't intend on ever taking a life because somebody's running off with my stuff. Might I give a warning? Might I, let them know that I can? Maybe. I may just shrug it off and say, oh, well.
Al, just trust me. Take the course and they'll fill you in the nuances of when and when not you should actually pull and fire. There are lots of cases where you pull, you're far more likely to never have to pull. And then if you do have to pull, you're far more likely to pull and have them go, oh crap, I give up, I'll go away now. And then there's the situation where you have to pull and actually fire. And the actual firing point is minuscule. But carrying the pull is good.
My current personal view is I would never pull unless faced with another firearm.
Nah, dude. I've almost pulled on a couple of situations, and it was just.
Well, I say firearm.
No. Okay, so
baseball bat, knife, weapon.
Hold on. Let me just give you an example of a situation I was in. I'm driving my car, and I'm coming back from going hog hunting down on my lease, and I'm still carrying a 44 Magnum on my right hip in my concealed holster, little 5-shot 44 Magnum. And so I'm driving along. I got the 44 Magnum on my hip. I'm almost home, and I'm stuck behind 3 or 4 cars at a red light, and there's cars behind me. I see movement in my mirror, and I look up in my mirror, rearview mirror, and some teenage African-American kid wearing a basketball jersey and basketball shorts jumps out of the back of a car and starts running forward towards me up the sidewalk. And I literally just on reflex reached down, popped the snap, pulled the gun up out of the holster, and was ready, as I'm looking at him in the rear view, ready to do this if he comes up to the side window. And he runs around the front and jumps and switches out with the other guy. They played Chinese
fire drill.
Fire drill.
Yeah, yeah.
And I literally, when I saw him jump out of the car and run forward in the rearview mirror, it looks like he was running right at me, like he was going to come into my car, like he's running up to my car. So I'm like, oh, motherfucker, who's, and it's just, it was a 2-second.
Was there another car in front of you?
Yeah, I was blocked in. I couldn't know.
Yeah, see, that's in questionable neighborhoods, and many times in many times in not questionable. I always leave car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths between me and the one in front of me.
Oh no, we don't.
As an escape route.
Dude, I can't do that. I'm in the city, dude. I can't do that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying, there are those scenarios where you're like, you see something out of the ordinary, and there's the people that sit and wait, and there's the people that react and get ready.
Yeah.
And again, I didn't want to fire that 44 Magnum through a window into some kid's head, but if he ran up to my window and he was armed, I already had him dead to rights. So I watched a video once where this guy talked about he was in his car, had his weapon on, and he's at a gas station. Some guy climbs into his car, climbs in, sits down in the seat, and starts to pull a gun out of his jacket to point at the guy's head to carjack him. So he's doing this movement to the left, and the guy in the car saw him start to get in, reached, and he stuck his Glock in the guy's face. And so as he's pulling and turning his head, he has a Glock in his face when he does this. And he's like, "Aw, crap." And he jumps out and leaves. But, I mean, again, it's being prepared for unexpected situations. Most of the time you don't have to shoot people, but there are occasional times where you're going to be in a position where, I'll tell you this, there have been many times in my life where I've been carrying, and I'm like, I'm so glad I'm carrying a gun. Because I do not feel safe for my person or the people I love around me, because I am in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I didn't mean to be in this situation, but I am. So if I have to react and have to protect them, I can. But otherwise, I'm not just going to be Warren Beatty being told to pull down my panties and squeal like a pig. I will go down with a fight.
So did you see the D.C. mayor on 60 Minutes the other night?
I don't watch 60 Minutes. What do you say?
So, well, it's a she, actually, a nice-looking blonde. But anyway, I said mayor. Did I say mayor? Chief of Police of Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah, I know that. I know that, see?
Yeah. She has done a 180 on what to do in an active shooter situation. She is no longer preaching run. She is preaching your first option would be to escape. Your best option, if you have the opportunity, is to take them out.
Mm-hmm. You know, the Department of Homeland Security made a video about how in a workplace in an active shooter situation, there's escape, hiding, something else, and then attack.
Playing dead, crawling under bodies, and I'm like, I was talking to a buddy of mine down in Florida, and he carries, loves to shoot, spends a lot of time on the range, and he's also a preacher.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm sorry, but if there are 100 other souls, I'm going to do everything I can.
Okay, so here's the thing is, and all preferences with this, I've read the Bible front to back. Even Moses, when they were in the wilderness, when they got attacked by people, he held his arms up. As long as he held his arms up, his people could fight the enemy and be strong. And then after a while, he got weak and couldn't hold his arms up, and they started to lose. And then Aaron and his brother helped him hold his arms up, and they killed the enemy that outnumbered them 10-1. And it was by the grace of God. And so if you ever look at it, God does not disapprove of defending oneself.
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah, you can
or
defend
others.
someone's flock. But if you come up and you were to come up to me and say, I'm Al, and I don't like what you say on your channel, and you slap me, I would show you the other cheek and let you slap the other cheek. As long as you're not taking it too far,
yeah,
I'll absorb the abuse because I'm a follower of my religion. But once you want it to go past words and it's on, then it's on. And I'm going to try to be prepared to make sure you lose.
Yeah. Well, it's, if it's one-on-one, it's about saving my ass. If it's an active shooter situation, it's about saving lives. Just period, bottom line. Now, which is not to say you just stand up guns a-blazing. Hit the deck, tactical awareness, what are my options, does he see me? Is he preoccupied with somebody else? All that kind of stuff.
Dude, an active shooter situation on my own.
And I'm not trying to be a hero. Do what?
I was going to say an active shooter situation when I'm by myself on my own, and there's an active shooter shooting other people.
No, I'm talking about like in a crowd.
No, I'm talking about like, let's just say grocery store or some public place. He's shooting other people, and I hear the gunshots from where I'm at. I'm going to sit there and just do what I follow, the way I do things, and I'm going to roll up, and I'm going to tag the son of a bitch. I'm gonna shoot him in the back, and I'm gonna unload a mag and reload. I don't care, active shooter situation. But on the flip side of that, let me offer you the second point of view. So, I'm talking, honey. She's staring at me. She's creeping out.
Watch your language.
I didn't say anything bad, did I?
You're looking to find out.
Go. Shoot. I don't want you. Oh, honey. You broke my concentration. Go away.
I just want to hear what you have to say.
I was only going to say that if I'm with my children and my wife, it is not going to take on the active shooter. I'm going to get them out the back fire exit and get us out. There's a whole different level.
Oh, sure.
With your family.
Well, and I'm not married, so. But my point is, I care about people. I care about other lives besides my own, and that's my mindset in an active shooter in a crowd.
When I'm by myself, then I can move in. I can use my training and use my skills, and I can close in and be fairly safe and eliminate threat. I'm not going to stick my neck out.
No, no.
Close in and be a surprise element and take them down. But if my family and stuff is with me, then
it's a different situation.
To evacuate me and the family.
Yeah.
I'm going to get them.
And you're covering their back as you do that.
Well, yeah. I'm going to evacuate them, get them to move, cover them, and get them out. I'm not going to go back in. I'm going to get them out, period. Get them in the car, get them moved, get them in a safe position. But on the flip side, when I'm at church and stuff, I always think about, what if some crazy kookball Muslim attacks the church or whatever they are. And then it's like, well, now I got me and the wife, and I got at least one or two kids in a different section of the church. So then the only thing that's important then is just neutralizing the target. I can't get everyone safe at that point.
Yeah.
The only choice is to move in and neutralize and to go full on attack mode. I mean, just roll in as soon as I identify, fire and walk and fire and walk. And that's one thing that it's hard to train at my current range at is I can't shoot and walk. But I do that in other aspects. I've done that a lot playing airsoft with my buddies who are in the military and the SWAT guys. We never stop moving, dude. If you're either in a concealed position where you're barely exposing yourself, firing down on someone, if you go into a room and go clearing, you never stop walking. You're just firing continuously until you get hit. But it's really scary when somebody comes in and starts just shooting at you.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
But again, if you're used to it, it's just like, I bet I can shoot him first. And my buddy who was a Marine told me that. He goes, well, whenever I got in shootouts in Costa Rica, I didn't think about life and death. I thought about my guys against him like it was a football game.
Yeah.
Our team against theirs, and we needed to win. We had to win. We didn't have a choice. And they took those mother effers out. He was a Marine.
Well, and they may have the initial tactical advantage of surprise, but you have the training and the knowledge and the skills to go against something like that.
No, actually, hold on. As a concealed carrier, or even an open carrier, if they don't see you first, you have the element of surprise. Because they're going to shoot innocent people who are unarmed, and they're not expecting someone to be in that area.
Well, but my point is, he walks in, you know he's armed. You know he's the bad guy doing bad things.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta be right back.
All right.
All right, I'm back. What were we talking about?
I don't know, but I have a feeling we should change the subject.
What do you want to change the subject to?
I don't know. You ever had a gun stolen?
No, never had a gun stolen.
I had one back in the late 70s, I guess.
And I was born in the late 70s.
Had a real nice Colt Trooper.
Oh,
got stolen.
That is a crying shame.
Yeah, considering I paid about $2.50 for it, and it's now worth $1,500.
Yeah.
But 2 years later, I got a call from a detective in Florida. Wanted to know, and he rattled off a serial number and a model and brand and all that stuff, which was not my gun. He said, "Oh, hang on, let me call you back." So he called me again the next day, and then he rattled off the serial number, nickel Colt Trooper, 6-inch barrel. Yeah, that's mine. So yeah, it's at the Fort Worth Police Department Training Center. So, which is up there on the other side of the river from downtown. And I walked in there, had to register on my ID, get my name on the list, and when I did that, they showed me a picture of a middle-aged man who I knew to be part of organized crime in Parker County.
Yeah.
And want to know if I recognized the guy, and I was like, no. And no, I've never seen the guy in my life. Have no idea who he is. Of course, I lied. But they took me in a do what?
It wasn't worth a Colt Trooper for it, huh?
Oh, well, I got the gun.
Oh.
So they took me down the hall to the gymnasium, and the floor of the gymnasium was covered with army blankets, with just row after row after row of various types of weapons. And I got it back. I was shocked, but and then needed some cash to take a road trip and sold it for like $200 or something like that. I only paid $2.50 for it.
Yeah.
So I was telling my buddy this story a couple of weeks ago, and he goes, "You know how much that gun's worth now?" I said, "Look it up." Mark IV bright nickel Colt Trooper 6-inch barrel in excellent condition, about $1,500.
Okay, so I got a story for you about guns that pass through your fingers. My brother-in-law, he got a Smith & Wesson 629 44 Magnum with a 5-inch barrel, stainless steel. Got that for doing some work for a buddy of his. A buddy traded him for the work, gave him the gun.
Well, it already sounds bad.
Yeah, so about $400 worth of work, he got the gun, right? So, nevertheless, we get to talking, and at that time I had no thought that I ever needed a 44 Magnum at that point in my life. And he never even shot it. He showed it to me. I was like, "Oh man, that's awesome! I love that thing." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really have any need for it right now." And then I got a deer lease, and we had some hogs on it. And I went, "Man, I wish I had a 44 Magnum." I called my brother-in-law up. It's a year later. I'm like, "You still got that 44 Magnum you got for $400? And he goes, "No. I sold that. I need some money. I sold it for $300 to a buddy of mine." And he didn't call me first. No, I didn't think he needed it. I'm like,
yeah.
I said, "Look, anytime you ever want to sell a firearm, you call me first, and I'll decide if I need it, not you." But $300 for an $800 gun, and I bought one since then, and I paid $800 for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love that gun. That is so much better.
Now, is it still in production?
Yeah, 629. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're rare. They're not very common. They're a nice 44 Magnum. They're beautiful. They're basically stainless steel Dirty Harry model.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sweet shooting 44 Magnums. I load my rounds for it, so I load them just about to the right point where I do about 12 to 18 rounds before my hand hurts too bad.
Yeah.
And that's what I need because, you know, I go out hunting and I've had multiple occasions where I've walked right up on a hog and...
Hog's not happy.
Hog ain't happy. Usually hog runs, but if hog don't run, if hog runs or hog don't run, I'm still putting rounds in it.
You're still making bacon.
Yeah, I mean, I've killed so many pigs out there on my damn deer lease. It's ridiculous. I've killed one deer.
Yeah.
One deer in 5 years. And I've killed 20 hogs.
Jesus.
Yeah, just, you know, just 20 to 1 ratio. But I had this one hog. I hit it with the 308. I shot a bunch of hogs with the 308. Just went full. Threw about 6 rounds at him. Killed 2 outright. 1 crawled off across the fence. Well, I don't want to climb on the other guy's land, but the hog's crawling away, so I've got 2 down. I'm like, okay, I'll finish them off. Pull out my Glock 45 with Hydra Shot hollow points, 230 grade, right? Shoot the hog. Keeps crawling. Son of a bitch. So I already put a 308 and broken its backbone in the midsection, and it took 545 rounds into the chest to stop it.
That's crazy.
That is insane. They are incredibly tough animals. And here's the other funny thing I do is I got my bow and arrow, and I got tired of shooting them with guns, so I love shooting with the bow and arrow. And I'll shoot them with the arrow, and I'll send it in right in the ribs and sink it in the shoulder. So it goes all the way through both lungs, and the broad end stops in the far shoulder because of their shoulder blade and chest armor. And I do this on purpose because the end of my arrow has an LED red light hooked to the nock. So when they run away, I see a red light running through the woods.
Yeah.
Fall over, and the red light does this in the air as they sit there and wiggle. So they fall over at 80 yards. How long do you think it takes them to finally die?
I imagine it takes a while.
8 minutes.
Wow.
Both lungs full of blood. Takes them 8 minutes to stop moving and to exhale and go. Because you actually.
Hey, real quickly, I've been trying to diagnose a hum. I'm fixing to plug in the charger on my laptop. Now, would you tell me if you hear a hum or a buzz or anything like that?
Sure.
Okay, do you hear a hum or a buzz or anything like that?
Not on my end.
Okay. It's okay. I think I know. I had one earlier, and I think I know what the issue was. But anyway. Problem solved.
Whoa,
Thanks.
Hold on. Be quiet. For a second, I heard a. But no, I don't hear anything now, though. You're fine.
Okay. What about now? You hear anything now?
No.
Okay. I don't know what that was. But I know I unplugged my headset and tested it with the built-in mic, and I still had a hum. Unplugged the power supply and it went away. So I don't know what the deal is.
Seems weird.
So were you joking when you said you worked at a bank earlier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm a banker.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
What do you do?
Well, I don't do anything now, but back in the 90s, I did IT at a bank over here.
Okay. So you're retired?
Yeah.
Okay. What bank did you work for?
Texas Bank.
Oh, yeah, I know Texas Bank. Yeah, I just work for Bank of America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sold out. The family sold out to Compass, I think.
Compass BVBA because they're owned by
What are they like? Spanish company.
Santander Spain owns Compass.
Yeah.
And they're idiots because they should never have stuck BVBA Compass. Stupid marketing. Stupid marketing. They just should have kept it as Compass or changed it to Santander, but just doing that whole BVBA thing on the front of it, Compass, like, okay, that's stupid. I don't know, I'm across the street from one, but anyway, no, I was going to ask you, do you ever do any hunting?
I have been deer hunting twice, and Dad and I used to go dove hunting a lot, but no, not. I mean, just occasionally over the years. But, don't own any hunting rifles or have an old 12 gauge pump, but that's about it. Hadn't been bird hunting in years.
Yeah, I don't like bird hunting with a dog.
Well, we went dove hunting, so.
Well, even dove hunting's better with a dog, but dove hunting can be accomplished just by 2 men walking.
Well, we were lazy. We basically sat under the trees and waited for them to come to us.
You had some baited field area.
No, it was just the terrain. It was a big sunflower patch down on the river, and with a big, huge oak tree right out in the middle of it.
Ow! A giant sunflower patch.
Yeah.
And there wasn't any like being in the right place, baited area thing going on.
No.
Sunflower patches are the best place to hunt dove.
I know. Tell me about it.
It's a baited.
It's also a great place to sit under a tree and wait for them to come to you and limit out by noon.
You're sitting in a baited field, is my point.
Oh, well, yeah.
You don't need dogs when you sit in a sunflower patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my point. There's multiple ways to hunt doves. Sitting in a sunflower patch is the best by far of all the choices.
Well, it was kind of a, they kind of went back and forth between water and the sunflowers, and then they would, I'm presuming, trying to fly into that tree to roost. And
let me put it
this way. Didn't make it to the tree.
Come hunt down where I'm at, where you walk through an area that just has a bunch of mesquite trees in it, and see how many dead you get. 3 or 4.
No, I wouldn't even take a shotgun to a mesquite field.
The other bad part about a mesquite field is you just keep running the damn thorns. But anyway, I don't bird hunt anymore. I shoot pigs and I go for deer, and I go. Well, my main passion is I go elk hunting.
Yeah. What part of the country is it in?
No, elk hunting is in Colorado.
No, I mean the hogs and deer.
Oh, Graham, Texas.
Oh, okay. I know where that's at.
About 2 hours away. I was wanting to go this Saturday because I got the day off, but it's going to rain, so I'm like, forget that. I don't go hunting in the rain.
Yeah, I don't like doing much of anything in the rain, but that's the advantage of having an indoor range 5 minutes down the street.
Well, the advantage of having an outdoor range with the covering is I go there once every 2 to 3 weeks. Usually in poor hunting season where I really have to work on a weapon and stuff and get it sighted in and get it properly scoped out and everything, I'll go there every day a week, sometimes twice a week.
Yeah.
My typical range time is like, I haven't been since elk season ended, but before elk season began, I was there twice a week for 3 months. So I at least had, 30 range visits, in just a few months last year. I mean, I was there all the time. And that's because I was working out how to shoot a black powder rifle. But see, now, next elk season when I go, I'm going rifle season.
Yeah.
And so I got my 375 squared away, but I got a new 7mm mag that I've never even shot. And I got to get that 7 mag squared away. Do you want to hear all the upgrades that have been made to it?
Sure.
Okay. So 7mm mag. I have all these extra components for one, and I'm talking to my friend. He goes, I got a 7 mag that I got from Academy and I don't got any use for. You trade me that night scope you have for $300 and I'll give you the 7 mag. And I went, okay. So he gives me the 7 mag. So now I got the 7 mag whole assembly with an additional barrel, and then all the other instruments that comes with it that are takeoffable from my other 7 mag that I built into a interest rifle. And so then I get in contact with my gunsmith, and he's like, well, I'm like, here's what I'm looking for. I want a thumbhole stock. I really like thumbhole stocks. I never had one before, but my dad had one and I loved it. This Boyd's makes a good one. I order a Boyd's unmade stock, a thumbhole stock, for the rifle. Send him down the gun with both barrels and say, look at both barrels, figure out which one's the better one. He says the one that's on it's better. I said, okay, fine. And then I have him put a muzzle brake down on the end of it that's with a cylindrical silver muzzle brakes. And so I get that back from it. I had it for 4 months. Never shot it. Fully decked out 7 mag, ready to go. Muzzle brake, thumb hole wooden stock. Haven't even second scope on it and taken it to the range yet. Need to.
Yeah, one of the 2 times I went deer hunting, I borrowed a 7mm Magnum and took it out the range to sight it in, and that bitch just about kicked my ass.
Oh no! With the muzzle brake on them, they kick like a 308.
Yeah.
Or less, actually.
Well, this was.
Depends on the weight. Depends on the weight.
Oh wait! I'm sorry. It was 8mm.
8mm? That's odd.
Yeah. Well, this was back in the late 70s, I guess.
Okay, so 8
it was an old gun.
8mm Mauser.
Mauser, yeah.
Yeah, that'll whip your ass. Yeah.
Steel butt plate.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. No. Trust me, mine's pretty nice.
I fired about 4 rounds of it, walked down, looked at the target, and okay, that's close enough, and I don't want any more of this anyway.
My 375 H&H, before I got it ported, and muzzle brake, before I got the muzzle brake on it and blew out the sides, before I got that muzzle brake on it, that thing beat me like freaking rented mule. Just pounded the crap out of my shoulder. I'd go and shoot 20 rounds out of it, and I have bruises along my shoulder. And that was wearing a Magnum recoil pad on my shoulder with the recoil pad built on the rifle. So I basically had 2 recoil pads. It was still beating the crap out of me. I get that muzzle brake on it. You don't want to stand right or left of it, but it don't kick no more. I mean, not compared to what it used to. I mean, it's... much more absorbable. Then again, I shoot big magnums. I shoot 44s. I shoot 375 H&H. I shoot 7 mag. I drop multiple rounds out of these things. I shoot 50 caliber muzzle loader, and none of it bothers me. It was just that 375 beat the tar out of me without that muzzle brake. And once I got the muzzle brake on it, it was just beautiful. It was so pleasant after that. Now, the funny thing is if you say, oh, try my 375, and I'll let someone shoot it, which I do periodically, I'll stand over while they shoot it, and I'll stand to the right, and when they shoot it, it'll go ooh, into my stomach, like the force of the muzzle brake shoots out the sides, and I forget that, and I'll stand to the side. When they fire it, it'll actually, the concussion will hit me in the, level in the gut. And I'll be like, oh, and it doesn't hurt like a punch, but it's enough to go, oh, I need to stand behind these people when they do this. But,
yeah, when I was in my 20s, I had the fortune or misfortune, however you want to put it, to work with some pretty potent explosives above the ground, and it's really interesting. The concussion and
shockwave.
Do what?
Concussion, shockwave.
Yeah. Yeah, we were breaking windows about 3 miles away. But, out in the country in a 100-year-old house, you may do that. But, yeah, it was, and you develop a different kind of attitude doing those kind of things. We were pretty laid back because you just don't know if something goes wrong. It may be your last day on the job, Of course, you're going to take every safety precaution and all that kind of stuff, but it's sort of always in the back of your mind.
Coming to terms with the fact that you someday are going to die is something most people never face or choose to face. And being a person in the military or being a person in a job like that, somewhere where you're actually faced with the fact that you could die if you screw up or someone screws up, then you have to come face to face and say, you know what? There's going to come a day that I'll need my maker, and that's inevitable, and I'm going to do my best not to have it happen anytime soon. But I accept the fact that that's a possibility because of what I do, and I know it's going to happen one way or the other. But again...
but it may not.
But it may not.
The odds are in your favor. The odds are in our favor.
Most people never think that they're going to die until they get really old and have to face it.
Yeah.
They put it off till they're 60 or 70.
60 is not friggin' old. Not in this day and age.
I'm saying if they have...
I'm jerking your chain.
Hold on. They put it off until they have a medical condition, right? But they never do it while they're young. There are certain people in this world who, at the age of 18 or 20, can simply say, I'm going to die someday. I need to get right with this, and I'm going to behave the way I'm going to behave. and it comes when it comes, and that's it. There's no, you can avoid it to an extent, but you cannot change your character because, this. And most people are not that way. Most people are sheep. They do not face the fact of the necessity to defend themselves, to have to take a life, to have to give their life. They don't accept that at all. They don't accept the fact that, you always talk to people. And when you're talking to them and you say, or they say, well, someone broke into my house, I would run to the back and I would get my gun, protect my family, and I'd lock the door. I said, okay, well, what if they start knocking on the door? Well, yeah, you better have the gun pointed at you. Go, what if they kick in the door? Well, I'd see if they're armed. If they're armed, I'd shoot them. And they give you all these ultimatums, these well thought out intellectual properties that they have. And then when I get done asking all the questions, they ask me, what would you do? I said, I'd have shot them when they came in the house. Or if they're banging on the door, I'd shoot them through the damn door. Because that's me.
Yeah.
I don't care. I do care, in a sense. I just don't believe in having someone get the better of me. I am fully embracing of the idea of the sneak attack, the ambush, the taking out of thy enemy. If the situation warrants it, I don't want them to even know anything is bad about to happen to them until it's all done. I mean, I don't believe in fair gun fights. There are not fair gun fights. The only fair gun fights end up with both parties being shot. Maybe one survives and one doesn't. That's the way the Old West was.
Yeah.
For as much as we see in modern cinematography, most people in the Old West had underpowered pistols, 32s and 38s with black powder, and they get drunk and they get into shootouts and they both shoot themselves full of holes. And whoever shot the other guy more typically won. But very rarely was it the one shot in the head type thing. It was both parties getting hit. It was a fight. I think I got a roll, dude.
Yeah, my brain is starting to fade.
No, I'm getting sleepy. I got work early tomorrow, I think. Oh, not too early. I'm a banker.
Yeah. Are you a loan officer?
Nah, I mean car loans and stuff like that. But houses, we got a guy we call. Get you on the phone with him. Why? Which one to know?
Oh, no. I was just curious. And funny you should mention car loans, just because I used to write auto finance and insurance software. So that was pretty interesting. But we did that for dealers.
I got a brother who used to work for Universal Computer Systems. They had dealer software they used to sell back about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think his wife still works for him. Anyway. All right. I'll catch you later.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. Night-night.
Night.
So, G-Webs, have you covered in your chat or other ones? Have you covered anything about? I think it was the maybe the New York Daily Times, but they with the you're echoing pretty hard. But they were talking about the NRA's like sick jihad with not wanting to ban people from buying guns who are on the no-fly list. Did you talk about that?
I only barely seen about that, but I haven't been in any chats where we talked about that. No.
Yeah, I seen that they had two different front page articles about it, and in one of them they had LaPierre like dressed up in what you would think of as terrorist garb. You know, they put his face basically on what looks like a jihadi outfit, and it was really just a vile attack, to be honest, but not surprising.
I kind of wanted to ask you too about that, G-Web's, because Coleon Noir did that video, and I think I posted the link of it on Gun Channel and said, hey, this is interesting, and you said you didn't really like it as much.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one. You talking about Coleon Noir's video now? I thought that thing was all off the walls. I don't know where he was going with it.
Yeah, he does have some problem with kind of getting to the point. And like, if I wanted to share that video, a problem with sharing that video is there's literally a 25-second intro, and with today's generation, I mean, you have somebody's attention for maybe 30 whole seconds if you're lucky.
Well, I guess that's true, but it's not like people can't fast forward and just an intro. But
right. I think
usually I like his. I don't know. Lately, I've liked his view at least. I can't say I've always liked it because I just haven't paid that much attention to him. But then this one couldn't track it. I didn't know what he was. At first, I was like, okay, so he's against it. No, he's for it. Now he's offended by it. Like I didn't know like what his position was. It seemed like he kept just. I'll have to watch it again. Do you have a link to it, or is it on the main page?
It's on the main page there. Maybe I should watch it again also, but the basic of it, he just kind of broke down, the reasoning why having some secret government list of, bad guys that are now going to be prohibited, and you don't know if you're on it or not, and there's no due process to, get put on it. Like, people just put you on there as a suspected terrorist for whatever reason they feel like, and then all of a sudden you don't have any rights anymore.
Yeah, I think that's probably where I was like, is this supposed to... I guess it's like the NRA's typical trying to shake the gun owners' shoulders and scare them into doing something. It's just that it didn't have any clear, thing to do. It just said, oh, there's going to be these lists that you can't get off of. But it obviously wasn't, or at least it didn't seem like it was geared towards anybody who isn't already a gun owner or who has some already existing fear of being on a list of some kind. I think there's probably a whole bunch of people that think they don't do anything, they don't ever have to fear being on a list. They're like, oh, I've never done anything wrong ever, I'm never going to be on a list. The only people that are afraid of lists are bad people.
Yeah, that video was in large part just rallying the troops. I mean, it was not a persuasive video that you could show to people and bring them to the, educate them and bring them to our side, from what I saw in it.
I'll have to watch again, because I know that there was a couple things in there that it clicked in my mind, because I was kind of in the same fence of, okay, yeah, why would you want to protect the rights of people that are on the terrorist watch list? Like, why do they deserve rights? They should be arrested and, tried for treason or been, enemy combatants if they're from another country or whatever. And I guess I forget what he said, but at the time I remember it clicking and going, oh, this is kind of neat. It was a simple way of explaining why it's not just that simple. It's not black and white.
Yeah, what he probably said was 35% of the people on the list were put on there by mistake or put on there for a reason that doesn't justify them being on there. And that's, you go on there without due process and then you lose your rights. Well, what kind of country is that?
Right.
That's literally what we fought against in the revolution.
Right. Like what if I type in ISIS in Google because I'm curious about what's going on in the world, and because I went to this certain website that like actually is an ISIS website, now I'm a suspected terrorist.
Well, in that case, you should just be sent to Guantanamo. I mean, obviously.
You know, and that's one of those. I guess it's more the due process part of it that, you know,
Yeah, that's
I'm objecting to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what gets me is you can't just suspend people's due process because you think they might possibly maybe be a threat. Like you can't.
It's my mom worked with a lady that I forget exactly how this came out, but it was something like, you know, the FBI keeps files on people, right? I mean, that's a thing. That it's not tinfoil hat. They do that.
It's their job.
And there was something like once they close it out or after it's been 30 years or whatever, they like notify the people about it. So they sent her a letter saying like, hey, we have a file on you and this is everything we know about you, which is really creepy. And the reason why she was tracked in the first place is in college, she went to a friend's house and her car was parked on a street, and they were investigating a house down the street, and they ran everybody's license plate number and just started doing background checks on all of them. And she had nothing, she wasn't even at the house they were looking at or whatever. But they kept track of her for a while, then realized, okay, this is just a random person, it has nothing to do with this drug dealer we're trying to catch or whatever. And then they told her about it 30 years later. But that's really scary that they do that, and if that's how they collect people as being suspects, then any of us could be on that list for no reason at all.
Well, they may have notified her just because of legal reasons. They may have found out that, hey, we may have violated her privacy and we have to come clean about it. Because I don't know if they actually tell you after a certain amount of time. I wouldn't think they would.
They did, and I don't know the exact reasoning for why they told her, but, you know, my mom's the one who told me the story, and she's a credible source, so everyone should believe me.
Well, off the subject, I'm over here working on this AR pistol, and I have a cheapo 4N carbon fiber, like literally $40. Oh my gosh, I'll never do that again. It's such a pain in the butt. Just thought I'd throw that random little fact in there. Cheap parts suck.
Buy once, cry once.
Yep. I mean, it works, but like I'm trying to put a rail on it, and it is not easy. It's not a key mod, that's for sure.
Just going through this one from an every town, and it's like going over in fine detail like why all these factors are like necessary to like pin down, like why this person who sells 1 out of 500, let's see, 1 out of 500 sells 25 or more, but that's responsible for 1 out of 20 guns. Like just this crazy ass numbers all over the place to make it seem like there's what I call it, like, you know, reason for their conclusion, but not one like, oh wait, I guess when you get all the way to the end here, it'll like go, and then because of course we all agree, shit's all the way at the end. It'll just get down to like, here we go. So they end the whole thing, however many pages long, this thing must be 25 pages long, printed. Therefore, this study, oh no, that's not even it, shit. Somewhere it gets to a point where it says something like, and therefore we show how we can further enforce restriction or the free flow of these firearms, the comma, which may result in more safety. So like everything they just said comes down to like comma, maybe will work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also look at, in that situation it's a maybe, but then look at when they pass laws, it's always this law is intended to do X, Y, or Z. It never says this law will do this. Because they know their laws are not going to do jack, and so they always put that little snippet in there so that if somebody does call them on it later, they can be like, well, we intended for it to do this, but it's not. However, we still do need to keep it because X, Y, and Z. I mean, that's
right.
Just,
well,
they've been doing that forever.
It didn't get that outcome because they need more.
Exactly.
That's
well, yeah,
exactly. Thing.
If only we would have been able to do more.
So here it is. And it would put teeth into the federal statute that law enforcement use to prosecute gun traffickers and high-volume sellers, and then who feed the criminal market. So, like, where's that proof? Like, there's 45 pages of, like, proof of why this should be the new scrutiny for what is a high-volume seller, for all these justifications. But then, where is the actual causational, like, link to the... Well, in this case, just the fact that guns are on the criminal market, and then I would also make them show us how guns on the criminal market mean anything. There might be freaking cigars on the criminal market. Does that change the rates of cancer? You know, there might be cars on the criminal market that they use for getaways. Like, are we somehow regulating that? Like, why does it matter if criminals have guns? If they're not using the guns, then who cares how many guns they have? They could have whole warehouses full of guns. They can only carry one or two, and if they're too afraid to use them, because the laws or because of the victims are not victims, or the victims are not unarmed, then they can have all the guns they want. They can show them to each other stuff. They can clean them, do whatever we do with our guns. I don't care if they have guns.
Well,
they suggest that, or we're allowing them to make all these assumptions just because there might be guns on the criminal market. Well, what the fuck? Why do they get to just say, like, there's the end? That's the horrible end of all existence. If there's guns on the criminal market, boom.
Well, and that's somewhat of, like, my point of view is that there are some laws that I do agree with. One of them being, like, actual straw purchasers. Like, they should go after those people. But I think they have all the tools available already. And the easiest way to do it is just send out some undercovers that go to some people and be like, hey, man, you're not going to do a background check, right? Because I'm a felon. I'm not supposed to have this. And if the guy goes, oh, yeah, sure, I'll sell it to you, no big deal, then you should arrest that guy and he should get in trouble.
Well, that's not even straw purchasing. That's just selling to a felon.
Well,
but let me give you an example of a straw purchaser that...
Well, then, yeah, can you go buy this for me because I can't? And then the guy's, yeah, sure, give me $50.
All of that. They do all of that and more. So they're doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's my thing, though. You're saying that you're perplexed or whatever, that maybe they should just pay more attention to the laws that exist. Is, I think, the way you sum it up, right?
Some of the laws that exist, I agree with, yes.
Well, all right. I mean, I'm not trying to get you or something. So basically, that's a position a lot of people have. Like, oh, okay, we already have background checks, so then why don't you just blah, 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 like, enforce the rules that we have? Well, here's what I say to that. Like, why should we have to, that shouldn't be, they didn't get to have the argument over here that we need so much more so that we can agree on what we've got. Fuck that. If they're suggesting that we're changing the boundaries, if they're suggesting we're changing the rules, they're suggesting we're changing the way we're going to do things, then that means they're taking the fence post out of the ground. They've said we're moving the line. Well, if they get to move the line our direction, where the fuck is it written that we only get to put it back where it came fucking from? If it came out of the ground already, they need to have something on the table also. They need to put something on the table to potentially lose some ground. Why are we always the one that are giving up a piece of our cake, using that analogy again? They need to bring some cake back to the table at some point here.
Well, we're always playing.
My suggestion is that we can't allow them to say, we can't allow them to go, you're right, let's just enforce the laws that we have for a little bit longer and then we'll all be happy. Because they're not going to be, I don't think we need to do that. I think instead we go, let's scrutinize the laws that we already have. So let's say that, whatever, we're not going to get into splitting hairs just for the whatever definitions of it, but let's say that I had this debate with TV a while ago. Let's say that there's people out there that are interested in selling firearms illegally to bad guys, and they are willing to do whatever they need to do to get the guns from a gun shop, okay? Because they can't buy them from a distributor because they don't have an FFL, and they can't buy them from a manufacturer because they don't have an FFL. A manufacturer, the factories that make guns, will only sell them to people who are in business of selling guns because they have no interest in selling mass quantities of guns to individuals. They're just not going to do that. So they usually sell them to distributors, wholesalers at the national level, and that's where 99% of their guns go, and then a couple of them go straight to specific gun shops they might have long-term agreements with, or big gun shops that can pull enough guns from the factory to make it worth their while. So they're all going to an end destination that requires a 4473. They're all going, because of the fucking 1968 Gun Control Act and some other laws before that, all guns made by manufacturers that are licensed have to go to, are basically driven by necessity and, you know, economies of scale and shit, to send their stuff to distributors, which send them to stores. So they've effectively taken all new guns and made them go through the 4473 background check anyway. So all new guns are going through background checks. So now we're going to give the anti-gunners in this thought experiment, we're going to give them a whole bunch of bad guys, a whole bunch of people that are willing to be criminals and break the existing laws. They're going to go do whatever needs to be done to fill out 4473s in such a way that they get as many guns as they want. And I'll give the antis as many as they want, hundreds, thousands, I don't fucking care. As many guns as they think are being sold, because we all know millions of guns are being sold every year, are being made new every year. We all know that. Like, if it's not millions, it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Shit tons of new guns are being made. So let's just give them that as many as they want are being sold directly to the black market for criminals. Like, as many as they fucking want. Because of the existing laws we have now, and there's loopholes in it. All the different things that they suggest are happening. All right? If that's happening, then are we not in a position where, in all time, we've got declining crime rates, declining violence, declining incidents of firearms, 344 firearms deaths, period, lawful, unlawful, justified, unjustified, accidents, suicides, or whatever. I mean, I don't know if suicides are in there, but 344 rifle deaths. I mean, they're suggesting that all these firearms are being made. They're not all pistols. Like, a whole bunch of them are rifles and shotguns, long guns, right? Whole bunches of them. I'm not going to say 50%, I'll say 40%, just to put a number on it, because who really knows? So 40% of millions or hundreds of thousands of guns are going out there, and we're giving them as many as they want go into the black market with the existing laws, right? And where are the murders? Like, what's the actual reason for these laws? Is it so that bad guys don't have property, or is it so that bad guys don't kill people, so that they don't go around threatening people? Now, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm looking at it too black and white, but I'm suggesting, where is the effectiveness of their law? Like, if they're suggesting that the law that they have now isn't worthwhile because it's not strong enough, that it's allowing all this shit to happen, then where are the results of this negative bullshit law? Like, where are these loopholes resulting in murders and shit? Or is it all pistols? Should I take the same thing out and look at pistols? I suspect I'm going to get some number less than 11,000, because we know there's only 11,000 handgun deaths. So they say 70,000 people were stopped. Well, is that going to be 70,000 murders and we only got 11,000? I don't think so. I mean, does that, looking at it from that angle, help my position at all? That the fact that we have this thing is bullshit to begin with. It's not stopping anything. It's a theater. It's something that we have to go through so that some fucking idiot who doesn't know what's going on feels good, because when he thinks about it at their dinner party, he thinks that gun owners have to get background checks. What does it really do? Nothing. The people who are advocates of it will tell us that it's ineffective. There's loopholes in it. So, okay, there's loopholes in it. Do we really have that many criminals that are, like, super violent, but they're also really dumb? Like, they're super violent. They can get guns anywhere they want because of these systems are so bad, but they just don't get, they're too lazy and they don't really actually kill anybody. I mean, which way do they get it? Do they have all the bad guys have all the guns and we live in the third world, or do the bad guys have all the guns and they just leave them at home because they don't use them here?
Maybe more people are switching over to fresh vegetables since the guy technically said that it's easier to get a firearm than fresh vegetables.
The local media in some other country, the main newspaper made a big article about maybe 1 month ago about school shootings at America. There is 300 school shootings in. There was 300 school shootings last year at the States last year, and
holy shit, that's 6 per state. Am I wrong?
Yes, and we know that there was only maybe 5 real school shootings, and those other 295 were just things happening outside of the school. Maybe police officer used his gun or something like that. But the local media writes things like that. They don't seek what's true, and the local people are reading the newspaper and they are looking. Okay, there was 300 school shootings in 1 year, so they are thinking that the guns, that the Americans with their guns, they are crazy people. There is, if somebody is telling something, there are a lot of people who don't check the facts. They are just reading and thinking that that's okay, that's the thing.
Well, that's what that goes back to what I always say is your average Joe never looks further into a statistic than at its face value. So when that's why you have to educate people before these statistics come out, so that when they do come out with these bogus things, I know which one you're talking about, that 300 things. That was, I think,
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's why you have to educate people and let them know, this is an anti-gun group. This group comes out with logically flawed studies all the time, and that way they can look at that number and they will ask the question, is this real or is it not? It's all about educating people.
But also, even if you give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, you're right, there's 300, fine, whatever. I mean, I think that's kind of what G-Webs was getting at when he's like, wow, that's 5 a state. Like, if you think of how many schools there are even per state, and then there's 5 of them, we're still talking about a really, 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 really small percentage. And that's with their super made up, like, completely bogus,
Well, I was saying I don't think there's 5. I mean, I would think that all of us would have heard of a state level incident at a school, unless they're counting, like, I don't know what they could.
They were counting people that they were counting shootings that happened within 1,000 feet of the school. Nothing to
so
do
now
with school.
all there has to be is a school in a bad neighborhood, and all
exactly.
of a sudden there's 100 shootings.
Yeah, exactly.
The point is that the number is correct. There was 300 school shootings, but there was not real school shooting. There were something shit happening near the schools.
Right.
If you think that 300 per year, it's 50 per month. It's about one peak happening every day. So if at America if there is one school shooting per day, it's so big thing that our news media is telling nothing more than the school shootings at the America, but that's not happening.
Yeah, like they'd be reporting that here, like that's the education that, without going into the argument, like, don't you think that would be everywhere on the news if there was a school shooting every day?
Yes.
Come on.
That's the right.
Right.
And, but still, the biggest newspaper in my country, it's still saying that there are 300 school shootings per year at the America, and it's local newspaper which has maybe 25 or 30% of our country is reading that, and they just take the newspaper and reading that, okay, there's a lot of gun violence at America.
Right. And that's the problem with misinformation. You can make up, 100 different lies, and then, the other people, like in this case, our side, has to spend all of our time and energy into debunking all of those 100 different lies and statistics. I mean, that's a legitimate. That's an actual, like, debate style or tactic. Is you take your time to bring up a million different things, and then the other dude's playing defense the whole time, going, well, actually, this school shooting doesn't really count because it was because of over here, and this one doesn't count because of the. And now we've spent all of our time and energy disproving that 300, which we all agree it's not accurate, but it's kind of like what G-Webs was talking in the other chat. We're fighting where they want us to fight. And so I'm sorry that I maybe read some connotation into what you said, G-Webs, but that's the way I heard it when you're like, well, that's like 5 a state. Honestly, maybe you just sound like a jackass for saying that, but when I think it, it's like, well, okay, it's 5 per state. Whoop-de-doo. There's millions of people here.
That's true. There's millions of people in every single state, so yeah, 5. And especially if they're going to count, just being within 1,000 feet of a school, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's almost a non-existent problem.
One of the things about education is that, hopefully not just gun-related, people are kind of starting to see that the news is lying about things, and we're not just gun things. Like especially how a lot of this political stuff is coming up, and how the news is manipulating it, and the certain parties. Hopefully it's pushing more and more people to get into real fact checking, and that can only help. Hopefully.
You can hope that, but you should not overestimate the American public.
No, we're stupid idiots.
Yeah.
But honestly, think about that, though. How are we going to win over educate people? There's really the only way is to get them to finally look at a real fact or to really question something.
And like I was saying earlier, the only way to really educate people, I mean, with our attention spans the way they are nowadays, you really have at max 30 seconds to get your point across. Otherwise, their eyes are glazing over and they're thinking about the Kardashians or Duck Dynasty or whatever
It baffles me that people don't give a shit, too. Like, 10 years ago, they lied about this, like Benghazi type of thing. If that gets swept away, the people don't care.
They don't pay attention.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yes. I hope that the kids are going from the media to the off from the mainstream media, and they get the news from the social media, and we how I said, we don't have to do anything, but I hope that the social media is doing the right thing, because the mainstream media is lying. There is always some political reasons why the mainstream media is saying about something, but the social media, I hope that it will be honest. And
that newspaper's at fault too in your country.
Are getting the news from the social media, not from the mainstream media.
You know, that what is it? The newspaper you said that's reporting it. That this is on them too for not actually fact checking or putting a rebuttal in to say we've done our research and this number is this because of. You know what I'm saying? They're just as guilty there then for painting the United States that way if they're not doing the fact checking either.
Right. Well, and that's, that kind of brings up with, you talk about people not really critically thinking about the data and whatnot, and part of that is, this is kind of, I'm going to ask you guys this question, it's just kind of like a gut check, but, do you fact check stuff that is telling you what you want to hear? Like, for instance, if the NRA comes out with something, do you just go, yeah, see, I knew that was the correct number, or do you fact check them as well?
I see what you're saying. If you agree with it, why would you even fact check it?
Right. You fact check the other side, like, okay, Mother Jones came out 300, that sounds ridiculous, let's look into it. Yep, you're right, it's bogus, it's bullshit. And then NRA comes out and says, oh, well, look, only 0.5% is bad, and you're like, yep, see, I told you, only 0.5%'s bad.
Again, though, I think we've kind of talked about this a lot. It's hard to even, or almost why bother, I don't want to say it that way, but you're not going to get someone who's an anti-gunner. We're talking about the people on the fence. How do we get them to fact?
Right.
Because hopefully they're not thinking like you just said. I know, unfortunately, a lot are, but it's those on the fencers that you got to get through, because I stopped commenting on Facebook. This one asshole friend of mine with his anti-gun stuff. I mean, I used to comment and facts and all that. Now I just ignore him because it doesn't do anything but help him.
But do you think you have it bad? My wife's mother is an anti, and I mean a true anti, Kool-Aid drinking anti.
Yeah,
I can't disassociate with that. I have to be, Thanksgiving, like, ugh.
Some fucking ground rules, man. Hey, Thanksgiving's off for you next year. That's it. Can't deal with that. That'll force her to think about it.
But I did want to jump in and say one thing we do have to be careful about is we do need to fact check our side and call our side when they're putting out BS stats. I've seen the NRA do it. I mean, I can't think of any exact examples off the top of my head, but I've seen some things where I'm just like, I know that's wrong. I know you're just doing that for the base, and it is not a good long-term strategy to fight anti-gunners' lying logic and lying statistics with pro-gun stats that are basically lies as well.
Yeah, fight fire with newspaper.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to, you got to have the true stats. You can't have this ideologically driven stat.
Did you guys see that video about a month ago with Wayne LaPierre talking about the NICS system and those 70,000 checks and the failed ones, where he mentioned that, was it 30 states don't even put anybody that's mentally been adjudicated even on the NICS system?
Yeah, I did
and
see
what
that.
have you. Now I wonder what are the thoughts on that. Okay, if that's true, again, I know it kind of brings up the word list. But if someone, we all agree, is mentally
well, if you're mentally
ill,
adjudicated,
they shouldn't have it. They shouldn't have access to guns.
The difference between that and not letting people on the watch list is when you're mentally adjudicated, you are given a degree of due process. Where the watch list, you are not given due process whatsoever.
Exactly. So I'm fine. Yeah, obviously, no one on the watch list should be stripped of their rights because they're not. If it is what it is. It's a list that's not even legit. But if they can't even, like you said, and I hate to say, you can't even enforce the laws you have. Well, if the NICS system is that flawed, why wouldn't they look into that as being a potential of, because it wouldn't affect us now, and if they could get mentally ill people, and actually he's saying that felons aren't even on there. Well, if that's the case, get their friggin' asses on there.
Yeah, that is one surprising thing that is true.
How do you get them on there? How do you accomplish that?
Well, that
needs to be
not our problem. I mean, it's if their system is so good. I mean, they've got this whole prison industrial complex, and you're telling me that they're not.
Who are we talking about? They are we associating? I mean, is they the government or is they the anti-gunners who want to push an agenda on this?
Well, I'm saying whoever's responsible for, this being followed through with the NICS system, or what I mean, because you can't just throw another law in, like we said, if this one's not working. Well, this one's not working, then nothing would work if what they're saying is true. And I know that's obviously the whole point here.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that if we can't, it's not an answer to just say, put whatever we started with, put the criminals on a list or put the mentally ill on the list. Those are, first off, I believe they're unattainable. But if they were attainable, and I'm somehow wrong, if there is some way to determine, like, every single person can have a Nazi tattoo, and then that Nazi tattoo can go to a database that says this person is, at this level on the crazy spectrum, and it's at this level on the health spectrum, and therefore they are, and then they're this level on the criminal spectrum, so therefore you can buy a gun, or you can't buy it.
But you're kind of saying it right there, is if what you're saying is true, like with this HIPAA stuff, if medical records or what they're saying doesn't allow these people to be identified or NICS check, then how the hell did that ever get passed as a way to stop any crime? Because for exactly what it's supposed to stop isn't something can be checked. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they don't allow someone who has been mentally adjudicated and shouldn't have a gun, if they're not allowed to put his name on the NICS refusal list,
hang on.
How could that ever be passed as a working system?
There's a difference between the medical record part of it, as in just you go and see a psychiatrist or something, and being adjudicated mentally ill. That's a legal thing.
It's like being charged with a crime or convicted of a crime. Now, when you're convicted, you're in. You're on the list, right?
That's why I was saying you get some sort of due process. It's if you go to a counselor or something, you don't get put on the list.
Right.
Right. So the responsibility is of the court to put you on the list.
We're defining what is jaywalking, but we need to look again at who's deciding that jaywalking is the scourge that it is, and is the benefit have any and at any scale or anywhere near the amount of result that is necessary to attain that benefit. So to suggest that we need to just keep the mental people off the list, I started out by saying I don't think it's attainable, because in order to do that it would require a massive federal infrastructure beyond the scope of loss of freedom that we can even imagine, for them to keep track of each individual person. For crying out loud, they can't keep track of anything. To expect that they're going to keep track of individual people who potentially the criminals are not going to want to be kept track of, and the mentals are either not aware that they don't want to be kept track of or not interested in helping to be tracked. I mean, come on, how do you keep track of somebody who's mental to the point where they're dangerous? I mean, it might be able to keep them, and it might not be able to keep them. But, and I'm not even being facetious, how the hell do you do this without a tattoo on your arm or something? Like, how do you actually know who people are? So to give that amount of responsibility, to task the government with that much more of a job, is ridiculous. It's a massive amount of undertaking, and what are we doing it for? Are we fucking seriously a danger of even being hurt by a firearm? We own them, and we are at less risk of being hurt by a firearm than somebody in Mexico or some other country that they don't want to acknowledge. Remember, they always have to say other civilized countries or something, except now they won't be able to say that. They have to say civilized countries besides that don't speak French. But you know what I'm saying? They are suggesting that we are going to create this massive fucking infrastructure and then make it even more elaborate because it's not working, because of 344 rifle deaths and maybe 7,000 handgun deaths. 7,000? And how many of those 7,300 or so deaths? I don't even know if we need to start taking the fucking numbers out, because we need to start taking accidents out of there, because their bullshit crap isn't going to do anything about accidents, and we already took suicides out. So now I believe we need to take drug shit out of there, because the drug people who are having their little drug wars have nothing to do with what we're talking about, and since they are a significant, even if they're not all of it, they're a significant portion of these numbers, they're using them against us. So they want to create not only a fucking infrastructure that I think is unreasonable amount of power and cost, not to mention like just omnipresent boot, jackboot on your neck, but just the cost and amount of work it would take is for what? For 300, maybe 7,000 deaths? I mean, we don't put this kind of effort into cars, which are 7,000 per state, right? We don't put this kind of effort into health. Actually, we tried to put this kind of effort into health, and look at the massive clusterfuck that is. And that's not even trying to actually make people healthy. That's just trying to help people get insurance. So this is a ridiculous amount of assumption that we're allowing them to make. I think we need to start scrutinizing it and showing it for the massive farce that it is, so that it's not even a question of if they get more of this shit, but they have to start justifying why we have any of it for any reason. So, I mean, how do we put and then start looking at the specifics? How do you get all the mentally ill people on this thing? Yeah, you first have to figure out what you're going to consider. Where the fuck is this line in the sand where somebody may run down the line of being a psychopath? Well, we have 7 fucking psychopaths, so how the fuck are we supposed to know out of 3 million people that might interact with the health care thing what these 7 people did that might be a warning sign that we might need to screen 300 million? So let's say that it's going in there and shaking your left hand around and then kicking somebody with your right fucking shoe. Well, what the fuck? Now we have to make some database that keeps track of every fucking time that happens? And what if you shake your sister around one time and you kick something a second time? Maybe we should keep track of them in case they start doing it more often or something. Like, are you serious? Like, the crazy definitions that would have to exist? And we don't do that for people that might drink and drive. We don't do that for people that hit their fucking wives. Now we're going to do it for people who might own a gun, who might want to go hunting or something?
I know. I mean, you make so much sense. It's fucking frustrating, because the amount of time that they spend on this subject as well is mind-blowing when there's real issues. Because who's to say tomorrow they can't come out with every single car has a breathalyzer starter on it? And that would save 100. That would save 200,000 people a year, like probably automatically.
Why don't they just fucking take the highest speed limit in the country and make sure that no car can go faster than that?
But it's not even breathalyzer.
That's common sense.
Why not? How about this? I saw a new Subaru ad where the car won't hit an object, period. It looks like it just won't hit anything. And then I'm telling like family, like, well, I can think of like 30 things off the top of my head why I might need to hit something with my fucking car that's not going to be such a big deal to save my life. Like, so you could be stuck on a railroad track and there might be a car in front of you. You could be at a red light and a fucking truck is coming at you. Like, well, I want to hit a car. Like, I want to have a car that I'm allowed to hit a fucking car with. This is ridiculous.
That's my same thing with the lane changing. There's ones that can tell when you're drifting out of your lane, and they put you back in the lane. So if there's a baby in the middle of the street, and you try and hop the curb to get onto the sidewalk, your car automatically steers you back into your lane, and you run over the damn baby.
Is doing that, yeah. You know,
why did you kill that baby? It's my
I have an idea.
They were talking about the opposition to that because of those things, though. But you know what's funny is they'll actually listen to the opposition on that subject, but not this subject.
Well, here, I don't know what subject the subject is, but like, terrorists watch this. They shouldn't be allowed to be buying guns, right? They shouldn't be allowed to be living. Like, see, if depending on like a scale of 1 to 10, like, are they active?
If we suspect you of the terrorism, you're dead.
Well, how about, like, if, I don't know what, all I saw was a newspaper in New York had a picture of Wayne LaPierre dressed as a terrorist, and they're calling him Jihadi Wayne, and slandering like everything about the NRA. Like, you know, now they want terrorists to have guns. But if there's a terrorist list in America, like they have a list of terrorists, the least of your problems should be them going to a gun dealer, like a gun store, and buying something over the counter like that. Like, it just seems like such a non-issue. Because honestly, like, these terrorists are so advanced that they're going to get their guns fucking shipped to them in a, what were those metal containers? Like freights? Like, you know, like these people are, you know, can get it here. They'll get it here, trust me. Or they'll, you know, and people are like, oh, well, private sales, maybe not. Maybe they'll steal them. Like, maybe they'll have them shipped here.
Or like in Australia, they'll start manufacturing guns that are way worse than when guns were legally available.
Or they'll have a homegrown, you know, radical that has no criminal record just buy them legally and pass the background check, mind you.
I just don't understand the whole concept. So if there's a list of terrorists that they're afraid of in America buying guns.
No, there's a list of suspected terrorists.
Yes, 35% of which have been proven. 35% of which have been proven and removed from the list to have been falsely identified and put on the list. 35%. That kind of error.
Oh, wait, are they just using the no-fly thing?
Yes. That's what they're referring to as the terror list.
I thought this was a special list.
Ted Kennedy's on it.
People with the same name.
Well, I mean, he might not.
Oh, no. I thought this was a completely different list. Okay, I got it.
No, that's just their way of calling it.
Nah, they just renamed it. It's another one of these liberal anti-gun tactics of naming things something scary. They renamed it from
Like
the no-fly
ISIL?
list to the terror list. Or,
Like, I just realized ISIL, only liberals say ISIL. What is the deal with that? Did you notice that? Like, most people say ISIS, but then
what the hell is
a bunch of
ISIL?
liberals will say ISIL. It's
ISIL
Islamic
was
State
connected to
in the
Agenda
Levant.
21. That's why I get confused.
No, I think it's ISIS. ISIL is Islamic State in the Levant. Like,
which is
Levant is like the entire area.
Yeah.
But ISIS is just what? Islamic State in Iraq and Syria.
Yeah, they outgrew ISIS and renamed, and then are.
It's weird because only fucking liberals are saying ISIL. I don't see anybody, like, you'll see the president, his spokespeople, everyone else on the other side saying ISIL.
You don't remember that? Like a long time ago? Everybody was
ISIL?
calling it ISIS, and he started calling it ISIL, and it freaked people out. And they're like, he's a Muslim because he's calling it ISIL. He's being respectful.
No. It's like, it's so weird. It's one of these fucking word games, man, where they try to confuse people.
There's another word that you're supposed to use that gets them all mad. It says it's like the deceiver or something.
Disash or something?
It's like sounds like dash or something.
Yeah.
If you watch that, if you watch the news conference today with the French president, he used it a lot.
Yeah.
They said Obama was using it. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah, he started to. Yeah. But I think that was just because he was.
This is like when we were kids and there'd be like some cool hip slang and shit, and you want to bounce it and flip it, make it your own shit. You know what I mean? No,
well, I'm all about calling them a disrespectful name since they're all worried about that shit.
No, here's the deal. This is what you need to call them, because this is the real proper liberal way to call them. I'm calling them non-atheist, extremist, man-made disaster creators. And also, that's pretty much it. That's
I call them global warming victims, but I guess you could be more worried.
Well, they just need jobs. Some people say that too.
And less glutens.
You just need jobs, man. So did you ask how many private sales are in Chicago? How many private sales do the gangbangers get their guns from in Chicago? Because I think I can make an estimate.
Well, are you going to consider a
stolen property sale?
Yeah, stolen property a legitimate sale, or is that a crime?
I mean, is it private? Is it would it be a private sale?
Well, that's
one gangbanger sold a gun.
That they want you to do a background check on the stolen gun you're selling.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's such the most idiotic thing ever.
Yeah, it's like, that's so, it's so crazy. I don't even get it.
Please.
I don't even get it, man. Is this an on-topic chat? And what's the topic?
I think we're just lobbying out, right?
Oh, we're just lobbying?
We're extended.
Hashtag solve it.
Solve the global
Yeah,
warming.
this is the G-Web's after chat.
Oh, okay.
Done. Solved it.
This is like, oh, I never sell gun. I would never sell a gun, boy. Ever.
What is now? I'm gonna be. I've been out of the loop here. Where is this 12 gun thing? Is this a federal thing, or because I have literally
It's an
been
executive order coming
It's
down the
actually
pipe.
25 guns, and I misread it. 25 guns in a 12-month span is somehow taking you to the level of a gun dealer or a high-volume gun dealer that needs to be regulated with an FFL.
Well,
And
now it makes sense.
Can you say somehow where did this magical number come from?
Bill Ruger.
That's we don't know.
Bloomberg's
Bill Ruger
ass.
left it.
The number
Bill Ruger
literally,
left it.
no, to literally answer your question, the Bloomberg campaign, one of their branches, I forget, it wasn't Mom's Demand, it was Everytown, I think, or somebody, no, it was the mayors, some group of mayors.
Mayors for gun safety and responsible gun ownership.
They took a petition to the executive branch with a bunch of suggestions and then elaborated on their ways of achieving their stupid ass goals, and that's where that comes from. So they're the ones that came up with it, but where they came up with that number, I didn't see that yet, but I've only barely skimmed that one a few times so far. I haven't read it all.
I think my answer is correct where they came up with it.
What is
Where did they come up with it?
Solve.
They came up with it out of Bloomberg's ass.
Yeah, it's a scary number. 25. Wow, that's a scary number.
Well, if you don't think they spent hours on that shit, like maybe even.
And they're suggesting that that's
Probably
going to
days.
solve the issue because there's some statistic somewhere that says high volume sellers are the culprits of the gun scourge of America.
Well, no, they're suggesting that their numbers that they came up with, and they cite here, verify that or validate their position that there's this underground group of people that are buying guns and then reselling them, but they're not licensed. So these unlicensed high-volume dealers are a problem. And so the way that you overcome that is by universal background checks, so that any transfer of a firearm needs to be documented. Therefore, they can't just go around selling and buying all they want, right? They think that that's shining a light on this practice.
Yeah. I think
and
it's
they
the
don't.
difference
They
between.
don't come out and say that gun registration is what that means, basically.
Well, they
just for those
they
people.
can't prove that means anything.
Yeah.
Just for
And
those
they're
people who are
suggesting-
doing it, not for everybody. So.
Huh?
Just the people who are selling 25 or more a year, that they need to go get an FFL license. That's all they're trying to say.
They're not suggesting that. They're using this phenomenon that they suggest their research validates that exists. They're suggesting this is a reason for universal background checks. This is not a petition to make the.
I thought that's what the executive order was. Classifying them as high volume so that they have to get an FFL. Or we were
I'm sorry.
completely.
Yeah, that specifically is a bunch of things that they want him to do with executive orders, but they're using this as justification in other articles for the universal background checks. Like this is a reason the universal background checks need to happen because this is happening.
The original article I read was there's an executive order about high volume dealers needing to get FFLs, and then there was something else about high volume dealers having to get background checks on prospective buyers. Now, the key word there is prospective, because I don't know what the fuck that means. Does that
Yeah,
mean
we
like
found
if
that
you're-
one. I thought that was different.
Okay, because that was crazy.
No,
And
that was
then,
what you're saying, but that was in reference to existing FFL holders who do a high volume.
Oh,
I don't know if they were intentionally or unintentionally confusing the word high volume dealer.
They were intentionally.
So
it
one
looks like
fails.
they want those people though. In other words, they're saying there are gun stores that do more volume than other gun stores. So what we want is only people who's passed a 4473 to be able to buy from or shop at the high volume stores. Like somehow that is going to scare people away, and you
So
can't
it's
do straw purchases
Well, yeah,
or
so
something?
they're suggesting that the people that are buying more than 25 guns a year and illegally selling them to people that shouldn't have them are then going to be swayed by this law.
Well,
no,
and
no,
that's
no.
the
They
other
don't
thing
even
I
care,
wanted to say.
dude. No,
The other
they
thing
don't
is
even
that.
care.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say
Because
they
in
don't
one
even
fell
care.
swoop, they're
They're
calling
not.
legitimate FFLs criminals then.
There is nothing that they're saying
And
is
they're-
criminal.
and they're-
They're not, and there's nothing that they're saying is illegal. So they're not
Right.
saying that.
The
They're saying
customers
that.
and the FFLs are now somehow culprit because they do a lot of business.
No, yeah, exactly. Like so my point to this is, Tack, they're not saying that people who buy 25 or sell more than 25 a year are selling to criminals. That's not what, that's
That's what
not
they're
even
saying.
the point. No, they're not. They're just saying that you're selling so much that that you're just a threat.
But
You're
that's
just a
exactly
threat.
my point, is that they're suggesting that because you're selling them, that's a problem. But then they don't come through and why is that a problem? Because exactly you could sell, let's say that
You're
somebody
just flooding the market with
somebody
these
goes out and buys
dangerous items.
100 Glocks and then sells those 100 Glocks to 99 people or 100 people.
Mhm.
Well, what the fuck? That doesn't mean those people are criminals. They just wanted to buy a gun cheaper or maybe more conveniently. I can think of things like I've lived in places when I first was going to school that were like old mobile homes that were just in like a lot, and they weren't like a mobile home park. These were like more like trailers, I should say, like old travel trailers, like RVs almost, that like were just cheap places to rent or whatever, and old people would live there. And I can see something where you got a old person who can't get out, and you know some kids are being jerks or something, or maybe coyotes are coming in and fucking around or whatever with their garbage, or raccoons, or who knows what many things could happen, and you want to get them like I don't know, something in the used or inexpensive range. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that every time somebody's trying to give someone a convenience that you're arming a criminal, and that there's any harmful or negative intent there. But yet, on paper, that's a criminal record or some criminal fucking transaction that they get to use against us. They created the situation that it's criminal, then they point at the criminal situation happening, and then use that as justification for us to even, to have repercussions.
You guys are overlooking the fact that I could sit here and pull up videos right now and play you videos of people in administration that's been here for almost 8 years talking about we need to change. I think it was like, I'm not even going to say people's names, but it was like we need to change the way Americans think of firearms and start to have them have a negative connotation, like right off the bat. I remember they were talking about the Surgeon General was like super anti-gun. They wanted the CDC to handle firearms as if it was some sort of disease. They want your doctors They want your doctors to ask you if you own firearms as if it's like, do you smoke? Do you drink? Do you have a firearm?
Where is this? Where did you get? Where I want to see these videos? Send me links.
Oh well, I'll send them to you. I will, but not right now, this second. But I mean, just these are things that have happened. So the idea of you just putting it in the world, like it's like if you were a gun shop and you were selling, some gun shops probably sell, 10,000 guns a year. I know a gun shop that sells 10,000 in a week. You know what I mean? So like those people are the enemy to people like Bloomberg. Like they can't stand them. They just can't stand them. The reason why is because they are putting so many guns in America. And you're right. Most of those guns, all of them probably, 99.99%, are just going to good old boys and women out here trying to go shooting and shit. I mean, that's it. Like, just normal.
Anybody ever stood up to the president and said that he's the best gun salesperson in history?
Yeah, I mean, dude, the record amount of NICS background checks. What was it? It was
It broke the record last month, right? At 2 million, or
I think it was like 20 million a year or something.
And there was 2 million in October.
Right,
which
so
was
it was
more
close
than
to,
even 3 years ago.
I think the average was like 18 to 19 million NICS background checks a year since he's been president.
Right, normally it's under 1 million a month or something. Yeah, normally.
Yeah, it doubled. And then right after the Paris thing, they said people were rushing to go buy guns after Paris, after the attack. So everything that they try to do doesn't work. I mean, it just doesn't work for them in terms of just ownership up.
And the thing is, kind of like what G-Webs was saying of, show us where the problem is or whatever. Even in their own article, they, listed an example of a private person who was basically making a business out of selling guns. So that's the type of person they're arguing should be an FFL. And they said, oh yeah, he sold over 200 guns in a year. And they caught him because one of them was used by a drug dealer. So the other 199 were used by, normal people because they don't know. They're just buying a gun from a person. They don't know that he's selling a bunch of them or whatever. And now they're talking about, going after those people? They didn't do anything. And one of them was used inappropriately.
I just want to play Holder real quick for you.
Yeah, Holder said
an information campaign to really change the hearts and minds of people in Washington, D.C., and in particular our young people. They are saturated in the media and in entertainment, or by the entertainment industry, with violence. And I think too many of our young people, in particular our young men, are fascinated with violence and in particular fascinated with guns. And what we need to do is change the way in which people think about guns, especially young people, and make it something that's not cool, that it's not acceptable, it's not hip to carry a gun anymore. In the way in which we've changed our attitudes about cigarettes. When I was growing up, people smoked all the time. Both my parents did. But over time, we changed the way in which people thought about smoking, and so now we have people who cower outside of buildings and kind of smoke in private and don't want to admit it.
That's not because they changed their minds, because they changed the law.
I'm not
Those
kidding when I
people
said
would
he
much
sounds
rather
like
be
you.
inside.
He literally sounds like you with a different accent, DP. That could have been you. Yeah, he's an idiot. He's the one who said brainwashing.
I'm 1/16th black, so.
He said we need to brainwash people.
What year was that recording?
That's old, so that's 90 to be honest.
The brainwashing one was like 3 years ago, 2 years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah. But no, there was some other thing about the CDC. Why should the CDC be handling anything related to firearms? It would be like the CDC. I guess maybe they handle stuff like cars. I don't know. I doubt it. But anyway, I don't know why we're shocked. So to me, the enemy is ownership for everybody, not just for bad guys. It's never just about bad guys, dude. Like
you said it before, DB. Why don't they just come out and say they want their guns?
Well, you missed it the other day because I think I won money from G-Webs in a bet. See, the difference between a terrorist attack if a group of terrorists go into a mall and shoot 500 people, right, in America, they won't talk about gun control right after that. They just won't do it because the terrorists is something that's the enemy. Like, they're truly the enemy of America, right? Those people who are doing that. But when it's an American citizen who loses his mind and goes into a school or goes into a mall or movie theater, it's this mentality of, we are going to protect you from yourselves. We need to protect you from yourselves, and that's why we're doing this. And you're going to like it. You're going to learn to like it, and it's for your betterment, right? When some enemies come here crossing the border illegally, or even if they were self-radicalized here in America, and they are, say, Muslim extremists, radical Muslim jihadis, is whatever Hillary's calling them. If they do it, there's no way they're going to go to gun control, because if anything, Americans are going to get fucking pissed and start trying to buy guns again. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh shit, we're under attack. These people are coming here and they're trying to kill us. So what are we going to do? We got to protect ourselves. So they can't use the whole we're going to protect you. We're going to protect you from yourself kind of thing.
Well, historically they haven't, but you can bet that if they can prove that the terrorists, hypothetical homegrown across the border, whatever, if they can prove that they got their hands on guns through what they are referring to as the background check loophole or the gun show loophole, if they can prove that, I think they will politicize it.
No, I agree with you. I don't think they would jump to it.
No, not immediately. Never immediately, but eventually, basically it would be one news outlet would politicize it, and then all of a sudden it would just be a hailstorm of all of them saying, you know, this attack is because of the NRA, it's because of guns, it's because of gun owners, and it would
I
only.
wish I could go back and get
We
this
don't have
Obama
any
speech.
we don't have any case studies to show whether or not that's going to happen or not. But I would put if I was a betting man, I would bet that they would politicize it.
Yeah, I would say it really does depend on who did it. Because if it was like some guys who were super high up in ISIS or super high up in Al Qaeda, and they were on terrorist watch lists and stuff, and everyone would just be talking about like, holy shit, why didn't we catch them before they did it, this and that, because they know those people. See, if they came with that argument, I feel like Americans aren't that stupid. They would say, Jesus, those were like top tier ISIS guys, and if it wasn't for the guns, they would have fucking blown the whole building up. You know what I mean? Like, these guys they are the problem. Like, it's the terrorist is the problem, not the gun. Where it's like, usually where it's like some teenage kid who's hearing voices, and then steals the guns from his fucking mom and shit. That's like totally pitch fucking perfect to say, hey, look, see? Like, you know, it's all about you. It's all about America's gun culture and all this other shit. It's not like, oh, God, it's ISIS.
Yeah. That's a news story of opportunity. It's kind of like a crime of opportunity. It's a news story of opportunity for them.
He even said it in Turkey. Like, the president was in Turkey. Was it in Turkey? He was Turkey for the G20 right after the Paris attack. And he did about a 40-minute speech. He threw a temper tantrum because the questions were horrible, and they were really going after him, everybody, because the day before he said ISIS was contained. But in the middle of the speech, he says, look, these people, if they want to kill people, they're going to kill people. You just can't stop them. And then he said something like, it's not about the guns they used or the weapons they used. It's the mentality of people who are willing to die. And if people are willing to die, this is like almost verbatim, I'm paraphrasing. He was like, if people are willing to die, there's not much you can do if they want to go kill some people. And we can't really focus on the weapons. Like, it was crazy. But like, if that happened here,
that's the most honest statement ever made.
Yeah, it was wild. Yeah.
I need to find that, because that might have been the smartest thing he's ever said.
Was that our president, or was that the?
Yeah, it was a G20. It was the conference the day after at G20 where people were like, yesterday you said they were contained, and he was like, folks want to pop off, and talk shit. I want to hear their plan, and he started like talking shit about Ted Cruz, and he was talking shit about Trump. It was the same speech where he was like, I'm not interested in like pretending to act tough. People want to talk shit about like America winning and stuff. He was like, remember, people were upset that he said like something about winning, but he was referring to Trump, because Trump's always talking about, we're going to be winning. But it's not that long of a speech. It's like maybe 40 minutes, and it's right there in like the sweet middle part, like right in the middle. And yeah, when he said that, I was like, holy shit! If he ever tries to politicize anything else again about it, especially someone who's they're all suicide shooters, like all these fucking crazy people. You can just play him his own words.
Yeah,
like, here's what you said last month. Like, come on, man, this is crazy.
Yeah,
because it's proven that we're at a higher risk of domestic terrorists, homegrown terrorists, than actual terrorists. So if he said that, then it's twice as true here.
Yeah, it's fucking. I mean, the director of the FBI said like 2 months ago, ISIS is in every state right now. And then they had like 2,000 investigations or something. It was some crazy number of like, the FBI right now has like active investigations like in the thousands. And as soon as the Paris thing happened, and they started talking about bringing these refugees, which in my opinion is a total non-factor. Those people have nothing to do with the videos we see of like the men crossing the border in like Greece and shit. It's totally different. Then they started talking about like, well, we have no credible like ISIS threat here and all this stuff, and like, man, the fucking FBI guy said the other day, like last month, that he doesn't have enough money or people to fucking even do all these fucking investigations, and he's scared. He's just, you know what I mean? Like, he said it in front of Congress. I don't know if he was begging for more money, but like, that's what he said.
Well, he's probably covering his ass because all these guys know that it's only a matter of time before we get hit, and he was just preemptively, giving excuses to why they're going to fail. Because we all know that no matter how well intentioned they are, they can't stop all of these attacks. You can't stop a homegrown guy that has no criminal or mental history. You can't stop him from buying an AK and walking into a shopping center. I mean, there's no way of catching
and then
that guy.
History proves that they're the ones causing it. They're the ones that supplied the explosives in the original World Trade Center explosion. I mean, come on. It's such a screwed up, corrupt game.
Well, I just found it. Listen.
Don't mind dying.
Hold on.
A few hundred from the United States worked with our European partners.
I just found
what we
it.
have in this situation is that if you have a handful of people who don't mind dying, they can kill a lot of people. That's one of the challenges of terrorism. It's not their sophistication or the particular weaponry that they possess, but it is the ideology that they carry with them and their willingness to die.
See?
Wow, that is perfect.
And that he says the weapon.
He said fucking weapon, dude. Like, it's unbelievable. So, like, he's not stupid, but then all of a sudden here, it's just straight to the political football bullshit. And I have no doubt about it that they would love to get across some sort of like 94 bill that doesn't sunset or even worse, and then just put that in their pocket on the resume. Like, look what we did. We fucking destroyed a lot of fucking freedom with that shit, whatever. So it's like right at 16 minutes and like, I'd say 15 seconds of a 40-minute speech. And then these fucking reporters, man, they were going super hard at him, and he was throwing little temper tantrums. But, yeah, it's about 16 now.
It's one of the challenges of terrorism. It's not...
So anyway, so it's like when you got a bunch of people that are like, a handful of people, he said, willing to die. So what's the difference between like any one of these
doesn't matter the weapon. You know what I mean? That's a biggie too, to say that.
Yeah, I think because they know the laws over there are so fucking strict. I think they have a 3-round mag capacity ban.
Yeah, in France, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you can't have more than 3 rounds in a semi-automatic rifle and all these other laws. He knows that he could never say, I mean, they fucking know the guns didn't come from that country, probably. You know what I mean? So
please.
They definitely didn't come from here.
Chasing the
I don't know where I'm ranting, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be shocked about any of this stuff. We are the like legal gun owners who buy a lot of guns are terrifying to these people. You know what I mean? It's not even like, it's not about the criminals really, because they understand that criminals aren't gun collectors. Criminals don't go to really gun stores. Most of them are fucking felons. Did you see this story about the Tulane medical student, like, who's tried to stop like a rape robbery in progress, and he got shot in the stomach?
Oh yeah, that is a vicious. Like he's
you
got.
Think
it
that
looks
guy
like
bought it? Like that guy's buying his gun.
It looks
from
like
a gun shop?
It looks like it was what, a Tech 9 he was using, and it jammed twice on him as this guy was just laying there, basically beginning to bleed out. I think he did survive, but
he's in critical, yeah. But like the point, like that when they read that guy's record, they figured out who it was. That guy had been a criminal like since he was like 10 years old, like in and out of jail for all kinds of fucking armed robbery.
Yeah, really bad shit, right?
Yeah, these people aren't going to gun shops, man. They're just not. They'll never go. Like,
that's the other glaring problem too, is that their prisons are so full of non-violent criminals that they're letting out the actual violent criminals.
Yeah.
Because of the prison system is privatized.
Yeah, they're just full up of. I bet you there's like really old people in there too, like Shawshank Redemption. Like.
Well, that's why they don't want marijuana legal, because it's their bread and butter, literally.
Oh well, it's most people's first introduction to being arrested, and a lot of these people who are doing this, like I read this article years ago, about it. It's like the marijuana thing. It's most like in the inner cities where it's like really poor. Everyone's smoking weed. Everyone, right? It's like that's like everywhere, right? So
like their tobacco.
It's most teenagers' introduction to being arrested, booked into the system, and getting into that system where they'll never get out of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's their first record. That's their first jail record. That's their first criminal record. Yep. And then from then on, it's like they have this fucking cat and mouse game going on with the fucking cops over the weed.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Like, growing up, you either got in trouble for it or you didn't. You were lucky, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You feel lucky, I mean, later in life to go, man, I can't believe we got away with all that stuff back then. Oh, remember that poor bastard?
That's one place where that's one place where we can definitely identify that. Let's just put it bluntly: white people have a privilege is in getting caught with drugs. I mean, my high school was like 90+% white, and there was a lot of people smoking weed, and nobody got arrested.
I would venture to say I've only gone to a couple of really bad, when I was younger, like really bad high schools. Like everyone smoked fucking weed. So it was like, I would say 99% of everyone was smoking weed. It was that bad. So, you know, everyone was black and, you know, and Spanish or whatever. So
it's
no one
not,
gave a fuck, by the way, because
it's
like,
not unique to those schools, though. It is not unique to bad schools. I mean, it's universal. It's a peer pressure thing. It's not anything more than that. It can happen to any school anywhere.
It's just how you treat the people when they get caught. I mean, some cops might be like, I don't know, man. It's also some cultural shit going on too.
Yeah, some cops are cool. And they just tell you to go home and not do it again. But it seems like a lot of them are no longer having that option, because if they get caught just confiscating and throwing it away, if they get caught, they lose their job and could also be, you know, criminally prosecuted themselves. So you are seeing a lot of police not giving leeway with it because they just can't. Not that they don't want to.
Well, you'll hear people say, like, that's bullshit. Like, the prisons aren't full of, like, guys who had bought a half ounce of weed. Like, it's just not true.
It's the long-term prisoners are not, but your jails are just overwhelmingly minor, non-violent drugs.
Right? It's over 50%, I believe.
Yeah, it was minor, like non-violent.
Non-violent crime, drug-related.
Selling, possession.
Yeah, possession.
I mean, there's places a joint is 2 years jail mandatory, right? Zero tolerance. Isn't places?
Well, dude, even in New York in the 90s, if they caught you with, they said, a seed in your car, they were fucking repossessing your car or seizing your car.
That happened to a friend of mine at the border. He was coming back from Canada, and they found a seed on his floor mat, and they confiscated his car. And the state of Vermont, because that's where he came through, they did contact him. He had to buy his car back from the state.
Yeah, that shit was happening.
That was in late 90s, late 80s, early 90s.
Yep. Anyway, that's the, and you know what's fucked up is, like, when we were kids, we were laughing about, like, Bill Clinton, oh, did he inhale or not? So we had that guy, right? Reconstructive nose guy. And then we had Bush, which was like straight up cocaine every night guy and drinking a fucking fifth of, you know, bourbon a night guy. And then we got this guy who is smoked pot most of his adult life guy and did coke a lot, you know, did coke a few times. And according to himself in his book, you know what I mean? Like, so this is, our last three presidents have been just absolute hypocrites on it. Yeah, absolute fucking hypocrites to the point where, like, when they're swearing you in, you should just be like, you know what, I can't do it, man.
Like, it was like Harold and Kumar go to Guantanamo Bay. Did you see that? And they parachuted into George Bush's house, and he was all smoking weed.
That movie was great. That was great. Oh, I'm going to watch that movie again now.
And they tell him, why are you so anti-drug? And yeah, it's great, man.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
It was funny. It was so
I
stupid.
saw that.
It was funny.
That was the second one, right?
Yeah. That was with
Sorry.
the meat cock sandwich.
Can we go back a little more? Those guys at the border, somebody was coming with his car from Canada to States at Vermont, and there was some minor thing with him. There was some cannabis at the car or something like that, and the border control took that car. Those guys are guys. They are not next from the guard. They are just American working guys, and they are doing that kind of job. Why they are doing? Why the officials? Why the people who has the rights to do that kind of shit?
It's like, why do people become DEA agents or
yeah,
FBI
but some
or
people
local
thrive
police,
on that power, man.
state police? There's other things like DEA. I'm sure some drug dealers are absolute kill your whole fucking family because you owe them, you know, $50,000.
No. I mean, why the good guys do that city?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, why would they do that job?
No. Of course, somebody has to do that job. But if they, we at the chat, we know that it's stupid law.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, a friend of mine a couple of years ago had a cop pull him over, and was like, "Wow, I smell weed in your car." Right? He tells me, so he's like, "Yeah." The cop's like, "Oh, I smell weed in your car." Like, do you have any weed in your car? And he's like, "No." And he's like, "Well, okay. Well, can I search your car?" So he fucking searched the guy's car, right? And at the end, he found like a little piece of marijuana, like a tiny piece of marijuana. And if that cop wanted to be a dick, he could have like pretty much ruined my friend's life for like a year, you know, at least. You know, he could have lost his driver's license. All that. So the cop was like, "You know what? Get home safe." And he threw the bud in like the woods, or you know, he just threw it out, like just basically like was like, "Look, I'm a cop, and this ain't worth it, man." Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm sure there's cops out there that are like, "Oh man, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna do the right
Girlfriend
thing."
and I were coming back from Canada in like 1988, and she had a freaking roach in her wallet, and they found it, and she was big. I was pissed at her, and she said something really stupid like, "My wallet? What was that?" She goes, "Is this your wallet?" And she said yes, and then she pulled out the roach from her wallet, and my girlfriend goes, "Well, that fell in the toilet the other day." And the girl at the border goes, "Well, kind of wishing you had flushed it down the toilet because this is in there." And then the girl said to her, of course she said it to us, she's like, she's letting us go, but she's like, "This isn't about making sure your ashtray is cleared out." You know what I mean? It's about being smart, like kind of with your life. You know what I'm saying? So they did that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's certain cops are doing the right thing. I don't know what they call it. They call it so. It's like discretion, like officer discretion. Like they have every right to do that. I think. Like, I don't know. I'm not even sure if that's true. Like maybe they're breaking the law by letting people out with a warning and stuff like that.
No, it's office. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. I mean, I mean, they have to do that. And that's also keeping up. They have to do a degree of that too to keep up to keep the even keel. You know, to keep up relations.
Why they have to do things like that? If there is a crime without victim, if there is a victim crime without a victim, why?
They don't have to. That's what I mean. Like certain cops could look the other way, I think.
Somebody
But that, yeah, I mean, that unfortunately, that statement's kind of, well, yeah, I think a lot of people could get behind that, but that's starting to question the morality of all laws. You know what I
Well,
mean?
look, yeah, they're law enforcement. They can't just be like, oh, I refuse to. They can do stuff like officer discretion, let people off with warnings, look the other way real quick. But the other thing is in this country is like, what is it called? Jury nullification or something?
Yeah.
Where, like, that's even more important. Where like there shouldn't be a fucking jury in America that would put someone in prison and ruin like a woman's life because
Why
she
is
had a
jury
little bit of weed.
nullification like something that's so taboo?
No, I thought it's like almost like part of it. Like if you
I heard
feel
it's
like,
taboo. Like you can't
oh really?
talk to the jury. You can't say
Yeah, you
to
cannot.
the jury, "Hey,
Yeah,
did you know that you can even if this is against the law, but against your morals, you can vote against it. You can say he's innocent just because you don't think because it is victimless."
It's not a doctrine that they're allowed to, like, it's not legal for a jury, from what I understand, to do what is called, what we know as jury nullification. Like if they truly believe the person is
Knowingly,
guilty,
right.
yeah, that's why you're not allowed to influence them in court by telling them that they can vote you innocent, or they can find you
You're
innocent.
allowed to behind closed doors, but you're not allowed to admit
No,
that.
no, no. It would. I don't know what the crime would be, but if you are
That would be jury tampering. Maybe they could charge you with that.
Well, that would be jury
if-
tampering. But I'm saying, like, if you're on the jury and let's say
And
all
we're
12
all
of you.
together, and we agree that they shouldn't be prosecuted. That is within our rights to do that.
Yeah, I thought it was totally legal.
I think it is legal, but you can't. It can't be like admitted. You know what I mean?
I think you can be held in contempt of court if the judge finds out that you ignored the rule of law, ignored his orders, because the judge is going to give you a set of orders that you must find this person guilty or innocent based on only the evidence presented, and if there is no reasonable doubt, you must find them guilty. And if you don't have reasonable doubt that they committed the crime, but you still find them innocent, then you're not following his instructions, and he can hold you in contempt.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way that you can get in trouble for that. But it's pretty much impossible to prove. And
right.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because they can't. You can't just be like, yeah, he's guilty as fuck, but this is bullshit.
But then again, what do I know? I'm just an internet lawyer, so I don't have any real law background. I'm just talking out my butt. But that's my opinion. That's what I think.
Well, I've heard it's a thing. I mean, I'm just saying, like, a police officer can do it on the street level. Where, like, I've seen cops, and have you ever gone to a concert, like an outdoor concert or something, and seen cops, like, there, and people are smoking weed and shit, and those cops don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I see it. They're not, like, out there actively, like, trying to bust people.
There's so much weed that everyone's high, including the cops.
How about when you get pulled over doing 95 and you got let off? Hasn't that ever happened to you guys?
Yeah.
That actually literally happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that's it right
me.
there. There you go. It happens all the time.
Like, I should have been in jail, but the cop, I was on my motorcycle, and the cop, he's like, listen, I ride too, I know how fast these things can go, and I know you could have ran, but you didn't, so I'm going to lecture you and let you go.
And you know what? I've taken away more morality from that than getting ticketed. Because I'll tell you, to this day, even when I'm going by a place where I got pulled over in the past, I always drive slower in that area. You know what I'm just saying? In that way, I being let off gives me more respect for the law than being ticketed.
Not even the law. It just gives you more respect for the agent that pulled you over, and thus gives you, you don't want that same guy to pull you over. You know how embarrassing it would be?
Oh, exactly.
A cop lets you off, and then the next day he catches you again, and that's just humiliating if they ever pull you over for the same thing.
I passed an undercover cop several years ago, and he pulled me over and then totally let me off. But it was just like it was like when my dad, the discipline growing up, he would just ignore you and give you that look, and it was like the whole idea that I was disappointing him was what kept me in check. You know what I'm saying? Versus the punishment of it. The punishment was, God, I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
the punishment was, oh crap, I got caught, now I have to suffer.
but the fact that you let him down was more punishment because you felt morality.
Because the thing about that is that's a constant thing. The punishment is temporary, but that feeling of, man, I really shouldn't have done that, that's permanent.
Right. That's when they're like, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. Oh shit! Don't be mad. Hit me.
You know that I can't wait to be a parent so I can pull that one.
Hopefully, you don't have a girl. That'll drive you crazy.
Yeah, because then I might not be able to pull that one. You know, it might be hard to disguise that you're mad when you're screaming at the top of your lungs.
Should be all. Oh, just the thought of that. I can't even. Your daughter turns out to be this teenage whore. That would be horrible. By some miracle of God, she has more than one vagina. Oh, it'd be horrible. It's like they say, you have a boy, you only have to worry about one penis. If you have a girl, you got to worry about everyone's.
So true.
Just trying to lighten everybody up here, trying to keep you loose.
Well, I'm heading to bed. It's 2:40, almost 3 o'clock my time.
Yep,
So
me too.
good chatting with you guys.
Made me all mad thinking about this fucking shit. I hate it because it's so frustrating. But yes, good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you too. I probably won't see you guys till next week. So have a good one.
Take it easy.
Yep. Yeah, it frustrates me thinking about it. You get me all mad, Webbs, because it is frustrating.
Well, I'm glad. Like I say, I went to the shop and I was kind of discouraged, so I figured it's good to get the fires churned up a little bit every once in a while. And then what the hell? If people go to Thanksgiving and talk about it a little bit, that's
You're right.
This everybody goes and be quiet about it.
Kind of close as family gets, and this is also a holiday where there's a lot of hunting involved. So this is definitely one of the key holidays, I think, for what you're saying. People are indoors, it's colder, hunting, drinking a little bit, opening up. Yep, it's the right atmosphere. As a matter of fact, I'm doing an early Thanksgiving tomorrow with a friend of mine and his family, although I know they're pretty pro-gun, so kind of hard there. But who knows, there might be someone there that will bring something up,
Well, and just to capitalize on the situation, there's, it's going to come up. So it's the France thing is going to come up. So it's easy enough to just throw that seed in there like, oh, that was a gun-free zone, and then leave it like that. And then, just go on to the next topic, and I can do a lot of things.
Right. Just throw yeah, exactly.
All right, well, I don't know if Z's still around. Catch is still around. It might be that time of night.
Yes, I'm moving from the PC to iPad, but I'm still here.
What time is it there?
About 10 a.m.
Oh, it's so late, it's early. So you've already okay. I'm thinking it was like 6, 7 a.m., but no, it's that far over that it's 10 a.m.
Yes, but the dog wants to go out, so I'm trying to make to start this chat with iPad.
Gotcha. All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to ease back into these chats. So, I guess I'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right, take it easy.
Absolutely. You too. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
There's echo and two more cameras. Fuck. Adjust it.
You're getting some kind of weird echo off your other computer, I guess. Or it dropped out.
Computer is out, so no more echo. I almost made what Quark made a few years ago because I do not have clothes, and iPad was at the wrong side, so you almost saw naked me.
Well, I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yes. So now my iPad is working, and I can close that PC and put some clothes, wear some clothes because it's freezing out there and make the walk with my dog. And hope I can start the camera without at the right side because I don't have clothes. I'm behind the corner. Okay, and it's so yes. So this guy wants to go out. Snubby. Yes, he's alive.
Well, anybody else around? I don't know if you brought the phone with you while you're walking your dog. I was just looking up that movie. Looks like a bunch of countries bought it for production, so it'll be available in all these different countries. So we should be able to see it at some point here. But I'm talking to myself, so I think.
You're speaking about Jesus. This.
Oh, did you bring the phone with you or the thing with you?
you're speaking about that.
600 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever I talk to you, I figure I go look for it, see if I can buy it somewhere or download it or whatever. I'll download it in whatever language. I don't care. I just want to see the gun shops.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and I guess I was looking for them earlier because I have pictures of all the gun shops that are in that movie, and they're recent enough pictures that you should be able to recognize them. So I'll get them all where I can bring them into a chat and link them to you, and then you can see the different shops and see the rest of the shops.
That part when you were when the people were at the gun show. Were you there?
What?
I mean, when at the gun show, and there were maybe 50 people walking, or maybe 20 people walking. Language is so hard. Was you one of those zombies walking?
I'm not sure. They did a bunch of different shots, right, when they filmed it. So everybody had a choreographed path they were supposed to walk, and so that was consistent. And then they filmed it in like different areas, and it sounds like from talking to you that they included most of the shots that they took in that room or that day or whatever you want to say. So potentially, yeah, because I'm not one of the choreographed people. Me and Mike were just loose cannons. So we were just walking around doing our own thing, and we are either going to be in a whole bunch of scenes or we're not going to be in any of them, depending on how they edited them, because they filmed like many copies of every scene they did. So they probably have versions with us and without us, and they're good at that. They might have, for consistency, pulled us out so we're not in more than one, but I don't know. I don't know how much effort they put into paying attention to that. I don't remember what I was wearing. But
I remember it has to be more than 1 year ago when you told about that movie, and then there was you were talking with this Fast and Furious guy.
Yeah.
And you were talking that movie and how you brought those cards to the table, and at the cinema theater, I was looking that this is the place what you have told about 1 year ago, what's happening at the skin. And there was two things what I was looking. Tables, those tables, if I could see any your cards at the tables. And second was looking to people who were talking, were walking there, and somehow I'm thinking that you are a very tall guy, and there were few tall guys, and I was looking, maybe one of those tall guys are you, and there was one guy who is like a rock zombie. I don't, if you know rock zombie, that heavy metal.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I don't look like that guy. No. That white guy. But there's probably the scene where they first walk in the room. I could be in that one maybe because we're way in the corner, but we would be tiny and we'd be across the room. And then when he comes around and he looks at those pictures, then the scenes after that we would be in. I didn't know they were going to leave the pictures in. They made a big deal about that, and they got in a fight about it, kind of. Like, one guy wanted them to do it, another guy didn't, and they kind of went back and forth and stuff, so that wasn't in the first. They did that twice, so that was only in the second time anyway. But, anyway. But I think you might be interested in the shops, too, because those shops are...
Yes, yes. Those shops...
in the morning. They just went in and filmed in the regular shops. They didn't set anything up or anything. Those are just regular American gun shops. That's what they look like.
Yes. And the guys behind the desk, those sellers, they did what they did. They told that young guy. There's bad echo right now. But they told that young guy what kind of weapons. If you want to hunt, then take this kind of guns, this kind of ammo, and if you want to do something else, maybe this gun is okay. And but there was nothing anti-gun there.
I didn't think so. It's not supposed to be like that kind of movie, right? It's supposed to be about the friendship between the agent and the kid, right?
Yes. You have to see the movie. It's as I said before, it's art movie. But the friendship with those two guys, it's one-way thing. The kid likes that federal agent, but it's one way. But
now, did you watch it? Was it in English or a different language?
No, the movie was all the Spanish talk, and it's about maybe half is Spanish, and that was subtitled at English, but then it was.
Do you speak Spanish?
No. I don't speak Spanish, but the Spanish language were subtitled to English.
Okay.
So if you can read or listen English, you can watch that movie.
That's interesting because they did it in English, so that means they subtitled it or they dubbed it into Spanish, I guess. That's interesting.
No, they didn't subtitle that to Spanish, but half, maybe eight guys from 10 are Spanish in that movie. So there are 8 guys speaking Spanish and 2 guys speaking English.
Oh, okay.
So more than half is spoken in Spanish.
Do you speak Russian at all?
I don't answer for that question because that's so rude. It's asking that from Finnish is something like if I would ask it that are you still fucking your mother?
Okay. My experience with people from Europe is you learn more languages in school than we do, so I just assume you all know more than 2.
I'm not good with language. I have some problems with my head with languages.
Well, you're doing better than most of us, 99% of us for sure. So you're doing better than millions and millions of people.
We have we have the mandatory language after Finnish is Swedish, and I have from school from fifth grade or fourth grade. You have to learn Swedish, and if you want to have some engineer study or something like that, you have to learn Swedish, because this country is too. It's like I think it's like Canada. In Canada, there are people who are speaking French and people who are speaking English, and some English speaking guys doesn't want to learn or cannot learn to speak French, and those French speaking guys doesn't need to learn to speak English.
Yeah, that's just one city in Canada, though, isn't it? Or is that the whole section? I don't really know.
I don't know about that much about Canada, and Bob is not there, and usually there are at least 3 Canadians.
Yeah,
it shows, but today there is nobody to tell him. But I think that the French-speaking Canadians, they are like Swedish here, and the English-speaking Canadians are like I am.
Would you say that? Do most people in Europe speak English?
At the south, of course, English is not the mother language in Europe, only at the Britain, UK, but in the mainland, at the north, at the Scandinavia, everybody can read or listen and maybe speak English, because we don't all the at the school, the English is we have English things at the school, and the TV is not dubbed, it's subtitled. So and some channels which have children's programs, there is not even subtitles. So the children look the comics and learn the English. And if you go from the Scandinavia to German and that kind of level, they are speaking also English, but they know how to speak English. But then the subtitle, then the dubbing kicks. When you are going from Germany more to south, to Spain and Italy, then and East European, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and those kind of countries. Then the dubbing for the TV shows is coming, and they don't learn English at the school, and because they don't learn English at the school, the TV stations are spoken or dubbing for the American or English TV shows, and that's why they don't speak or understand English. Of course, in the places where are tourists in those towns, if you go to some place where there are a lot of big hotels and like nice beach, all the staff speak English because the tourists have to do.
Yeah, just to facilitate the business or whatever.
Mm. Yes, but I think that modern Western country has same values that you have, and we like same movies which you are making. So like I have Netflix, and I look at yesterday I watched it from Netflix 2 movies. One was Frozen, and Frozen is children's movie, and it was Danish guy who told the story, and then Disney made that movie. And the other one was that Sleeping Beauty with the twist that that Brad Pitt's wife, who is the main character.
Angelina Jolie.
Yes, that one. And that kind of movies are, I think that everybody in the Western country who knows Disney movies and can share the same thinking can enjoy those movies, and they know when to cry, and they know when to laugh. And
I could watch one in Spanish or something, and like you said, you know what's happening. You just maybe don't know exactly the words you're using.
But anyway, there are a lot of people in this world who doesn't share the same values, and they don't cry at the same time when we are crying, and they don't laugh at the same time when we think that something is funny.
No, that's true. You don't have Thanksgiving or anything, so does the rest of the world pay attention to us having Thanksgiving this week?
On the Black Friday.
Because everybody can take advantage of those sales.
It was maybe 2 or 3 years ago when I bought my latest iPad. Maybe it was 2 years ago, and there was that Black Friday sale at iTunes, and I know that I was looking at that iPad, and then the sale is going that, okay, this is the iPad, okay, I have this much memory, and okay, there is if you need carving, okay, no, maybe you need those accessories, and the whole process took so much time that when I paid that machine, the deal was off. When I started buying that iPad, the Black Friday deal was on, but before I could pay that, it was over. So I lost maybe 100. But no, Thanksgiving is not a big deal here because we don't need to. we don't have Indians here, so.
I guess you have something like Oktoberfest or just some sort of fall harvest thing. Similar. Just not a holiday over there.
No. Christmas is the big one, and then the
maybe you all ain't thankful. That's what it is.
So, sorry, didn't.
I'm just talking shit.
Okay. The Christmas is the biggest thing, and then there are all those Christian things, Eastern, etc. And second biggest thing is midsummer, and third one is the Vappu with this May Day. At here we have, I think that we have more festivals in the year than you have.
Yeah, maybe you could call the 4th of July, I guess, and then Christmas and Thanksgiving. That's pretty much. All the other ones are little. They're not national.
Yes, and because this country is very there was only one kind of people, and maybe it's better that I don't continue what I was thinking. But I don't think that the next feature is good for us.
Oh snap! I just jumped in.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Are you just getting going, or are you just winding down?
Well, I'm encoding my vlog right now. I usually do that at about this time, and then I post it. Scheduled for in the morning sometime.
You mention your blog all the time. I guess now is middle of the night or whatever, but that's I mean, I guess, or assuming, is that just the YouTube, or are you posting that like on a web somewhere too?
Just YouTube. I don't know. I mean, should I be posting it somewhere else? Is there a better place?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, strategy. Everybody's going to have their own opinions on that. I just wanted to. I just was going to ask because you always just say the blog, and I was like, maybe I should be asking if there's something else.
Oh no, yeah, that's a good question. As of right now, it's just on YouTube.
Whatever happened with Periscope? Did you dig that, or are you still doing it?
Oh, so Periscope is awesome. The problem with Periscope is I end up like eating up my data plan like really, really hard. So if I'm not in Wi-Fi, it just kills it.
But the format you like, it works.
It's engaging. It gets people involved pretty fast. Like you can your live stream can be seen by a lot of people that are on the app, and they'll just see it in their feed. They don't necessarily have to be following you. They'll just see it, which is cool. I guess it depends on what your content is. If you're doing like a gun chat, that might not flow with the Periscope vibe, but depending on what you do.
So then that would be the question: is there like a type that uses it, or is there? I mean, I'm not familiar with it. Is it like YouTube where you go into like a lobby and you see stuff, or is it like Instagram and you subscribe to people and you get options, or is it just a giant free-for-all?
It's kind of like a free-for-all, and you kind of see people you're subscribed to, and generally the stuff that is popular is like when someone is streaming an event of some kind, like they're at a concert or there's some kind of... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it varies.
I definitely haven't used it enough. I think I had a similar experience. I think what it did is it laid a track down on my phone, or I gave it the option to record whatever I was doing, which I was like, yeah, why wouldn't I want a recording of it? But then I went and I'm like, why is my phone full? And it was like 2 periscopes that I was fucking around with.
Yeah. So I don't keep them on my phone, although I should check to make sure I'm not keeping them on my phone, because if I am, that's probably where a lot of my space is going, is to the Periscope crap. In fact, I should do that now. I try and generally use a lot of the social media wherever I can to point people back to the YouTube if possible. That has been my goal.
Now, are you doing it so the kids have something to go back and watch, and then the grandkids have something to watch if they're ever interested in what it was like in the old days, or is it for, I don't know, keeping in touch with people, or is it money thing? You want to make some scratch or get some gear or something? What's the...
I mean, the honest answer is probably a little bit of everything. I know I got started with it by, what kind of kickstarted it was 2 things. There's a guy who's doing it who I found via Wrangler Star, and his name's Casey Neistat. Casey Neistat makes videos before he started vlogging, amazing videos. And then he started vlogging, and you watch it, you just get inspired by this guy. He's crazy. But then I was like...
in that part of the country with Wrangler Star?
What's that?
Is he up physically in that part of the country with Wrangler Star?
No, he might as well be the most diametrically opposed person to Wrangler Star possible. He lives in New York, 100% urban night type of person. Nothing to do with homesteading or prepping or anything like that. But then after I started thinking about it, it reminded me of when I was a kid, And my dad would, bust out the VHS tapes, or before even VHS tapes, he'd bust out the slides, and he'd show everybody these slides, and they're like, it's kind of boring. It's not a curated a thing. So, I started thinking about it. It's like, you've got this, you have this like crazy, amazing opportunity to post these videos, and they're not going to be popular with everybody, but it's like a time capsule, this daily revolving time capsule of your life. And you don't have to post what you don't want to post. You just post the things that are interesting, and that's it. And that's pretty much what I do day to day. And it gives me something to do, and at the same time, I would say it's rejuvenating my YouTube channel, because a lot of what I did in YouTube since 2006 kind of fits into the vlog thing. I never did really complex review videos or really detailed things. I really did just these like stream of thought videos, like how I talk, right? Most of what I do is talking. I'm a talker. So just putting the camera in front of me and doing this daily sequential thing, I'm able to kind of create this ongoing narrative of what I'm doing while trying to be creative and make a concise topic for one day. And sometimes, like today, actually, today is going to be there's two videos. There's the vlog video, and then there's my kind of rant on everybody bitching about the Syrian refugees, which I kind of like use the vlog as the behind the scenes, and then I do the actual rant, which is only like a 5-minute video, but it all kind of intertwines together, and it's like a symbiotic kind of relationship. And it to give the numbers aspect of it, since I started vlogging, every month I've seen record growth in subscribers and views. I'm up 25% on my subscriber base across the board, and that's gone up every month. So if you think about it that way, it's growing almost at a upward curve of like an exponential scale than just a plodding growth, flat scale. So that's good, and that's kind of how the YouTube market is going. Because I think you know this, G-Webs. About 2 or 3 years ago, they changed the whole algorithm on us on how you make money on YouTube. I used to just be able to post a video, a couple every once in a while, on like how to do something, and I made good money on it. Like I was buying a couple of guns every year on YouTube and didn't complain because I was still working, or I'm still working, but I had nothing to complain about. But then all of a sudden the bottom fell out of that, and I had like probably over $100 every month just on that. So I kind of said, okay, well, what do I need to do? I either need to stop YouTubing completely, or I need to kind of reinvent what I'm doing, and I decided to go with the vlogging. So that's what I'm doing.
Dude, that's awesome on like so many levels, because then you're getting your satisfaction out of it, but then it's making it worth your while, so that's even better. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's going in the right direction, and what's interesting is since I've started vlogging, YouTube, people who actually work at YouTube have started contacting me, which has never happened before. They never cared. And I don't know if it's because they never existed before this year or the last year. That could be. But it's all going the right way. Go ahead.
Like that? You mean that department at Google or something maybe didn't exist before?
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know, but it's all going the right direction, so you can't really complain about that, right?
I've never been contacted by Google or YouTube or anybody.
I think probably because you've already got a subscriber base that's happy, so they're like, he's got his own equation, let's not mess with it.
I guess so. Yeah, I never asked either, so. Did you ask, or they came to you?
No, they contacted me out of the blue, saying, we noticed that your numbers have started increasing, differently than they were rapidly, and we would just want to know if you're getting the right kind of, do you have any questions, do you have any feedback, so whatever. And so they started sending me stuff like to join these hangouts on building your subscriber base and whatnot. And I actually need to go back and it's good we're talking about this because you're reminding me to go do that because I totally forgot about that.
And that's kind of cool. That's cool that they offer tools like that.
I mean, those the classes they offer, they're available to anybody that's on YouTube. You can take their little boot camp and their other stuff like that, for which I'd say probably 70 to 80% of it is stuff we already know from doing this for a little while. But at the same time, there's still some stuff that's like, you know, I wasn't using the Google Trends website, which tells you what people are searching for on Google, which is interesting because what I've found is that, you know, if I go down, I'm never in the top searches people care about. I'm not in that game. But if I go down to like 20, 25, the 30s, and the 40s, I all of a sudden find things that the Venn diagram of things I'm interested in and people are searching for start to mesh, and then all of a sudden I go, oh, well, I can make a video on that, or I already have all this crap. Let me make a video on it.
Yeah, it gives you a direction that's
exactly
than just whatever whim you've got that day.
Yep.
I never really got into doing that too much. Probably should have.
Well, you yourself probably have a good base for doing like some kind of vlog, not necessarily a daily, but you know, twice a week, 3 times a week. You could probably do a little day in the life video of just you getting, you know, because what I've found, and it sounds dumb, you know, when you make these videos, you're making it much like you do. You make it about a gun or a firearm, and you're building it around that whole thing of like showing it its like little pristine moment, and you're curating the whole experience. But a lot of the time, people just want to see the dirty details that go to you getting ready for that video. And so if you just film a little bit about you getting ready, like what do you do to get ready for a range day? What is your trunk? Like, what do you keep in your trunk of your car? Like, what's special about your car? You're into cop cars, right? Or you know, retired cop cars. All those little things, people, if it's your daily thing, something you have to do, you might as well put a camera on yourself and film the process, because it's something. It's content that people don't have that they're interested in.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's really what I always do. I've just never paid attention to what's trending, or like you say, what's something that's actually being searched for, and then reacted to it.
Yeah, me too. Hold on, I gotta grab my camera. I'll be right back.
That's one of the things I've always ever really aspired to, is just to bring the camera along while we do cool stuff. And then sometimes it almost looks like we're setting it up, because we would be out testing cool guns or something, making sure a gun worked or something. And but anyway, I never really paid attention to making it seem like here's the beginning of the video and then here's the video. I guess for a while there I was throwing the quotes at the end because that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like you say, well, there was a time when there was a return on it, and it was worth your time sitting there and doing all that. But what I'm digging is, I like a lot more of, just personally, I'd rather watch somebody just doing their thing and then turning their camera on while they're doing it. But I really think that it's better for the community or just the country to have people like yourself just out there doing your various things that you're into, sharing, and then, oh yeah, firearms are part of it, like no big deal. And then, you know, it's not extreme to any, it might be extreme to some people, but you know what I'm saying. And then I think if there was 1,000 people like you doing that, that does a lot more than having one person with 1,000 times more stats, whatever the stats are, views or whatever, because all that stuff is absorbed into the noise, and it's worthwhile. It's not, I'm not dissing any of that, but I'm digging that you're able to do it, number one, and then two, that means that you're getting response. So there's people out there that are digging watching it. That's awesome.
Yeah, it seems kind of like a niche market. It's kind of funny, is most of the gun guys and the prepper guys and the gear review guys, they really want to make this like super curated and polished video, and a lot of time people don't care. They don't really want. I mean, they want that. Don't get me wrong, because what they're going to do is they're going to type up something in YouTube, and they want to find that specific thing, and they're going to sometimes they're going to want, like, case in point, there's a guy that I know, Captain Burrs. Captain Burrs does these really good in-depth videos that can go on for like 20+ minutes, and he does in exhaustive type reviews, almost like Nut and Fancy style, like deep reviews. And I'm not saying that things have changed away from that. I just think that it's gone broader, that people don't necessarily need that deep down thing all the time. They kind of need somebody to just spark the interest and get them involved in the narrative of what it is. I mean, most of my stuff, I'd say maybe 1/10 of my videos is actually going out and shooting, because it's daily, and I don't shoot every day. I got to go to work. I got a kid. I got all kinds of crap I got to do. But all of that has become part of, I don't know, my narrative, whatever you'd call it,
Yeah, those parts that that you deal with or that you're interested in.
Right. So you kind of can do what I like to do, which is just kind of briefly skim on the surface of some things throughout the week, and just roll through what it is you're doing. And I don't think I live necessarily an interesting life, but at the same time, I think I've got more things going on than other people, so I might as well talk about it. And going back to what I was saying earlier about, growing up and looking back and seeing videos of when I was a kid, I think Ben will get a kick out of some of this stuff, and I think he'll see his dad at a younger time, a little more youthful and a little bit more vibrant, I guess, and that may be valuable. I don't know, but at least he'll have the option of whatever. You get the idea.
Yeah, exactly. And then his kids, and then their kids. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way of looking at it, too.
And then the thing is, I mean, you've done it with Netflix and other things, like when you're putting out something, you put it out sort of that linear way or whatever, accumulating it over time and whatever, but people are going to come by and consume it potentially in an evening.
Mm-hmm.
Vast quantities of it, or pick through the pieces they want. So, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, and it seems like YouTube is going the direction of like scheduled content. They seem to favor the YouTubers who post consistently, and they've been, that's been a thing for years. So if you can get some kind of regimented schedule, you're going to do better regardless. And I figured there's no better way of doing it than daily, if not more than once a day, right? So you might as well figure out how to make all of that work for yourself and just go for it. So I'm trying it. I'm 117? Hold on. Shoot.
You gotta have 117 videos.
No. Yeah, I have way more than 117 videos. But I have 117 straight daily vlogs. I've been doing it for 117 days straight.
Well, I remember when I first figured out that YouTube wasn't just a passing thing or whatever, and started paying more attention to it and figuring out if it, deciding if it was worth pursuing it or spending more time on it. That's pretty much, it was comedy stuff, but the biggest things out there were the daily comedy, which is exactly what you're talking about, except those people led dim-wit lives where they just walked around going to the store and buying soda or whatever. But that every day you hear something, people follow that stuff. It's like reading a column in a paper, I imagine, except you can watch it on the train or in the taxi or whatever your commute might be.
Yeah. And I mean, you kind of have to be ready for the acting like a personality type person for a lot of stuff, because that's ultimately what you're doing. You're becoming like this daily personality. You're I don't want to say you're like a radio show host, but you're not far off from that, right? That's kind of the closest thing I can think of is somebody that somebody sees daily that they tune into and watch, right? They watch, whatever it is. So it's almost like a variety show that you don't need to TV channel to be able to do, which is kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool.
Definitely. How much
Yeah.
are you getting into the interaction then? So are you just driving with the comments on the YouTube, or do you, I guess you don't have a site that you're sending them to, but do you send them to like Periscope or Twitter or other places to interact or anything?
Well, what I found is kind of maybe the double-edged sword of where we are with this community we're in. I don't know that a lot of people in the gun community / prepper community play much outside of YouTube. You know, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Snapchat and Beam and all of those things. And I know Instagram's getting much, much bigger. It's way bigger than it used to be. But it's kind of hard to get people to migrate out of what they're comfortable in.
For sure, yeah.
So my core audience is pretty much all YouTube. And I'm trying to slowly but surely to get them to kind of step out of that, if you will. I'm messing with my I do my my thumbnails on my phone before I post the vlog, so I'm getting ready for tomorrow's vlog right now.
Dude, I do most of, well, I found you use Android, right?
No, I'm an iPhone guy.
Okay, have you used Android at all?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's a thing called, what the fuck is it called? Snap something? Snapseed, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's a photo editor. I don't know if it's on iPhones or not, but I've used it on the Androids, and it's pretty heavy duty. It's awesome. You can get rid of little marks. You can do some little photoshopping and cropping and everything you might need. Everything except for doing like lettering. But yeah, it's pretty neat. The only limit is the phone's kind of small. So I was looking, and you can get laptops basically with, I guess they're more like tablets, but they're laptops underneath the tablet instead of just being a tablet. So you can put actual software on them.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought about doing something like that and doing all my editing with my fingers. Using the mouse seems archaic already once I've experienced just doing all the photo editing by poking at it.
Yeah, I mean, so thumbnails, they don't have to be complex, and in fact, it's probably better if you don't go messing around with them too much. But YouTube favors a certain kind of thumbnail, and if you can figure out what works for you for that thing, you just use it. So for me, it seems that this iPhone app that I use is okay, and it works with me because I don't have to spend too much time with it. Doing it daily, you've got to constantly be, every day, right? So doing it as quick as possible and as efficient as possible is what I go for.
Is it an app specifically to make a little thumbnail for a video like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it's not. It's called it's called Photo Editor, just Photo Editor.
I've got one that I use for the Instagram that makes it super fast to just do stuff, and I know what you mean.
Yeah, and then I use something else called Pic Collage, and that's what lets me do if I want to like layer pictures over pictures and get them all oriented a certain way, and then I just export that into the photo editor, and that's where I can add text or emojis or whatever I'm doing for that given day. And they just made it so much easier now. Like back in the day, your tags had to be organized a certain way, and you needed to use the right ones, and you wanted to use more rather than less. And now it's kind of like you don't even have to do that as much. Like it's just gotten so much better to get the video in front of people, like new customers call them, right? So I don't know. It seems to be going the right direction for content creation.
Now, do you use any video editors on the phone, or you do your video editing on a computer still?
Oh no, yeah. All my editing is on Final Cut Pro on a Mac. So I do pretty, I'd say, decent video editing now. But again, it's daily, so I can't spend a ton of time in editing. So I just spend a decent amount of time, and that's about it.
Well, then the other thing, doing it daily, because I was basically on the same thing. I mean, you do make, if you're looking to make any scratch on YouTube, having a number of videos is the way to go, because you don't know which one's going to hit. And might have one out there that sits for 2 years, and then something happens and it gets hit, and all of a sudden you're making a couple of bucks on it. And if you've got 1,000 videos out there that some of them are making $3 a day and some of them are making $10 a day, that's better than having 100 of them out there doing that.
Yep.
But when you're making them once a day, you get pretty good at doing it on the fly. Like you say, it's not necessarily super final production quality for a movie or something, but you get pretty good at getting it out.
Yep.
Without a bunch of spending time on it.
That's what I found anyway. I mean, again, I don't have any, compared to like you and other people, I don't have any kind of like huge numbers, but at the same time, it's growing in what I would call the right direction. So that's good enough for me.
I've when I first started doing my ham, or well, I guess not when I first started, but the last time what worked for me to learn my ham stuff was this app that quizzed me a bunch of times until I learned it.
Yeah.
And now, just the other day, I found this Duolingo thing that I signed up for a while back, and it's just another way to a new approach, I guess, or at least a different approach at learning language.
Mm-hmm.
So I got it on the phone, and something reminded me of it. I started playing with it on the phone, and it's almost exactly like my ham app. And I'm digging it.
I saw the picture that said you're 1% fluent in Spanish.
Exactly. Now that I am 1% fluent. Anyway, it's got me like going, oh shit, I need to go back and grab that other app and then just spend a Thursday testing out and getting my next level up just for the hell of it, just so that I have an excuse to bring the radios back out and blow dust off of them.
Are you a general right now?
Yeah, I'm just whatever the first one is.
Oh, technician.
Technician. So whenever I went in, all I knew was I wanted to go test, right? So I did this phone app thing. You know how the deal is. I don't have to tell you, but for people that are listening, there's only 90 questions or something. They're going to ask you 30 of them. So this phone app literally just goes through all 90 until you either learn them or you learn just, it's the long one, or it's, if you don't know what really the answer is, it's the longest of the three, or it's the one with the X in it, you can figure it out. So I got it to where I was hitting like 97% no matter which test I got. So I went down and I tested on a piece of paper, with the old guys that are volunteering. That's how you get your ham license. So in this like gymnasium or whatever from some school in the middle of the night, doing the thing, and they go, okay, you got like a 90% or whatever it was, and whenever you pass a test, you can take the next level for free right away. And I'm like, oh shit, might as well take it since I have no idea. I've never studied for it, but why not? And I scored like 2 or 3 points under passing it. And I was like, damn, I could have if I would have been thinking ahead, I could have just tested a little bit on the phone app for the other one and got my technical, general, and then extra.
That was exactly my experience. Is I took the technician and I blew it out of the water. Pretty much what it sounds like you did, and I just didn't even think like, oh, I should study for the general. Like why didn't I do that? And I ended up years later coming back to it largely because I changed jobs to a more friendly radio environment, and took my general, and I passed it, and I said, okay, well now I'm gonna. Because I did some on the extra. I had him give me the extra test, and I took a look, and I was like, holy crap, this is way beyond. So extra is a big jump. It's a big jump.
That's like, they have to know like electronic principles or shit.
Yeah, and I'm not a double E. I'm a software guy. So I was like, yeah, I'm not ready for this.
And really, the extra only gives you like just some narrow slivers in the really sensitive areas, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So general is the bread and butter of the ham radio license world. If you're a general, you're good to go. You can play in HF pretty much in all the bands, and that's where you want to be. HF is the fun stuff in radio. The high frequency, VHF, UHF is fun, and we all have it's over on the other side of my desk. I don't want to pull it out, but we all have VHF, UHF radios, but the HF stuff is the real fun stuff, I think. What's going on with my video? Okay, there we go.
I'm a big fan of like helping people conceptualize through visualization or something. So, and something that I find difficult to spell out or whatever it would be, or to illustrate, would be the spectrum, and like specifically trying to see like what's the difference between technician and general and extra. Like where do we get, where are our chunks? And there's, I mean, I've seen a couple of posters where they break the spectrum like into little lines, and they just kind of put them in random order so that they fit on the poster. But I want to see it like on a dial or something, just and then some rhyme or reason. So like, why are the police bands here? Or why are not the police, but why are the military bands here specifically? And there's got to be, I'm assuming, physical reasons why they took some of these chunks, right? Like,
right.
Ones that propagate best, or this works best through copper or some shit. And then I don't know if have you seen anything that breaks all that down to like explain like here's the lay of the land?
No, I haven't. And actually, when you were saying that, I was like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. And that would be interesting if they had that, because it would give you a bit more reason. It would give you the reason, not just the this is what it is,
They just attack it. It seems like here, you already know what we're talking about, so let's get into the things you need to know. And
right.
Without, like, I come from Civil Air Patrol when I was a kid, so I remember getting a lot of this stuff kind of just beaten into me to where, like, okay, I just won't ask that question anymore or something, So some of this stuff I knew, but I didn't know why, and I'm coming at it as an adult going, man, it'd be a lot easier if somebody just explained why this, why it looks like this at least, so that, I don't know, for me, I learned it better that way.
Yeah, it seems like whenever I know why a thing is, I learn it better, versus it is because it is and shut up, just memorize it.
You don't need to know all of that, so just learn the piece we need to get to the next part.
Yeah, and I hate that, because then you never retain it. You don't keep it for a long time. So for me, I don't know why the police use VHF and UHF more. It's possible because the reason they use it is because that's what companies sell to them, like Motorola. Most cops use Motorola radios, and they're thousands of dollars each radio, and they do encrypted and they do non-encrypted and et cetera, versus HF is usually you have to have a bigger infrastructure, and cops aren't going to carry HF. They're going to carry VHF, and they're going to duplex through their car to get back to the station, and the station's going to use that to propagate to a larger, larger group. That's generally why I've always thought that, is because they're just these little autonomous cars, because their car is kind of like their base station, and that propagates with the larger station, but they're never so far out of range of the station that they require HF type power, because if they did, they'd have an entirely different infrastructure.
Well, going off of that topic, then, I noticed, have you souped up your car so that it's a mobile station for you?
I have a quad band radio in my car that does 2 meter, 70 centimeter, 6 meter, and 10 meter. And the 6 meter and 10 meter are both FM, which is kind of a bummer because there's not a whole lot of FM stations on 6 meter and 10 meter. You need to be single sideband for most of that stuff, which is kind of a bummer. I didn't realize that when I bought it, but at the same time, the radio, I mainly bought it for VHF, UHF anyway, so it's not that big a deal. And so I have an antenna that supports quad band capability for the radio, and then I also have a secondary antenna mount that I connect my, I don't have it over here, but my APRS radio. So when I'm out doing something, maybe, don't want to call it off-grid, but out of cell phone range, I can use that to send out beacons, GPS beacons of where I'm at in my car, and so that's kind of cool. Anybody can pull me up and go ahead.
Where does that go?
There's a website called aprs.fl.
Oh, okay.
And you can type up any call sign in aprs.fl, and it'll show you the last beacons that they posted. APRS is a packet system, so it's all data packet over radio waves.
But it's just like a indication that you existed with your radio on at that location? It's not like a text message?
No, it does text messaging. It does heading, elevation. If you have a weather station connected to the radio, it'll give you weather information. You can put text messaging in. You can put all kinds of stuff in. So, for example, the handheld radio that I use that does APRS is a dual. It's a what's the right way? It's not dual band. It's a anyway. It's basically two radios that can monitor and transmit at the same time simultaneously.
Yeah, so that I forget what the concept is, but then that way I know what you're talking about, so that you get the benefit of having two radios, one talking and one listening.
Exactly. So I set one of the radios in the radio to be APRS, and I set the other one to the station or the frequency that I'm listening and broadcasting on. And what that'll do is when I'm transmitting my APRS packets, the text message will say, I'm also listening on this frequency. So if someone were to be within range of me, so if somebody were to be within range of me and get my ping, my message, they can say, oh, he's listening on 145.67 or whatever, and he can dial that up and talk to me directly.
And then that can be received on a handheld unit and just shows up on the display?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome. So I think you might have just saved a friend of mine some money, because he's got a Kenwood. I don't know if we talked about it before. He bought a Kenwood radio beyond his scope from a guy because he got a good deal on it, basically. And he's been debating selling it or not, because it's really not. There's no resale value on it. And he bought one of those deals where if you go up into the mountains around here, you're out of cell range. So he bought one of these satellite deals where you can text from it, but I guess it's what, $300-something for like the basic package to get the thing activated, and then some amount of money per text. So if you wanted to do something like you're talking about, where it pings every so elevation or every so often or whatever, it would have cost him like quite a few bucks to every trip he went on. But if he can set up his ham to ping, it's pretty cool.
So the advantage, obviously, of satellite is you're always going to be within range, because it's vertical of you, it's coming down, or you're going up. So those spot devices and other devices that are capable of doing satellite triangulation and pinging and messaging and all that, they still totally are valuable. So I don't think that necessarily the Kenwood is a replacement to that satellite system. If he lives in an area where there are lots of we call them digipeaters. Digipeaters are just repeaters for APRS data. If he doesn't live in an area where there's a lot of those, then it won't matter that he has the Kenwood. Because if there's no one that is hearing his pings and propagating that to something with an internet connection, it won't matter. He won't get out.
Okay.
Yeah, so he should go to the areas where he wants to go exploring, use his radio, and send a bunch of pings, and then check to see that he's actually getting heard.
Yeah. Well, at least he gives us an option to check out. Like I say, he's just got the in there right now. But I think it's got that in there. Because I'm pretty sure it had the option to set up a weather station on it.
Is it a D72A?
I don't remember now.
That's the rate. I have a Kenwood D72A, which is kind of like their do everything radio, and it does just about everything. But it's only 5 watts, right? So that's
right. It's just not a huge one, but it was guy had it from Search and Rescue, and they had enough repeaters, I guess, around here. That
Oh, maybe then, yeah.
And we're not talking about days out into the woods or hills around here. We're talking. Line of sight to the town still, so it's just going up. So I imagine that's...
Oh, he's probably totally fine then.
Yeah. You been watching Mika? He's been running around like looking at everybody's electric outlets. He must be the electric outlets.
Almost every car in Finland has those electric sockets.
Oh, those are
because we have the winter.
Those are for heaters. I was thinking those are a bunch of electric cars.
No. It's for heating. For example, in my car there are 3 heaters. One is heating the engine, and one is heating the cockpit room, what you can say, and third one is charging the battery, because there can be about, okay, I'm speaking about Celsius, but there can be about 30 minus Celsius. Don't know what that's at Fahrenheit, but that car won't start without the electric heat to the engine, and other one is keeping the windows clear, and the third one is touching the battery. And I killed the chat 3 times today. I can see that hostness is moving, so the live feed is working, but nobody is talking. So
yeah, not really. Well, we haven't been talking. I'm not really doing anything important. I'm just sort of fumbling through here.
I was taking that moment to put details on the video I'm posting right now. So I was letting you talk, Mika. I was listening to you.
Actually, I just stumbled across that has pictures from that gun show.
There is typical Finnish site. Okay, if we start from the top, that is clearly saying that no cars or motorcycles, and the next one is saying that if there is some reason it's allowed, and the next one is saying that you can park there, and the next one is says this private area, and next one says you cannot walk there, and then the last one is saying that is okay for the ambulances or fire trucks. So,
Catch, can you see my screen?
Yes. No, I can see.
That's a picture of how it was in the movie.
Yes, and please wait a second. I have to take a memory of that.
I'll post it.
Yes, and yes. The left side were those Nazi symbols. That was very clear, and those photographs which are at the right side, middle. Sorry. Anteeksi. Those photographs, they were at the class table, but I didn't see those second matters patches, but that glass table at the left side and those photographs, they were very visible, and the team took those photographs and looked at.
He was looking for something, or he was just looking through them, I think, right?
He took those photographs in his hand and was looking those, and the camera was the camera was behind of him, and you could see that he was looking those photographs, but the camera was maybe down and right, so those 2 secondary matters patches was not at the skin.
Oh well, I tried. Almost got him in there.
Yes, but I really hope that, of course, that movie is someday you get that movie, and I took 3 days off from my work. I have a lot of 3 days, and it was a very nice trip. And I should thank you that I made that trip, because I'm not frequently flying, so always to the airport and going to the airplane. That's big thing for me, and then go to the city without just walking in another city, and go to the bar and drink something, and go to the hotel room and get that nice breakfast. And and at the ferry, when I was coming, oh, there's Tim. Sorry. Tim, can you go back a few photos, because I want to get the screen. Sorry. Here. And the ferry trip to home was very nice. I talked a few hours with one Swedish guy, and there was a good music at the boat, and that was a very nice, small little holiday. And if somebody is asking why I went to Stockholm, the answer is I went to watch one movie.
Well, it's raining behind me right now.
Oh, dang. Did you hear any of this conversation from before? What we're talking about, Nosh?
Only a part of it. Repeat a bit of it.
So, is it Tim Roth? Is that this guy? Pictures? I don't know if you can see the screen.
I can see your pictures, yeah.
So this guy is in this movie called 600 Miles about running to Mexico, and they filmed this like fake gun show in Tucson. So brought my guns out, and then where's that picture? Oops.
Oh, Mexican food, good.
There. So we were talking about this scene in the movie where he's supposed to be the ATF agent, and he walks up to he goes through this gun show, and a bunch of my shit is in the gun show for scenery or whatever they call it, props. Yeah. So this old guy has this Nazi shit there, which is never at a gun show. I mean, there's hardly ever Nazi shit at a gun show.
Oh my God, yeah, I see that. Okay.
So he's got this Nazi shit, and this part, and they had this whole like, they actually filmed it with the guy from Wings, from the TV show Wings, a long time ago, and then he got, I don't know, he's not in the movie, and then they refilmed it with this Tim Roth guy. So the second time they filmed it, they added this part where there's these pictures here, and I don't know, for some reason he goes through the pictures. So I jammed these Every Second Matters patches right next to those pictures because I knew that was, I was thinking I was going to be in the movie. So then I shoved my websites patch.
Yes,
So,
but it was a wrong table. It was the wrong table.
They've only shown this movie once in Colorado that I missed by like 2 weeks because I'm an idiot and I wasn't paying attention. So I could have gone up to Colorado and seen it, but then, last week or something, Catch was able to see it in Sweden. So
Whoa.
he was seeing the movie, and we were just talking about this scene, and I was like, oh snap, that scene is still in it. So then I was hoping that, so then I just found these pictures, and he said that the camera was from down here, and you didn't really see my table at all.
Was it a pro-gun video?
Probably not, but he's saying that it's more like an artsy movie. It's about the friendship, relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, age.
It was not a pro or anti-gun movie. It was a kind of art movie, but little bit of tweaking. It would be a very good mainstream movie. I don't know. I cannot understand why it's made like it is. Just some more work and maybe some little bit different things, and it will be like a B movie. But now the movie is half a year old. It's made in summer, and it's going to different film festivals, and I think it's never going to be in mainstream cinema. It's going to the DVD. And Tim Roth was good, and there are some